The rock-solid legends. What a joke. Where's their shame? It's just two rookie boy groups comebacking together. Calm down. Please understand context. It's just similar concepts, not similar sales. Neither Spacer nor Iter could, by metrics, truly stand beside the senior idols they were linked to. And then the tide of public opinion shifted. People began ranking Spacer versus Iter. Let's at least see which has more promise. The PvP comparison game kicked in, determining who was the hotter rising act. So far by pure numbers, Iter won. Spacer got lucky this time, but Wonderhall's rookie came prepared. Honestly, Iter wins. Iter's got potential. Look at what this generation's debut numbers look like. As arguments flew, discussions grew more extreme and sensational. Is it embarrassing for Spacer to chase mass appeal? A CM song, really? Comparing them to that god-tier group Iter makes them look small. Based on their debut track performance, Iter could topple Testa, yes. Once logic leaps a rung, it becomes juicy fodder. LOL, what are you even saying? Iter's just a lesser Testa. No capital, no skill. They piggybacked on a current grand prize idol and already speak up? Hilarious. Mockery poured in. This wasn't who competes with Testa, but who inherits Testa. The bar became the senior idol's achievements. Hundreds of thousands of album sales, top-ranked digital charts, #1 in Idol of the Year votes. Is this Wonderhall's strategic spin? Epic fail, LOL. Iter's supporters had no choice but to draw the line. Iter fans don't think that way. That's clickbait. Any mention of senior idols is feeding trolls. Just ignore it. They've only released one album. It's too soon to talk inheritance. Outwardly, the controversy subsided as Iter fans insisted, we're nothing like Testa. But behind the scenes, these oldies are so annoying. Concept freak idols aren't rare. Tiaholic was just the poster child. As other scandals erupted, the Testa inheritance chatter died down. Yet the following week, when Iter's new MV dropped, it splashed kerosene on the flames once more. LOL. Now everyone saw the blatant references to Testa. On the night I returned to Korea after the first tour, I sat at the dorm table and opened WeTube. Iter's latest single, Palpo, Shut Out, was playing with a sponsored ad banner. Shoot harshly. Yes, BMM/You Can't Catch Me. The Eastern-inspired visuals, choreography, and cinematography were slick, another solid production. But, LOL, looks like a royal procession. Like a mix of Hengsha and Saber. Damn, this overt. LOL. Once a similarity frame forms, people needle out every likeness. Iter had indeed benchmarked Testa, so the parallels leapt out. For God's concept, camera work, album photos, costumes, choreography. Racket car video channels swarmed. Rather than legendary Tiaholic, Wonderhall copies another agency's idol. Huge agency rookie boy groups flaws exposed. When a celeb takes flack, even harmless past details get dredged up. Iter's entire previous album was dissected. Chord progressions are copy-pasted. Without Kim Rabin, this track couldn't exist. Did every variety track even contribute? LOL. Right, those had to be called out. I nodded, popped open a can, a beer I hadn't had in a week. It tasted like celebration. Sips delightfully. And Spacer enjoyed the spillover effect. Inheriting Tiaholic? Here's a 5-minute breakdown of why Spacer's song caused this uproar. Racket car controversy turned viral marketing, boosting Spacer's chart rank higher. Spacer's Kwon Hee-sung. Hyung. We hit number 19, loudly crying face. They didn't care about hate. They cried and cheered among themselves, even snagged a music show win and tears. At that point, I was satisfied. I've landed a hit on Wonderhall. Everything went to plan. Spacer's success padded the company's finances, so I was ready to bow out. New rookies train hard. Debut. And tiresome critics will soften over time. People should feel ashamed. It's just diligent rookies, not plagiarism. Once Wonderhall absorbed all blame, I was done. Even I thought, fair point. They are new. How much could they know? If they retool and avoid testatize, that's fine. Congrats. I sent Heesung a reply. End of story. But then unexpected backup arrived. Huh. Check this WeTube clip. They call themselves our MZ version. We're MZ Gen 2. Fire clip from Tiaholic's show business. That's right. Tiaholic themselves mentioned Spacer on their variety show, positively. My God, are they insane? Then I realized why and checked messages. Are you not renewing your contract, Senior Tiaholic? VTIC applicant senior. Want to know? They had exactly 3 months left on their contract, so Tiaholic, on their way out, gave Spacer a little poke. They must have been really pissed. Given Wonderhall's heavy investment and concept overhaul for Itair, Tiaholic likely endured plenty of frustration during their own decline. Their individual schedules had skewed to solo activities long ago. Soon they'd each sign where they wished and reunite only for group work. Not a bad ending, actually. I nodded. They'd even contacted us. Tiaholic's Hajinte. Monday, want to appear on our show again? We can get all agency artists on. Can they really pull that off? I thought. Wonderhall will come after them. If they unleash dating rumors or club scandals, who knows? They must feel safe, but whatever. No thanks. I declined the group show offer. Too much on my plate already. This is just groundwork. Knocking Itair down was only the first step. Now, even if they release alongside Testa, failing to surpass us in any area means they'll be judged below expectations. The versus Testa frame is gone. Inheriting Testa stuck. Itair will be compared to Spacer, not us, by how much they match Senior Idol's success. No more blatant benchmarking. Good luck. I'm curious how Wonderhall's skilled team navigates this hellish level. Over time, they'll find an escape, but as a top agency, they won't slip up. They might even spin this hate into their own narrative, though that takes a year to feel natural. By then, Spacer will be leagues ahead, and Tiaholic's intervention may delay Itair's public rebound further. I shrugged. So after sidelining Itair, Testa's next move? Well, that story starts now. You know Testa's old nickname. T1's son. Snide but fair. They debuted via T1 Survival Show and got full backing. Now they're almost disowned, son, or not. No support remains. They can't attach to any broadcast platform. LT is too new and already has its own son, VTIC. So, it's time for us to find a new family. I read my manager's message. Got it. Meeting at MBS tomorrow. My appearance on Changrio's old MBS program wasn't random. It was networking. I'd pitched, I need an intro to a PD. Nothing to lose now. Son of terrestrial broadcast. Let's try that. 502 chapter. There's this old terrestrial TV show. It already passed its peak and was just limping along before ending in utter ignominy. But thanks to its heyday, its name is still famous. In other words, most of the nation knows the show's name, but nobody wants to watch it anymore. A variety show that sucked. All the buzz and fun dry before going under. If that show somehow finagled a comeback season through connections, would anyone really have high expectations? Could they even book guests worthy of its former reputation? The answer's obvious. It's not going to work. Agencies and stars aren't fools. Anyone hot right now is appearing on shows that are actually doing well. They'll get invitations there anyway. Why risk picking something so doomed? It gets cut when better options exist. And, given the show's format, it's impossible. Because this variety is actually a ranked competition. Some people might remember the name. On the very first episode, even after reading all the paperwork, Kim Ray-bin raised his hand and shouted, "It's that show we went on when we debuted as Wises." Exactly. In the system's simulated world, it was the show that featured Taystar and Tix joint group after debuting from LT. Oh, I remember that. That show was big. But why'd it fail now? Well, it was years ago. Oh, back then it thrived up through season 7. But enough time passed that here reality looked very different. By seasons 15 and 16, its buzz had died off, the original PD left again, and the show collapsed. I stated the sober fact without emotion. An industry consensus is that this reboot will probably tank too. Can't be helped. Word spread so low that it's impossible to book any big names. With only the title left, if they can't land star guests. There's no comeback, no nothing. It'll sink without anyone caring. Even Kun Sejin, who was leafing through the documents, clicked his tongue. Wow, they even added survival rules. Recruiting must be a nightmare. They tried to spice it up by going beyond a simple contest into survival format. And that makes booking known acts even harder. Why would established stars risk coming when they'd likely lose face? That's why existing survival shows stick to amateurs pre-debut or idols who aren't well known. The potential gain must outweigh the risk of elimination and ridicule. The PD must have a headache. Given the reality, there was only one way to turn this around. Secure at least one star with massive name value. That could break the deadlock. Build around that. And even if you lose, you'll earn public respect for putting up a fight. Then other big names might join. But even up to scheduling, they hadn't found such a star. And yet, we're volunteering to go on it. Yes. Bae Sejin narrowed his eyes as if he had a lot to say. Ryu Jianwoo gave an awkward smile. The production team seemed fine with it. Obviously. Sure enough, when Taestar dangled themselves as bait, the show's team bit instantly. I don't recall another network acting so eager. Your side is extremely proactive. An agency staffer said the public broadcaster producers had never requested a meeting so politely or so desperately. Right, they desperately needed a hot idol to anchor their show. What if Taestar could be that anchor? With us on board, they'll edit us favorably. And with this show, we can leave a good impression on MBS. We'd become the reboot's founding heroes. Just like during relisting Idol Incorporated. Though Terrestrial has ceded buzz to OTT now, year-end song festivals, music shows, weekend variety, there are still holes to exploit. And they can't exploit us like they owe us. You debuted because of us, so work for free. We'd stand as equals in partnership. Also, the PD's high rank should make it more effective. Oh, that makes sense. A senior, well-connected PD holds more sway than a rookie. But can Sejin swiftly hit the core? Is rank really more important than real influence? From what I've seen, this PD chose personal style over climbing corporate ladders, meaning he'd been sidelined politically and given this sinking project. I smirked. There's another reason he took this. Oh, apparently he began his PD career here on Season 3. I see. His nostalgia likely drove him to reboot it, but his rank still couldn't secure budget, showing the network had no faith in the show. Even though his track record shows he can make hits. If it succeeds now, wow, the network will be surprised, and the PD will get recognition. Great for everyone. Kun Sejin meant that synergy would benefit us too, and Seon Ah-hyun looked pleased at how we'd helped the team. Both points are valid. But, for any of this to happen, one thing was non-negotiable. We have to win. An overwhelming victory acknowledged by the vast majority of viewers. No stage, no point. This whole gamble would crater TSDR's hard-earned reputation at the first slip. But, if we win, this is ideal. Breaking into Terrestrial makes negotiations with other platforms easier. The hurdle drops. Maybe then T1 could snag us for an affiliated variety show. If only. Domestic promotion worries would vanish. As long as we keep domestic buzz, people abroad will stream our music too. Yes. Wait. Bae Sejin interjected. Isn't this reckless? There's no guarantee the producers will do right by us. Even if we perform well, other factors could. This business can fail anyway. I'm not trying to ruin the mood. Just had to say it once. I understand. Yes, you're right. And honestly, even if we skipped this, we wouldn't suddenly collapse. If Taestar were satisfied coasting, they could skip this entirely. They've won Daesang, toured the world, and for at least 2 years their name holds weight. But, to climb further with more seniority, we have to secure platforms. Like VDIC does now. This is a pivotal moment. Bae Sejin nodded heavily. Determination flickered across the others' faces. Okay, I'm totally ready for that. Let's get on it. Except that one. Everyone but him ignored Cha Yu-jin's shout and nodded in unison. Let's vote by majority. Agreed. They kicked off the vote. Kim Rabin fetched his laptop and ran an anonymous poll. The result was unanimous. Every vote in favor. Well, that makes anonymity pointless. Told you. They chuckled among themselves. So we decided to shoulder the risk and leap into what looked reckless on the surface. Not long after, MBS took the lead and lifted the embargo. The legend returns. National Idol Taestar to compete. Fans exploded in response. At first, no one believed it. Why would Taestar go there? Seriously? As if. The chance of a top-tier idol entering a failed reboot survival show was basically nil. They'd lose more than gain. Better to spend that time touring. But the article went live, and reporters even phoned TSDAR's agency to confirm. Taestar confirms MBS appearance. We'll deliver an electrifying stage. In that moment, fan reaction. Here's a sampling from the ruthless corner of fandom. Are they joking with a survival show again? WTF, I trashed them for doing stages with other groups. Now they drag everyone onto this show. LOL. Sorry, Big Seijin. Won't stop mingling with has-beens. Please help. After the feature with Chongrio, they triggered headaches again. I'll repay you by winning. If we scored big gains on that show, the payoff would be euphoric. No one expected it. And lose on stage as members of this group? I don't think that'll happen. No matter how high expectations run, if it's just about putting on a performance, I don't see us faltering. Honestly, if we handle intel right, there's no weakness against us. Survey available. Help. Customize features via survey feedback. No, I won't use that. Does this look like an urgent intel situation? How many pop-ups is this now? What a persistent jerk. Never give up, huh? Fine by me. I smiled inwardly at the pop-up. Our comeback was a hit, and soon Bay Seijin's drama releases too. If we shine on this show then make our comeback, company rank will climb inevitably. And after the Quan Heezong case, raising rank means more fragments to absorb, which means we could absorb what Chongrio has. Kun Seijin is dissecting this system's internal algorithm diligently. Maybe we'll finish before Chongrio enters military service. So, I don't need you. I dismissed the pop-up without a second thought, ready to refocus on stage concepts. Then suddenly, a translucent blue veil covered my vision, like sunglasses. What? I couldn't tell what it was until I focused, then I recognized it. A massive pop-up right in front of my nose. Owner dissatisfaction detected. Like a protest. And then, company system auto re-update starting. Wait a sec. 503 chapter. System auto re-update? The moment I saw that insane pop-up, my mind started racing. Thinking back to the last update incident, the first priority had to be, stop it. Forcing an update stop may cause errors. God damn it. I couldn't just kill the process, not knowing what catastrophe might ensue. I had to assess the situation before making any move. And, last time, after an update, Staya Cha Eugene had woken up. If that pattern repeated, I sprang to my feet and began checking each room. Mundi, what are you running around for, huh? Bro, working out. Then I found them. One passed out face first over a laptop. One collapsed with an ebook in hand. Another slumped against a bookshelf, white paper in hand, but eyes closed. Kim Ray Bin, Bei Seijin, Ryu Jian Wu, 3 of them. I almost bit my tongue. Could 3 people really fall asleep at once? And only those who'd complained of dizziness last update? Others who were awake went pale the moment I briefed them. Wait, you don't mean? Seriously? Again, while some panicked over whether to rush them to a hospital, I thought harder. What caused this? I replayed the pop-up message. Owner dissatisfaction detected. Re-update? A thought struck me. Could the system have judged my refusal to fill out its survey as dissatisfaction and triggered this? Damn it. It sounded like it intended to tweak itself until I used it properly. Some twisted customer satisfaction CS. Chilling. Yet we'd prepared for another update scenario. After all, we'd lived through it once. I met eyes with Cha Eugene. He nodded slightly. He still remembered the last update. Even if those 3 got rolled back to that moment. Blowing away that damn public broadcast survival show might leave us in a more stable state than before. In fact, experiencing it together was better than facing it alone. It prevented the isolating panic that made Cha Eugene nearly snap last time. But side effects are, I trailed off. If this keeps up, half our members might forget what they were doing. I clenched my teeth. No chance of group activity until everything restored. Sorry, guys. Kun Seijin's face softened as he patted my shoulder. Mundi, why are you taking all the blame? We're just sorting things out. True, it was my responsibility. But I bit back. No point ruining the mood. Instead, we made a plan. I vote no hospital. Waking up in a sterile bed? So Klitsch, it'd seem like a joke. Still, better safe than sorry. We need to contact someone, just in case. Right? And when they wake, we must be ready with an explanation. Agreed. The decision, stay in the dorm. Gather photos, data, YouTube clips, portal screenshots as evidence. Then explain. If anything goes wrong, manager on standby to rush to the ER. If they don't wake in 30 minutes, we head to a hospital. We each took posts outside the rooms. The tense silence felt like cold sweat on every forehead. A few minutes later, a shout rang out. "I'm here." Sian Ah-hyun cried. We sprinted to his post, Bae Si-jin's room. Sian Ah-hyun, already inside, called. Over his shoulder. "I think he's waking up." Sure enough, Bae Si-jin's facial muscles twitched. Phew. A tense moment. Ugh. Bae Si-jin pressed his eyes and sat up. I braced myself. Bae Si-jin had once been framed for drugs, expelled, maybe even jailed. He'd likely grown deeply distrustful of the industry. Approaching him had to be delicate. Before I could plan, he peered at us in shock. "What are you doing in my room?" We're fine, bro." "Of course I'm fine. Falling asleep reading a book doesn't mean you." He froze when he spotted the evidence we'd piled in his arms. "What is all this?" "That is." I realized he wasn't affected. Good. After a quick rundown, he joined our side. In the hallway, he glanced between Kim Rae-bin's and Ryu Jian-woo's doors. "So you're saying I could have ended up like Cha Eugene last time?" "Don't tease him," Kim Rae-bin grumbled. "You're one to talk," Bae Si-jin snapped back. Surprisingly peaceful. Meanwhile, I remembered what to do next. Bae Si-jin didn't revert to Staya mode, but the others might. Better to prepare them. I debated whether to warn them of the trauma they'd faced. In the end, I called out to the one still silent, Ryu Jian-woo, who'd been leaning against the bookshelf. "Hyung." No response. I tried again, using his full name. Ryu Jian-woo. At that, he bolted awake. "Oh my god, does he always wake like that?" someone muttered. "It's like a cult film." Another quipped. Relief washed over me. Calling his name had worked. But Ryu Jian-woo's expression wasn't warm, it was wary. He detected only Cha Eugene and Kim Rae-bin. He didn't know Park Mundy. That meant, "Is your group called Staya?" "Huh? Why yes, but what's going on?" "Shit." Ryu Jian-woo had snapped back to his Staya-era self. "Thank you." I offered him a bottle of water. He held it, but didn't drink. At least his expression had its old calm. "But first, I need you to explain the situation," he said. I quickly reviewed my briefing to Cha Eugene. Though Ryu Jian-woo's memories were hazy, he retained enough to recognize details. Cha Eugene's impression: "You were intimidating then. Burnout, but twistedly resilient." Not the best phrasing, but circled asterisk operator Enkva Iota GHT circled asterisk operator. Read the full story, it got the point across. We had to handle him delicately. With utmost seriousness, we began explaining under visuals, web evidence, witness testimony. But Staya Ryu Jian-woo simply examined the materials again and again without speaking. No blowout yet. After a long pause, he said, "I see." "Huh," we all exclaimed. He tapped his head. "Hard to believe, but you can't fake a portal site's records." He smiled wryly as he checked our photos and albums. "You can't fake all of this, either." Our relief was palpable. "So, you have a schedule now? You should share it with me ASAP." "Schedule?" Ryu Jian-woo answered casually. "Better for me too." Handle some activities, then suddenly paused the group. He looked around at the unfamiliar faces and gave a shy grin. "I'm confident in my skills and determination." Wait, so it wasn't over? This took an unexpected turn. 504 chapter. Staya Ryu Jian-woo awoke, and rehearsals went smoother than ever. "Then let's start with this song. Is that okay?" "We're grateful for that." Without a word of complaint, Ryu Jian-woo quickly learned TSDR's newest track and their hits, the members having carefully selected them. He was so proactive, more than merely teaching him the song and choreography, that Sejin was taken aback. "Hey Hyung, it's fine if we slow the tempo and rest a bit. We're on break from touring as soon as we land, anyway." "I see." But Ryu Jian-woo held to his pace. He neither bristled nor let pride get in the way. He asked for exactly what he needed and pressed on with steady, rapid practice. He didn't stop there. He even began monitoring original Taystar stage videos and various other Taystar footage. "If you need it, I can explain in more detail." "Oh, that's all right." Despite Sian Ah-hyun's nervous offer, he calmly continued reviewing the monitors. His reason was simple. "In my memory, this is a song I've never done before, so I need to make up for my lack of stage experience this way. If necessary, I'll shamelessly ask more questions." "No. Please feel free anytime." And, sure enough, Staya Ryu Jianwoo began to replicate Ryu Jianwoo's original style on the new song almost perfectly. They're almost identical, right? Yeah. It took exactly 3 days, like watching extreme rehabilitation. That evening, just roll the dice dash. I saw Ryu Jianwoo in his room, reviewing stage videos on a large monitor. I turned to Cha Eugene, who was raiding the kitchen. Have you figured out why he's like that? Cooperating is good, right? Of course it's convenient for work, and I'd been bracing for disaster, so relief was natural. But was it normal? Waking up in a changed world and accepting it so quickly? When I woke as Park Monday, I tumbled out of bed. I only accepted reality once the status window popped up. I could have died not understanding. Yet he remained calm, even with former Taystar members and ex-member Bay sieging around. Can a human be like that, no matter their medal count? This seemed odd. In that situation, I might have held someone hostage to extract blunt truths. Even runaway Cha Eugene seemed more typical. So I asked someone who'd been there, and got this response. Yeah, it's weird, but I can't be sure. Cha Eugene only remembered broad events and feelings, not specifics, so he couldn't analyze the cause. Yet he shrugged, earnest-faced. One thing I'm sure of is, I don't feel like that mysterious Hyung is just pretending to cooperate. I agreed. If he were just faking it, fatigue would eventually show, no matter how hard he practiced. One's composure comes from stamina. If priorities differ, it shows. But Staya Ryu Jianwoo remained consistent, genuinely preparing his stage part with care. If so, I could ask directly. Unlike Staya Cha Eugene, he was communicative, and he'd been observing us, so he could sense I meant no harm. Give me one. I grabbed a bag of popcorn Cha Eugene had bought, then headed to Ryu Jianwoo's room. Hyung. He tore his eyes from the monitor and offered a gentle smile. Anything you need to tell me? No, nothing like that. I perched on the edge and held out popcorn. He seemed surprised, but took some without a word. I tossed one in my mouth and chose my tone carefully. Light, not too serious. I just wondered if we were putting too much pressure on you. It's okay if you take a break. Missing a group activity won't suddenly cause issues. You can stay comfortable until you adjust. If it's urgent, we could push you, though. Ryu Jianwoo chuckled softly, as if the offer deflated like air. Sure, it was a joke, but it's genuine. He massaged the back of his neck, then offered a faint smile and spoke. No, I don't feel pressured. This group seems to be doing well, so I thought each member should perform at their best. After all, I'm part of the group now. His words carried an odd sentiment. Perhaps he was projecting his old group onto us. Staya had fallen apart, but Taystar was thriving and renewing contracts. While Cha Eugene felt dissonance, Ryu Jianwoo seemed to carry a sense of responsibility for maintaining the status quo. Despite everything, it was clear he harbored no ill intent. I nodded inwardly, but he might still have motives beyond what he says. And since I didn't know his thoughts exactly, I steered the conversation to ease tension. Thank you. And please, drop the honorifics. You're older than me, after all. Haha, shall I? He paused briefly, then cheerfully switched to casual speech. Some habits persist. Right. As I prepared to talk about other topics and test his remaining wariness. Hyung Monday, I'm actually older than you. I nearly flung my popcorn. When did he sneak up? I turned to Cha Eugene, who was staring at my snack. Help yourself. He had a full box, so no reason to cling to mine. Once I offered it, he happily munched, and in that moment, older, he had me curiously. Hyung Monday, you were always an adult. You're an adult too. You know what I mean. Mentally, Monday Hyung, older than Jianwoo Hyung. Yep. Okay. I'd already summarized my bizarre experiences, so Ryu Jianwoo wasn't shocked. But he wasn't happily convinced. He was still startled. Why would Cha Eugene bring this up? Fine. I seized the chance for a deeper trust building. Reveal. Strictly speaking, it's true, but massive chance to dissolve his wariness. I rubbed my neck and continued. Actually, being your older cousin is probably more important. Family ties trump all, right? Back when, my name was Ryu Jianwoo. As you might guess, from the Pungsan Ryu clan line. We took a few family trips together. I doubt you remember. Even I only saw the home videos. No response. Strike one. If he thought I was lying, I'd lose him. Then, he spoke slowly. If you're older than me, Did you wear glasses? Read a lot of books? No way. Do you remember? Staya Ryu Jian Wu creased his brows. Well, I can't recall exactly how you looked, or even your name, but I vaguely remember having a cousin like that. His face brightened. Hearing that, your description must be right. Oh, Cha Eugene exclaimed, and I was stunned. I hadn't expected this. He remembers me? TSDR's Ryu Jian Wu had never needed to recall Ryu Jian Wu the cousin. Prior to this, I'd blasted the family trip videos on him. Anyway, to answer clearly, yes, that seems to be me. No way. You can stop your astonishment now. Regardless, Ryu Jian Wu's face softened into a faint smile. Incredible. I never thought I'd meet a cousin like this. Me neither. Haha. I realized how tense he'd been until now. His warmth remained, but his gestures grew more relaxed. He really had been on guard. Cannot blame him. Meeting strangers, or familiar faces made strange, this must have eased him. A simple, uncomplicated kinship. Then should I speak formally from now on? What was it like before? I just mixed formal and casual as I pleased. Ha. Great, I'll do that. Thus, the familial bond took hold smoothly. Let's get back to it. Yep. From then on, he treated everyone more warmly and soon dropped formalities with all members. And I don't think we need to postpone this show's schedule. I can handle it. With his firm decision, our participation went ahead as planned. And so the first stage shoot began. Fortunately, it wasn't a survival round right away. It was the promotional pre-release, the self-introduction stage. The reboot of, newly titled, sparked respectable buzz online despite its lofty name. Inkviite, original source, thanks to the lineup. Reborn, grand cast reveal. From Daesang Idol to legendary vocalist. It was hard to believe this was the remake of a fated show. So many big names had signed on. The production team's outreach exploded. As expected of a primetime variety, great singer lineup. Can't wait. Meringue Dalcom reunion? Must watch live. Honey voice, moody goddess. Hurry up and perform happy face. MBS must be going all out. Amazing. Even stage comments were overwhelmed by genuine surprise. Of course, the biggest draw was one name. Taystar. TSDR's really coming? Is this for real? Usually only long past their prime groups enter survival shows, and even then, reluctantly. For a top-tier group, no matter the premise, the risk of devaluing their name outweighs any upside. They become fodder. The rookie who beat that famous group. A poison chalice. Producers feel the same. It's no fun when a big name wins. And since Taystar debuted via another network survival show, if anyone could rival or surpass TSDR's stage, they'd favor that act. If Taystar wins here, TNet, terrestrial will be official. Won't let that happen, lol. Taystar fans already priming for failure. So sad. Why even show up? Online, excitement grew. Half of it thrilled at the prospect of Taystar flopping. But days later, when the opening stage dropped on WeTube, dreaming a sky blue dream, viewers sat up in shock. LOL. Of course when they hit the stage, they'll crush it again. Okay, so confident. Each act had 1 minute to perform, passing the baton. Taystar closed the opener with a clever remix of their debut and latest songs. Short but explosive. Yeah, 1 minute. No intro, just core beats and wow moments. Like a trailer that makes any movie exciting, this rapid-fire stage perfectly fit modern tastes. This is it, as you'd expect from a survival group. Can't wait for Taystar. Insane. Yet there was a downside. Taystar was already so well known that for this show, doing well was just baseline. Following an impressive opener, expectations soared further. Park Mundy and Lee Sejin's twin Homos rated it coolly. Better to have been just okay. But the die was cast. Taystar faced the first survival round under these conditions. They weren't without chance. If they wowed so hard that even sky-high expectations were met. No one could argue with that image. In survival, first impressions matter most. Taystar could lock in positive bias from the start, and they knew it. Immediately after the opener. Phew. Great job, everyone. Backstage I intuited. They nailed it. No need to check reactions. I wasn't worried. The only wild card was Staya Ryu Jian Wu, and after days of rehearsals, he looked impeccable. Absolute no-mistake guy. And he delivered a perfectly synced performance. I almost mistook him for the original Ryu Jianwu. But he looked zoned out. The problem emerged right after stepping off stage. He stood silently, breathing heavily, staring blankly as if in shock. Was it too much after so long? It was his first stage since Staya disbanded. I recalled Cha Yujin's similar post-stage glitch. You okay? I approached with water. He accepted it blankly, then snapped back, grabbed the bottle, and drank deeply. Gulp gulp. Oh, after nearly finishing the bottle. Thanks. It's been a while since something like this. He smiled brightly and returned behind the monitors, absorbed in watching them. He seems fine. I stifled a chuckle. Everything seemed on track, until then. 505 chapter. First group recording of the day. In a lineup packed with big names and veterans. No rookies in sight. Greetings were exchanged everywhere. Taystar was no exception. Wow, it's been way too long, everyone. Moody Sunbae. First up was Moody. When we went to greet the singer who'd been a vocal trainer and judge on, she welcomed us warmly. Wow, how many years has it been already? You've all done so well that now I should be the one getting your autographs. Ah, what are you saying? We're here to get your signed albums, we're begging you. Sunbae, please sign them for us. Ahaha. Seriously, that Lee Sejin really seems to pick out only the things people want to hear. I'll steer the conversation as best I can, so let's all keep calm and go with the flow. By the way, he's been running almost a daily talk show to fill the void left by leader Ryu Chong-woo, whose memory of Taystar completely vanished. Thanks to that, the mood turned even more convivial. Ah-hyun is still a flower, dear Mundi. You can stop sending me ginseng for every holiday. I've been talking about it on my radio show. Ha! Moody cheerfully offered compliments and jokes to each member one by one, then finally turned her gaze to who she believed was the leader of Taystar. Chong-woo, long time no see. Must be tough leading the team, right? Haha, thanks to how well the members are doing, I'm doing just fine. But steer Ryu Chong-woo had also participated in and met Moody as a vocal trainee, so he had no trouble responding. I checked that he was smiling and chatting with Moody. Good to go. Anyway, it wasn't by chance that Moody had been booked. They must have first reached out to big names who had some connection with Taystar. When you calculate that it'll help the editing, showing the public a friendly rapport is key. As soon as Taystar was contracted, they pushed that angle in the first wave of casting. Once a few names rounded out the lineup, they'd expand the contact horizon again. No wonder Moody wasn't the only cast member connected to us. Mundi. Oh my goodness. As soon as we entered the next waiting room, Malangalkum's members waved enthusiastically. Yes, the legendary Luti girl group behind the absurd concept hit Popcon, just like VTAC. Malangalkum was on the show too. They even brought along one member who had already succeeded as an actress. Hello, Sohee and Sunbae. Oh my, we meet again like this. It was a very unique case, an original lineup reuniting for a survival show. But it was by no means a foolish choice. They're smart. Since their prime was behind them, there was nothing to lose if they didn't place high in this roster of big names. And one member was now a successful actor in a different field, so their image wouldn't suffer. As long as they avoided any personality scandals, which these survivors of a bizarre concept surely would, they'd be fine. Just as I was nodding inwardly, Soheen patted a Malangalkum member's shoulder and said with satisfaction, "We all know you came because Mundi is on, right? Looking forward to working with you." Huh. Ahaha, look at Mundi's face. What the hell? At that moment, Soheen, laughing heartily, added, "Mundi is one of our fans. After all, when you know someone will take you seriously, you get the courage." It had been years since I danced Popcon on, so I couldn't deny it now. I shamelessly nodded. I'd mention it in the interview. It's an honor. No way, the honor's ours. And just then, in the midst of wrapping up the friendly chatter, a playful question popped up. As the leader, what do you think? Is it true that you're still one of our fans, Mundi? Directed at Ryu Chong-woo. Probably because the question fit the leader, but no. Steer Ryu Chong-woo wouldn't know whether I'd danced Popcon or Poppin' On. He wouldn't even know about the meme that I'm a fan of theirs. I clenched my fist. I'll cover for him. Big Sejin, filling in as acting leader today, glanced at him and was about to jump in. Of course. Steer Ryu Chong-woo answered neatly before him. Mundi even plays your songs on our live streams. No way. That's amazing. Thanks. Mundi. and the conversation flowed naturally from there. Steer Ryu Chong-woo smoothly mentioned past Taestar activities as he finished his greeting. Lee Sejin, seeing the mood, decided not to butt in and just smiled. The rest of us rode that wave and ended the chat well, but inside my head was chaos. No way. See you in a bit. Yes, Sunbase. Thump. Leaving Malangalkum's waiting room, I looked back at Ryu Chong-woo. That answer just now. How did you respond? He scratched his face as if shy, then smiled. Well, I saw clips pop up in my feed. Fans had organized all the Taestar vids nicely. You watched them all? Thank you. Really impressive. Haha, you don't have to, but thanks. No, that can't end with impressive. You watched all the performance videos, not just clips. His tone made it sound like it happened by accident through an algorithm, but from what he said, it was almost like he'd memorized their fan wiki. And Ryu Chong-woo isn't the type to research like that. He didn't seem special as Steer. He clearly looked it up on purpose. When did you find the time? Did he even sleep? The fact that he studied all that without being asked was shocking. Meanwhile, an easygoing question came back around. Did I mess up earlier? No. You were perfect. Haha, thanks. No, I wasn't being asked that. I want to ask, what mindset lets you perform like this in an unfamiliar world with no status window? Not a novel protagonist. But Steer Ryu Chong-woo calmly continued. If there's anything I'm misunderstanding, tell me. I tend to talk more gently to fans than what actually happened. Yes. All right. Now I have no idea. Damn it. Is this the reason Cha Eugene said he was scared of your mindset? That was a persuasive point. After that, the rest of filming went smoothly. An MBS announcer grandly introduced each cast member as they entered, and within an hour they hit the main topic. Since we were almost last up, that was sweet for us. Only the MC's voice was already a bit hoarse. Poor thing. Now, I'll announce the theme for the first round. On the screen, the massive font finally revealed the theme. Sing a different artist's song. Each contestant would swap and sing another's track. Traditional, brutal, and intriguing. Not bad. And unlike the opening stage, since this is a competition, the live audience will rank your performances. A bit of groundwork. And of course the most provocative line followed. And the lowest ranked performer will unfortunately be eliminated. Even though they all knew it, each showed a flicker of surprise. The broadcast was perfect. Amid the tension they'd intentionally created, the contestants drew balls to pick whose song to cover. Looking forward to it. Taestar drew Moody's ball. Good. An entirely non-overlapping participant. That way, direct comparisons are awkward, and it's harder to pick which angle to edit. I know each other, so great for the edit. Still, I'll have to give lip service in the interview, saying I secretly wished for a Malangalkum song. Whoa. By chance, Malangalkum screamed. They'd drawn Taestar's ball. Congratulations. Applause. I finished the first shoot thinking of safe words for the edit, offering polite reactions. And the moment we returned to the company, we dove straight into practice. I think the arrangement could use a completely different backing track. Right. Changing the vibe entirely is appealing, so just keep the melody. A catchy melody is our strength, so we should keep that. Excellent judgment. Then for the concept. Monday. I knew you'd have something to say, go ahead. Oh, Eugene too. We picked the song, chose the concept, and without needless chatter, quickly reached a decision. A full Taestar version of Moody's hit from 10 years ago. And with that in mind, Kim Rae-bin presented a rough-edited demo of the new arrangement in an hour, which got tossed to those strong in choreography to sketch out the performance. Years of experience had firmly established role assignments and workflow, and Steer Ryu Chong-woo watched and absorbed every step like a seasoned pro newcomer. So this is where we need to report and coordinate with the company. Yes, the producers will come to film our rehearsals, so we have to manage that. Got it. At this rate, he could fill the leader role in no time. Once the update finishes, his memory will return anyway. He's done so while keeping this up. I feel a bit guilty. Then this happened. Ryu Chong-woo. Right after the meeting, as Cha Eugene was about to get some water, he beat Steer Ryu Chong-woo to it and offered him a drink. Here, drink if you like. In fact, there was no need to worry about the discrepancy between Steer and Taestar Cha Eugene anymore. They'd settled it days ago. I need to talk about Sejin's Sunbae. I heard from Eugene. Things are different now, right? After that, Ryu Chong-woo never showed any animosity toward Bei Sijin. Is it real that they understand each other this well? Sijin must have sensed the odd vibe and so offered it like a test. You look thirsty. If you don't want it, that's fine too. I clearly saw it. Steer Ryu Chong-woo hesitated for a moment. But in the end, he didn't refuse, took the bottle, and opened it, NVLIGHT, with a satisfied smile. Thanks. I'll enjoy it. What a thing to say. Without a flinch, Ryu Chong-woo even drank from it on the spot. Bei Sijin seemed relieved, and the mood improved further. It was like watching Steer Cha Yujin's relative kindness score drop in real time. And the practice continued into the evening in this atmosphere. So Lee Sijin, perhaps genuinely or just a tease, said this. Hyung, thank you so much, you've been so good to us. Even though our Eugene ran away saying he had no memories. Yeah. Haha, really? Ryu Chong-woo added in a gentle voice. You're still the same. I'm glad you're doing well now. Yep. For a moment, a strange tension flickered then vanished. I immediately refocused on the conversation. The mood was still good. Cha Eugene, silent, drank from his own bottle, then casually said, and congratulations. If you keep this up, Chong-woo Hyung, your memories will come back soon. When you acknowledged how good that stage was, your memory could return. That might be the trigger? That's how it feels. Cha Eugene said it matter-of-factly, as if imparting a tip. A way to restore Ryu Chong-woo's Taystar memories. He did say something like that. I recalled my post-Taystar conversation with Cha Eugene. That update might not have finished early by accident. I mean, the timing was too perfect. I'd bet my realization, or our honest talk, affected the timing. The system, for some reason, performed a rollback of members' memories under the guise of a company update. So the mental growth of a member could influence the completion of that update. A convincing hypothesis, so I accepted it. I'd even shared it with Big Sijin. And with this Ryu Chong-woo, I'd framed it as, you're in an amnesiac state. So it made sense to talk about how to regain memories rather than how to avoid them. He even asked back with genuine interest. Automatically. Well, I asked Mundi Hyung. This was what I told him. There's a weird ghost-like window, a status window. Before I could answer, Cha Eugene finished. I furrowed my brows. Fine. Do as you will. With that, we got our memories back. You'll do the same. Then came that moment. Ryu Chong-woo replied in his calm, gentle voice. Is that really necessary? What? Hyung. He looked at me, still composed, and said, I'm asking if I really need to get my memories back. I realized a beat late what he meant. Do we need to reclaim the original Taystar Ryu Chong-woo? He meant not to summon the original Taystar version of himself. A chill ran down my spine. 506 chapter. A brief, heavy silence fell over the practice room after Steer Ryu Chong-woo's remark. He asked if there's any need to get my memories back. The members slowly understood what he meant. The statement that, instead of the original Taystar Ryu Chong-woo, he intended to remain here as himself. All the while, Steer Ryu Chong-woo waited silently for our response, as if awaiting a verdict. After a moment. Hyung, what are you saying you can get your memories back? Oh, don't worry. Big Sijin was the first to smile and reply, as though giving him a chance to soften or retract his words. But Ryu Chong-woo did not back down. I didn't mean I was worried about that. Sijin, are you the one worried? That I'm anxious because I have no memories? Right. If he'd been shaken by that tone, he wouldn't have made the remark in the first place. Yet I hadn't expected him to ask so bluntly whether he was insecure compared to the original Taystar Ryu Chong-woo. If there's something you're worried about, tell me. I'll fix it right away. No. I'm grateful even now. But this must feel so strange and uncomfortable for you. It's not that uncomfortable. Steer Ryu Chong-woo smiled faintly. I'm enjoying it. The stage is great, and I'm learning so much. I like how unfamiliar it feels. I worry that if I get my memories back, I won't feel like this anymore. It'll actually feel even better. Big Sijin spoke warmly and gently. However, how can you be sure? Ryu Chong-woo remained unshaken. This isn't exactly an ordinary situation you can be so sure about. And I should know best how I'll feel. Even Big Sijin fell silent for a moment, unsure how to respond without accidentally offending him and triggering another outburst. If you flatly contradict him, it means you were wrong. Damn, this was twisted. Time to change the mood immediately. I was about to gather my words and jump in when practice. Suddenly someone shouted. To my surprise, Bass Sejin, who had been tucked away reading his ebook in the corner, called out. We only have 1 week. Break's over. Whatever it is, start practicing first. Oh. He looked desperate, veins bulging in his neck. In that instant, as if doused with a bucket of cold water, everyone refocused on the pressing priority. Not the approach I'd planned, but extremely effective. Bass Sejin kept shouting. If we delay, Kim Rae-bin won't have time to finish the arrangement. Right. If he stays up all night again to meet the deadline, his roommate Park Mundy will have to drag him off. Hey, that's harsh. No. We'll finish within the deadline without any late-night sessions. Please trust me. Okay, I trust you. Rae-bin can do it for sure. The tension dissolved instantly back into everyday banter. All right, let's work hard. Yes, F fighting. And just like that, the topic shifted smoothly. Ryu Chong-woo, as if nothing had happened, resumed practicing eagerly with his usual gentle, cooperative demeanor. After a while, the earlier tension felt almost natural in such an unusual situation. It makes sense that he'd be confused. Cha Eugene even ran away. Yet I hadn't forgotten steer Ryu Chong-woo's attitude from before. He wasn't confused. He was certain. He'd already concluded in his mind that he intended to remain here as steer Ryu Chong-woo. That explained why he'd studied and absorbed every Taestar title track and latest performance as if training, so he could stay here without reclaiming Taestar memories. So that was the goal. Later, during break time, I saw Bass Sejin sighing quietly in the corner of the practice room. Hyung. Park Mundy. He glanced at me, then looked back at Ryu Chong-woo, who was listening to Kim Rae-bin and Seon Ah-hyun discuss the arrangement. I've been thinking. Bass Sejin murmured softly. He was uncomfortable around me too, just like with Cha Eugene before. But he's trying so hard not to show it. I don't know why. He'd noticed. And it wasn't just simple goodwill when steer Ryu Chong-woo brightened at receiving the drink a few days ago. He took it as a sign he could try to get along. Whatever his reason, that gesture gave him hope. And Bass Sejin didn't stop there. And I don't know why both of them seem uncomfortable around me. Damn. Well, never mind. Bass Sejin sighed. It's obvious. He thinks I'll cause trouble for the group again and get hauled back to my old agency. If I can show I've changed since then, it'll be fine. He set his jaw firmly, but his expression soon darkened. Still, I don't know what to do next. I really don't. We both stared at steer Ryu Chong-woo. He spoke to the members so amicably that for a moment, he almost seemed the original Taestar Ryu Chong-woo. But if he never gets his memories back, what happens to the Ryu Chong-woo we knew? I couldn't answer. 1 week later, the day of the first competition stage on arrived. Next up, Taestar's performance. As we entered for the 6th slot following the MC's introduction, I adjusted my in-ear monitors. No matter how confident I felt, this was a survival show. One mistake could destroy our hard-earned careers. Yet I felt no anxiety. Normally, it'd be thanks to proper preparation. Today, it was something else. That worry's gone. A bigger concern occupied me. What? Amid the cheers and applause, Taestar moved into position. Sound of falling raindrops. Tapping on the window pane. Blue pours down on my head. The song we chose from Moody's hits was the ballad, You Might Not Know. A dawn-tinted emotion track that had gone viral as an insider pick on SNS. Its repetitive chorus was addictive, but Kim Rae-bin had rearranged it to feel far more somber and weighty. I'm tired of love and sick. Still waiting for your notification. The intro flowed quietly like the original, until the part change. A slow, low bass throbbed through the speakers. You might not know. From there, the performance gained gravity. Our concept, internal darkness. We wove in classical pieces so that the arrangement grew more elegant and grand, overlaid with artistic choreography, and Seon Ah-hyun's solo dance in the bridge. Breaking from K-pop symbolism, we aimed for a stage tailored to a cultured palette. Then the finale. I can't sleep. Just saying it once. Goodbye, goodbye. When the music cut and only the voice remained, Kim Rae-bin selected the best singer by tone alone. Ryu Chong-woo. You might not know. He executed it cleanly. The bass returned, and the full arrangement closed the song. In that quiet, crestfallen instrumental, we reached the ending. The stage was dark and atmospheric, too intense for mediocre execution. When impact hit at the precise moment, catharsis and charm soared. And the strategy worked. When the lights went out, the roar and applause filled the auditorium, in sharp contrast to the dark atmosphere. Bright lights blazed back on. Before exiting, the members, drenched in sweat, took a deep breath and smiled brightly. Thank you. Thank you. And so did Steer Ryu Chong-woo. Thank you. He'd done great. And he looked genuinely happy. Damn. That only made my mind spin more, so I swallowed a sigh. But I couldn't postpone it any longer. That's just escaping reality. Before the update finished, I had to talk. Shortly after, in the waiting area before the post-performance cutaway, I need to say something. I led Steer Ryu Chong-woo into the small nap room off the main waiting area. He followed without protest and then asked, "Is this about what I said a few days ago?" I nodded without surprise. If we waited until we, NVLIGHT, returned to the dorm, it would get lost in work. Better now. And it'll be easier as a relative than as a junior. He sat beside me. I began. May I ask why you said that? Not to accuse you. Just, when you said during practice that getting your memories back wouldn't feel good, I didn't really catch why. I want to know. Steer Ryu Chong-woo didn't resist. Instead, he paused as if choosing his words, then spoke slowly. I don't think that person would be me. I thought about Cha Eugene. He continued calmly. My Cha Eugene feels very different from who I knew. Even though he seemed to remember living as Cha Eugene, he still did that. So that's it. Right. Even if the real Cha Eugene regained his Steer memories, he'd naturally prioritized living as a Taystar member. Of course. Steer was so long ago. That dissonance, this guy, formerly in the same group as Steer Cha Eugene, couldn't have missed. In other words, he too believed that if he recovered his memories, he wouldn't remain as himself. Damn. I thought if I got my memories back, I'd feel like a different person. I don't want that. Steer Ryu Chong-woo said it outright. I ground my teeth. And he didn't stop there. No. But, you think that's still the same person, right? So then, the me without memories is still the same member, right? Wait. That sounds prepared. Too smooth. The same member? No, not really. We never treated him that way. I realized our treatment of Steer Ryu Chong-woo had been contradictory. Even without his memories, most people unconsciously treat someone as they knew them before, like we accidentally did with Steer Cha Eugene. But here, we'd been treating this guy as if he were the original Taystar Ryu Chong-woo, while telling him, "You just lost your memories." Damn, he must have felt the dissonance. Yet instead of pointing it out, he calmly aligned with my logic, as if any path that convinced us was fine. And in a few weeks or months, with or without help, I can fulfill my role perfectly. But in his final words, his calm voice trembled slightly. So, I'd like to just stay like this. That day, TSDAR stage topped the live audience votes. Online reviews from early attendees flooded in, raising expectations for the show and giving fans relief and excitement. Everything went according to plan. Except only one thing went according to plan. I received the Update Complete pop-up. 507 chapter. Re-update complete. First adjustment. A pop-up similar to the one I'd seen before appeared. Then another followed. Ver.2.1 beta. Applying. Complete. A system. Update complete notification. A single question echoed in my mind. Why? Last time, it finished early when Steer Cha Eugene's condition recovered. Right now nothing has been resolved. Ryu Chong-woo's position remains firm. He doesn't want his memories back. Could it have completed because he performed so cooperatively on stage? But this wasn't even our first performance. What, then, triggered this early completion? Wait. I took a deep breath. I'd been overthinking. No more clutter. At last I reclaimed my composure and, with a cool head, reached a rational conclusion. Completion before a deadline? There was no deadline. This time, unlike before, there was no D30 until completion notice. This wasn't an upgrade by absorbing fragments to a higher version. Since I haven't used it, the system has simply been retuning itself. It's ver point 2.1, not ver point 3. In other words, it completed because its time had come. The system finished itself. Ding. As if in response to my conclusion, another pop-up appeared. Would you like to preview the company view? Preview. Questions flooded my mind again. A preview means it's not a full system reboot, and the earlier notice said first adjustment. So perhaps through this preview, they want to gauge my satisfaction and, if needed, apply further updates? What about Ryu Chong-woo's memories? Will they restore them for testing? Or since it's only a preview, leave them unrecovered? If I refuse to press it, what penalty awaits? Might the system act on its own again? Which scenario is most likely? Which criterion should I use? Oh, damn it. I buried my head into the bed's headboard. Thud. Fuck. I couldn't reach a conclusion and felt like shit. How many times must I endure this? Why does the update process demand this nonsense? Hyung, are you okay? If you're dizzy or have a headache, I can get an ice pack. I'm fine. I lifted my head slowly. My roommate, Kim Rae-bin, looked at me with worry on his face, cold sweat beading on his brow. He probably thought I'd accidentally hit my head on the bed. That guy must be worn out from preparing for the last stage. You're resting properly, right? Yes. I'm following orders to rest until the next shoot. Good. Hyung, is your head really okay? It felt like it might crack, though not from banging it. That's fine. I stared at the pop-up again, then finally spoke. I need to say something. Let's gather everyone, including you, in the living room. Hiding or delaying any longer was pointless. 1 hour after Park Mundi's call, at the Taestar dorm, in the room shared by Seon Ah-hyun and Lee Si-jin, both the same age, the two were quietly talking. Their topic was this: what Park Mundi had told them when he summoned them after seeing the pop-up. The update has completed. He shared almost verbatim what he'd seen. For those who hadn't experienced the system directly, he even used examples and analogies, surprisingly thorough for Park Mundi. Yet he looked utterly exhausted. If I press it, honestly, I don't know what will happen. But I'll think more and find out, so don't worry too much. So Seon Ah-hyun confided in a friend he'd trusted for years. Sitting on the bed with his long legs folded, he murmured anxiously, Mundi worries me. He seems to be pushing himself too hard. And Lee Si-jin didn't argue. He'd thought the same when he first heard Mundi's briefing. This could go very badly. Of course, he worried how the memoryless Ryu Chong-woo would react. Everyone did. But it was impossible they hadn't noticed how drained Mundi looked. His eyes were nearly lifeless. He's been overdoing it for longer than just a day or two. Lee Si-jin frowned. Normally, he'd offer soothing words, fearing that voicing his anxiety would only worsen the situation. But this time was different. A solution was needed. Yeah, anyone can see he's overdoing it. Seon Ah-hyun might be socially awkward, but he was earnest and meticulous. Worth discussing. He wouldn't delude himself that empty words would fix things. So Lee Si-jin spoke frankly. I don't think Chong-woo actually wants to get his memories back. That would be a huge burden. Among us, only Mundi can see that status window thing. Mundi, Seon Ah-hyun bit his lip. If Chong-woo refuses until the end, won't you just refuse to press it? Lee Si-jin already knew the answer. No, he'd press it. If it was the rational choice, Mundi would do it, no matter how much it hurt him. Perhaps that's why Taestar has powered through controversies since debut. But Big Si-jin knew the fallout. He'd suffer terribly afterward. Mundi always tries to take responsibility himself. He remembered the chaos during the summer package shoot, when Mundi nearly broke under trauma, yet forced himself to carry on filming. He clenched and unclenched his fists. How did things get this far? Becoming an idol felt like a dream. These events were so surreal that a realist like Lee Si-jin found them bewildering. He never expected a friend so devoted, only to find such absurdity falling on him. As Lee Si-jin sat in silence pondering solutions, Seon Ah-hyun spoke up. Let's talk more. Seon Ah-hyun spoke with resolve. To the other members, and to Chong-woo again. We've been so busy practicing, and after the Eugene incident, everyone's been too cautious to have a real conversation, I think. Lee Si-jin felt struck. That's right. They'd avoided upsetting Chong-woo, never seeking to persuade him. They'd subconsciously excluded him, fearing another Eugene disaster. Seon Ah-hyun paused, then continued thoughtfully. Chong-woo's kind to us now, but he must feel anxious. That's why he Might not want his memories back. We need a deeper conversation. Lee Sejin listened closely as Sien a Inavia LG there. Continue reading. Hyun's words sped up. If we don't, Mundi will suffer more. Without answers, no one can help him. You're right. Lee Sejin immediately agreed and stood. He knew Mundi wouldn't be offended by a sudden conversation. Let's talk now. Sien a Hyun nodded and rose. They left together. And 1 hour later, Park Mundi. They called softly to Mundi, who sat like a mouse on his bed with his eyes closed. When he opened them, he realized his roommate was gone and saw all the other members outside. What? We discussed it among ourselves and decided we need to tell you something. Lee Sejin announced like a decree. He thought, no more do as you wish. We can't just offload this responsibility. So, press preview now. The decision fell to me. What? I hardly believe my ears. Do you know what we're talking about? Of course. Lee Sejin was calm, despite barging into my room with half the members. They all nodded agreement. This was decided by majority vote among members. You said this system was for all of us. We used it when making the album too. Lee Sejin shrugged. Then surrender to the majority vote and press it. It was absurd. Even more so as a few nodded in solidarity. But their message didn't end there. We've already talked with Chong-woo, too. I turned reflexively. Steer Ryu Chong-woo stood calmly behind them. No sign of resentment under majority pressure. I heard if you delay, something dangerous might happen. And the chance of memories returning is slim. I trust you. I know you didn't need to lie to me. You could have restored my memories without explanation. But you didn't. He smiled faintly. During stage prep, I felt you all are trustworthy teammates. Hyung. Even the other members reacted. His words were touching. He trusted us just weeks after losing his memories. It shook me, yet I felt a faint dissonance. What is it? But before I could pinpoint it, it passed. What was certain were the eyes around me. Everyone had agreed and told me to press preview. Oddly, I felt calm, almost relieved. Crazy. Keeping choice is ideal, yet having it taken by majority somehow eased my burden. All right. It's less stressful. I summoned the pop-up again. All right. I'll press it. Go ahead. Would you like to preview the company view? I selected yes. Immediately, the pop-up transformed busily. Colors returned. Holographic lights flickered. Executing preview. I considered possibilities. The system reboots without restoring Chong-woo's memories. A survey feature activates. Or, unlikely, his memories return. But none was correct. Raybin. I saw Kim Raybin collapse. Stunned, surrounded by shocked faces. Then I realized, preview meant the next batter. This time, Chong-woo would be held in reserve. 508 chapter. During preview, the status window, which had just regained color during the preview, looked off. There was no font, and almost none of the interface had been implemented. It resembled a computer operating system booted in emergency mode with only a few functions available. A unique sight I'd never seen before. But I didn't have the luxury to look that way now. Kim Rae-bin. Are you okay? Ugh. Kim Rae-bin was staggering, having accidentally smashed the back of his head against the corridor wall. Lay him down. I immediately stepped out of the room and supported Kim Rae-bin. Cha Eugene wordlessly helped me lower him to the floor, and Sien Ah-hyun ran off to fetch a pillow. Ugh. Headache. Rae-bin, does it hurt? Kim Rae-bin didn't answer. His breathing grew steady, and his consciousness seemed to drift away until, gasp, he shot upright, as if waking from a nightmare. When he opened his eyes wide and spoke, who are you? I'd heard those words before. Fuck. I pressed my forehead with one hand. Kim Rae-bin, still dazed, looked around until he spotted a familiar face and brightened. Cha Eugene. But then his face went pale with horror. Cha Eugene, how did you enlist? You didn't renounce your citizenship to volunteer? What on earth was he talking about? Cha Eugene's expression was equally stunned as he replied. Rae-bin, have you lost your mind? Could it be that you came to visit me, and I fell, lost consciousness, and forgot? No. From beside me, Big Sejin spoke in a hesitant voice. Enlist? Are you saying? Rae-bin, you. Then he voiced what we all had vaguely thought, but never dared to say. You went to the military? Yes. I've just finished basic training. A deathly silence fell over us. I squeezed my eyes shut. Christ. Steer Kim Ray Bin. No, former Steer Kim Ray Bin. Had been in the military. Oh, so you got your draft notice. Yes. I completed my bachelor's coursework via the credit bank system, so my enlistment deferral period ended. The Steer I knew as Kim Ray Bin sounded surprisingly upbeat. He'd apparently earned a music-related degree online, then got his notice and enlisted immediately. Steer disbanded, so he had no reason to craft another deferral excuse. And it sounded like he'd done well in the service. He summarized his private's life tersely. Though there were some points I didn't understand, I recalled the advice I got from my sister and didn't ask. Thank goodness. He got lucky. With that temperament, you'd think someone would have tormented him as a senior, but apparently no twisted type crossed his path. He was exactly the kind of recruit who followed orders without question. A guy who does what superiors tell him to do. Still, it felt strange. At that age, in the military. If he were just a college student, 24 would be late, but not unheard of. As an idol, it was way too early. Most somewhat successful idol groups delay enlistment until late 20s at the earliest. Put another way, this kid isn't any longer part of a somewhat successful idol group. Steer's Kim Ray Bin, I mean. So, time has looped back, and I, who've debuted in another group, am still active as an idol? That's right. I see. Steer Kim Ray Bin, upon hearing this explanation of the supernatural circumstances, blinked dumbfounded. His vision cleared, and spotting Ryu Jianwu standing behind us, he jumped. Jianwu Hyung. You're here too. Ryu Jianwu said no more. Though his expression didn't change, I got the uneasy feeling he wasn't exactly pleased. Why is that? He and I were in the same boat. Shouldn't he be glad? Kim Ray Bin wasn't exactly #NVIA light, #troublemaker. Just as the awkward silence threatened to stretch on, Big Sejin picked up the conversation cheerfully. He explained that Ryu Jianwu here was the same Jianwu from Steer, that Cha Eugene remembered him, and finally, well, to keep going, our group, that is Testar, is currently on a performance competition preparing our stage. Is that so? Yeah, and this arrangement was done by Ray Bin. Before anyone could comment, Sean Ah-hyun hurriedly played music on his smartphone. The finished arrangement of Muddy's You May Not Know that Ray Bin had made a few days ago for the competition. With my humming recorded on demo, the music flowed in. Steer Kim Ray Bin stared blankly at the muffled, low-quality sound on the smartphone. The exquisite, delicate composition and melody. Cha Eugene, watching the phone, looked uncharacteristically anxious. He must know. In Steer, Kim Ray Bin hardly got to work on music. Even if he had contributed before, he never had full control. When the agency pushed a clumsy direction insensitively, he'd have to swallow it. Just like that mess during the second team competition for Like the Burning Sun. And they probably skimmed royalties by inserting relatives. It was essentially exploitation. So having this Testar Kim Ray Bin hear his own masterpiece felt almost bittersweet for him, no matter how necessary. Like back when Steer's Cha Eugene had the same experience. It's amazing. Did I really arrange this? Cancel all assumptions. Kim Ray Bin's eyes lit up. Though his expression was a bit fierce, he clearly looked thrilled, even exhilarated. Seeing Ah-hyun's face flushed too. Yeah. Do you like it? Yes. Absolutely yes. Kim Ray Bin seemed too overwhelmed to spout his usual enthusiastic commentary on a favorite topic. He appeared to feel genuine joy, an emotion rather than awkwardness. And I realized why this was possible. He believes he's debuted with Testar. He hadn't distinguished himself from Testar Kim Ray Bin. He perceived this situation as a continuation on his own timeline. And that was possible not just because he was Knave. Because of our attitude. We treated this Kim Ray Bin exactly as before, so he seamlessly accepted us as acquaintances who didn't remember him. Plus, there were already 2 people here with Steer memories, and one was a friend from trainee days. He couldn't help but let his guard down. The conditions aligned. He was so much like his past self, and it all happened so suddenly that he had no time to react. Lucky break. I slowly calmed myself, realizing I'd been uncommonly tense. Just as the mood warmed and Seon Ah-hyun, impressed by Steer Kim Ray Bin, was about to play another track, Cha Eugene asked casually. So, Ray Bin, want to arrange the next stage? Me? Oh yeah. If you're interested, just say so, Ray-Bin. Kim Ray-Bin's eyes widened. Then he grew serious. Isn't that too lofty an expectation? But if I try and produce something, would you consider me among the candidates? Relief and joy flickered across the members' faces. He's still Kim Ray-Bin. Of course. Thank you. As everyone smiled warmly, Big Sejin piped up energetically. Then let's start preparing our stage. At that moment, I need to perform on stage. Kim Ray-Bin said that, but his tone was more of shock or dismay than realization, as if he'd just been hit by hail. In other words, it was negative. You don't want to? It's not that I don't want to. I think it's better if I don't. He answered matter-of-factly. Through experience, I've realized I'm not cut out for broadcasting or stage activities. What? The members went rigid. I froze too. What does that mean? He hadn't lacked stage ability and steer. Internal info. I glanced at Cha Eugene, who'd been in the same group. His expression was tinged with sadness. I got a bad feeling. Fortunately, someone else jumped in, but no, not him. Before I could stop it, Bei Sejin spoke up. What are you talking about? You're great on stage. Startled by Bei Sejin's outcry, Kim Ray-Bin looked even more confused when he recognized Bei Sejin's face. Has he caught on? It was the face of Lee Sejin, who'd been kicked out over a drug scandal early in steer. Sure enough, Kim Ray-Bin, with a resolute expression, asked politely. May I ask your name? I'm Bei Sejin. Do you happen to know the former child actress Lee Sejin? I could practically hear Bei Sejin's unspoken reply. Of course I do. Then he answered out loud. It's me. Kim Ray-Bin was aghast. I pressed my forehead, but at the same time I thought, better to let this blow over in a less serious moment. Whether it was drugs or whatever, seal the misunderstanding for good. Maybe curse at Bei Sejin's real father and move on. Given the circumstances, the drug smuggling issue was probably that bastard's doing. But Kim Ray-Bin suddenly glanced at someone to confirm. He looked at Ryu Jianwoo. But, Ray-Bin, you must be very confused and tired. Let's have you rest for now. Ryu Jianwoo replied immediately, then gave us a wry smile. Will that be okay? Sure. This is Ray-Bin's room. Thank you. At Ryu Jianwoo's reasonable words, we hurriedly supported Kim Ray-Bin to the bed. He lay down in a daze. And I became aware of Ryu Jianwoo. That strange feeling from earlier. Just now, he stopped Kim Ray-Bin from speaking further. I made a note of it. Of course, first we had to dig into Kim Ray-Bin's stage avoidance claim. Amazing. This was Steer Kim Ray-Bin's reaction to seeing hundreds of millions of views and fan comments on his fan cam. The members who had fetched the videos felt a glimmer of hope. See? I knew it. I still think it's impossible for me to perform at that level. To deliver that kind of stage is beyond me. The members were stunned. Even Seon Ah-hyun, with a determined look, said, But when you were in our group, you performed so well on stage. Must have been some trigger or bloody hard work. Kim Ray-Bin replied coolly. I'm sorry, but that wasn't me. His tone was chillingly definitive. Testar fell silent. Fuck. I fought the urge to squeeze my eyes shut. So he had issues. This was definitely a rejection of idol activities. Something was off. But that day's absurd incident didn't end there. As Kim Ray-Bin watched the stage videos, something finally caught my eye. It was in the preview status windows pop-up content. New feature preview, extra. Fragment log access. Fragment log. At the very word that had caused this mess, my focus sharpened. I skimmed to the next line. Help. Through fragment log access, you can reproduce mission failure scenarios from when the system owner absorbed a fragment. What? Wait, if it meant the mission failure scenario I'd lived through. No way. I reflexively checked the feature. Fragment log access. Mission failed, building collapse. Mission failed, restoration. The first was literally the building collapse disaster. Unless I was insane, I wouldn't replay that. But the second one. Mission failed, restoration. Returning to Ryu Jianwoo's body. The function to swap bodies with Consejin had just opened. 509 chapter. Swap bodies with Consejin again? From the building collapse all the way to swapping bodies. A function that replays the circumstances of the last mission failed. I fell silent as I looked at the option the status window had given me under the guise of a re-update. It was absurd. Who in their right mind would welcome this function? After all the hell we went through, who'd want to voluntarily experience being trapped in a collapsing building or screwing up a schedule again? No one wants that thrill. Did the system assume I'd been obsessively thinking about absorbing a fragment of lately? Because every time I resolved a mission failed, I obtained a fragment, so it drew some connection? Any corner store that did demand forecasting like this would be out of business. And if the system was already applied to the company, why give me an extra feature that has nothing to do with the workplace? It wasn't like some famous webtoon licensing its IP, then haphazardly pumping out a context-less mobile gacha game. As if in response, the pop-up leapt up again. Mission failed. Restoration. Maximum viewing time, 48 hours. Would you like to view? This bastard even had the nerve to remind me of the time limit. Get lost. I cleared the pop-up and closed my eyes. A dull ache throbbed at my temples. First, let me sort out the situation. Right now, the members who've lost their memories are Ryu Jianwoo and Kim Rae-bin. Looking only at the surface, both have been cooperative and haven't acted out. Yet Jianwoo is reluctant to reclaim his memories, and Rae-bin refuses to go on stage. And it didn't stop there. I recalled Rae-bin's expression earlier. But earlier steer Kim Rae-bin was watching Jianwoo's reaction. He'd done it almost fearfully. That was something we'd rarely seen while living as Testar, and yet he'd slipped into the habit. I reflected on the strange unease I'd felt around steer Ryu Jianwoo over the past few days. Then I reached a conclusion. There's no other choice. Until now I'd held back, worried about stirring up trouble, but at this point avoiding it would just be stupid escapism. If gentle methods won't flush it out, go straight for the direct approach. I'll ask everything. And I knew exactly who the right person was. The one who possessed both lost memories, the complete package. Tell me everything you remember. I called the prime mover of the previous incident, Cha Eugene, into the kitchen and opened the conversation. What? Internal conflicts back in steer. Cha Eugene gave me a reluctant look. You said you'd cook me something delicious, Hyung. You tricked me. True. I'd even enlisted Lee Sejin and Seon Ah-hyun to split up the two steer guys, sending one to the choreography studio and one to the workroom. But it wasn't deceit, exactly. I'll still cook it for you. Oh, what do you want to eat? Kimchi fried rice, please. Consider it done. I opened the fridge and pulled out ingredients. Add cheese. Got it. With him standing meekly by my side, I chopped kimchi and asked. I'm asking because with things as they are, we need every piece of information we can get. I can't go in blind any longer. Silence, implicit agreement. I started with what concerned me most. For starters, Rae-bin seemed to be tiptoeing around Jianwoo Hyung. Yep, he confirmed. Why is that? Cha Eugene frowned briefly, then composed himself. Hyung, do you really want to hear this? Yeah. Okay. He was silent for a moment. I didn't press, continuing to prepare the ingredients. Soon his calm voice resonated at the sink. Back in steer, Jianwoo Hyung was the one who instilled fear. Unusual word choice. He instilled fear? You know how half the original members of steer were a total mess. So he led the team like a high-ranking captain, like a rough-and-tumble football captain. Cha Eugene shrugged slightly. That is, he didn't treat team members with the gentleness and inclusivity he shows now. For example, he furrowed his brow, recalling. He once made a member who skipped dance practice stay in the studio all night, banned from the dorm. What? I gripped the handle of the frying pan. Cha Eugene continued with a scoffing tone. That idiot had to learn the choreography straight through until dawn, almost in tears. And that kind of punishment went on for years. Unbelievable. It wasn't a matter of impossibility given Jianwoo's character. It was a question of reality. This wasn't the military. They were peers of the same age. The nominal leader wasn't some official instructor. He tried to discipline them like that? With already headstrong members, the effectiveness must have been limited. Plus, they'd just debuted off a hit survival show, riding high on ego. And that worked. But Cha Eugene answered without hesitation. It did. I understood. So Ryu Jianwoo was unexpectedly adept at governing by fear, enough to quell internal chaos both externally and internally. They'd managed to hold the company abandoned group together by force. I flipped the bacon and began frying the kimchi in its fat. So as a leader, he used coercion? Pretty much. Hearing his confirmation, I added the cold rice to the pan, breaking it apart. Repetitive tasks invite thought. I quickly formulated my counterargument. But Rabin would have listened without such measures. Me? I listened too. Have you got a conscience? He looked a bit aggrieved, then offered the real answer. Discrimination causes problems. So Hyung treated everyone equally harshly. He'd enforced uniform harshness to preempt any complaints. No wonder Kim Rae-bin was so on edge. Come to think of it, Steer Cha-Eugene had also obeyed Jeon-woo surprisingly well at first. It showed how severe the team atmosphere was under Jeon-woo, the former national athlete. For a fear politics meta to work long-term, it had to be that intense. They'd stifled rebellion for years. Half the group ultimately chose to quit rather than keep causing trouble. Yet Cha-Eugene seemed to regret speaking about it. Hyung, we fans have a right to keep our illusions. So I didn't mention specifics, but yes, that was the truth. And I realized, you have no reason to lie. That's right. I'm an honest person. I finished the kimchi fried rice with cheese. Then, to lift Cha-Eugene's spirits, I said calmly, there's nothing for you to lose by having your illusions broken. Hyung, are you serious? I am. In the end, Jeon-woo had made the best choice he could under the circumstances. You couldn't blame him. Managing those unruly kids with that measure was a miracle. What mattered more was this. So right now, Steer Ryu Jeon-woo is forcing himself to act kindly. Cha-Eugene paused, then nodded. I think so too. People hate showing weakness. Jeon-woo Hyung is no exception. Meaning Steer Jeon-woo saw his coercive leader image as a disadvantage to maintain here. Chances are he never wanted to be so harsh in the first place. I cut a pat of butter in half for a new pan to fry the eggs. Then, looking at Cha-Eugene riveted by the melting cheese and the kimchi fried rice, I asked, got it. What about Rae-bin? Do you know why he hates being on stage? Cha-Eugene's shoulders slumped. I don't know either. From what I remember, Steer Kim Rae-bin was quieter than now. But he didn't hate the stage. I left it unsaid that it seemed he simply refused to recognize himself as a performer. Saying he didn't hate the stage was practically the same. Anyway, he really doesn't know. So perhaps something decisive happened to Steer Kim Rae-bin after he went to America. After the group dissolved. After parting ways with the members. I made a note to remember the timing. And then, one last question. Okay. I brought up the postponed question. What happened to Bae Sejin Hyung? Tap, tap, tap. The eggs sizzling filled the quiet kitchen. And then, I think we lost contact a few years ago, and he kept appealing the trial verdict, as far as I recall. He appealed? That meant he'd rejected the judgment, implying the drug distribution charges had stuck, resulting in either prison time or a fine. Fuck. Distribution usually means prison. I choked back a sigh. What was the outcome? I don't remember. I think the rest of Steer chose not to look up the final decision. Cha-Eugene's voice sounded a bit bitter. But I do know this. Sejin Hyung is a wholly moral person now. So, I believe it was either a misunderstanding or just terrible timing. All right, that was it. So every Steer member knows, at least implicitly, that Bae Sejin's charges were upheld. It made it all the more surprising that here, Steer Ryu Jeon-woo treated Bae Sejin kindly and gently. I formed a few hypotheses as I turned down the induction stove. Then I placed 2 soft fried eggs atop the cheese-infused kimchi fried rice. All slash done. Wow. In an instant, all of Cha-Eugene's worries vanished. It was a good sight. A little later, the others who'd gone to the entrance came back in a flock. Wait, kimchi fried rice without us. I'm using delivery, Hyung. That's so cheap, Eugene. I watched the Steer guys awkwardly mingling in the gap and made a decision. First, the basics. This situation is too tangled. From what Cha-Eugene explained, Steer's causality web was far more complicated than I'd thought. How can I guide both guys to recover their memories satisfactorily without stepping on any landmines? This is insane. And even if everything miraculously ends well, the problem remains. Whether they recover their memories depends on this system update. I can't guarantee that. I don't fully understand how this system works. Therefore, reasoning about it is hazy, and my conversations circle aimlessly. Ultimately, without grasping this fundamental part, there's no clean answer. Why did the update restore Steer memories? When will the original memories return? The system's mechanics. And under the current conditions, I thought of a way to find out. Then I must find out. If I hesitate, it'll drag on again, and a bomb could go off out of my control. I can't let that happen again. Here, following direct dialogue with the parties involved, comes the second phase of the direct approach. Direct analysis of the system. And to catch a tiger, you have to enter its lair. I resolved. I'll take the risk. And when you assume the risk, you have to do it yourself to be sure. So that dawn. Status window. For the first time in ages, I voluntarily summoned the game system. And I checked the incomplete system pop-up again during the preview. Mission failed. Restoration. Maximum viewing time, 48 hours. Would you like to view? 48 hours was probably the maximum penalty period I'd received when Park Mundi's and Ryu Jianwu's bodies swapped last time. The fact it says maximum suggests I might be able to end it voluntarily. At worst, I get an answer within 48 hours. Conveniently, tomorrow's the weekend. My competition stage isn't prepared yet, and Consejin's workplace is closed. Perfect timing. Hyung, are you really going to do this? Yes. Understood. Consejin, whom I'd been persuading for hours, finally agreed to my plan. And not long after. Who? I opened my tired eyes in bed. Ryu Jianwu's bedroom ceiling came into focus in dim light. But there was no time to linger. First, connect. I immediately accessed the view from Park Mundi's perspective, where Consejin was inhabiting the body. Accessing fragment log. My vision split in two as the images were projected in my mind. Good. I'd done this before. And from it, I learned one fact. If bodies are swapped, I can connect to the host's perspective via the status window, just as Consejin did. That meant I could take it a step further. So I proceeded to the next phase. Like being sucked into a typhoon or black hole. Tricky. Recalling Consejin's vague description, I focused on the surface of the status window appearing in my view. I don't know how much time passed. As if sinking, my consciousness was drawn in. Into the status window. Got it. Inspect and alter the system structure. Just like Consejin had repeatedly accessed the system, from the daydream incident to the building collapse, through the status window. I'll just leave you in a comatose, irrecoverable state. I began my system analysis. 510 chapter. Entering the system felt like a kind of sleep paralysis. It was like briefly waking from a nightmare only to be dragged under by an even deeper sleep. A dirty feeling of finally succumbing to exhaustion while still half awake. The expression being sucked in really fits. Just as Consejin had described. Hyung, you really are going to quit. Hyung? It seemed like Consejin was still sending messages, but that was all. They sounded muffled, as if coming from underwater, until even that faded away. Like drifting into a deep sleep. Like falling off a cliff. Like sinking into the distant abyss of the deep sea. A momentary dizziness washed over me, then I shook it off. I already expected this. No point in panicking over what I knew. I shut off my senses again and focused on mapping the system structure. A little later, as if slowly opening my eyes, I began to realize where I was. And I was horrified. My God, there were countless glowing nodes of all different sizes packed randomly in every direction, connected in a chaotic tangle that flickered unpredictably. The system's interior was a messy splice of layered circuits. What the hell is this? It felt like something coded by a novice. Calling it a system was generous. At the same time, the connections looked like a spiderweb or neural synapses, as if a grotesque architectural blueprint had been cut and pasted together. In short, it was a massive disaster. He actually implemented this tangled mess as a status window? Consejin must have poured his blood into it. Should I examine each node one by one? I approached the nearest cluster and focused my mind. It was like accessing a database. This is company rank assessment. I see. So it's divided into functions like this, then connected. Because features were added piecemeal, it turned into this chaotic structure, I guessed. And from that moment, I began my full exploration. I've got plenty of time before morning. I plan to be stuck in here for at least a few hours. Sometime later, after what felt like ages, I'd cataloged the names of all sorts of nodes. Perhaps because I was on the periphery, most were recently created, company-related functions. There are damn near too many of them. Despite my frustration, I wasn't angry, There was satisfaction in probing the guts of this cursed system. I patiently continued scanning around, and before long, I found what I'd been looking for. Search. Unlike the other nodes, this one had a standout label. This wasn't created by the system. It was the trace Consigion had left behind last time. He implemented this when the building collapse mission failed. Connected to many clusters, it looked less like a node and more like a terminal. Good. Through this, I could jump straight to the desired function. And if I wanted, I could link it cleverly to build auxiliary features. 사실 응용까지는 아니고 그냥 보여주는 방식만 바꾼 거라. No, search really is an amazing feature. Recalling Consegion's words, I accessed the search terminal. So this is how it's built. After examining the implementation in detail, I concluded I could build a similar auxiliary function. Then, as intended, I used the search function. My goal was to understand how this system's update mechanism worked. Search. All update-related information. Show everything. At that moment, my consciousness was rapidly drawn toward every relevant destination. I gritted my teeth and began absorbing the torrent of information. And I realized, this damn system's purpose is, Hyung, are you okay? Consigion, now inhabiting Park Mundy's body, couldn't bring himself to shout, but inside he was screaming. I should have gone in myself. T.E. Park Mundy, who had originally been Ryu Jianwu, was masterful at logical distortion and persuasion, and in the end Consigion surrendered without realizing it. The idea that it'd feel more satisfying if I did it myself was purely subjective. Consigion, who was still somewhat impressionable, couldn't logically refute it. Besides, he'd already failed once. Hyung, the pressure was too intense. I couldn't extract any concrete information, even if you'd gone in. If someone fails once, changing the operator seems rational, doesn't it? Yes? Yes, that's true. But, so, at the moment he gave that half-hearted agreement, he found himself in the other's body. It was insane. Ugh. Unable to fall asleep on his own bed, Consigion had ended up on the living room sofa, his eyes wide open, waiting for news of Ryu Jianwu. But he understood one thing. Controlling the system sounded easy, but it was actually incredibly complex and taxing. I doubt you'll be out for a while. Consigion. Thud. Ugh. Consigion nearly fell off the sofa and had to clamp a hand over his mouth. In midair came a crackling, wavering message from T.E. Park Mundy. Have you gotten out? Not quite. The reply came matter-of-factly. I found your search function. I tried restoring the messaging feature similarly. It's a bit unstable, though. So he's sending messages from inside the system? Why would he think of that? No, more importantly. Hyung, get out now. I think I got it wrong. No, it's going smoothly in here. No need for that. Consigion wailed when his calm brother's reply arrived, but the messages kept coming. I have news. I've discovered why the system updates this way. Consigion forgot to scream. What is it? He muttered the question aloud, and the answer came like a blade. To make me use the system more often. What? Think back. During the last update that wiped out Cha Yujin's memories, I tried every feature I could to get information from the system. It was true. In that absurd emergency, he'd clung to the system, though it had been disabled, trying desperately to reactivate any function. Of course, he'd failed. Hyung. Just as his heart clenched, I think it learned that wiping my members' memories is the most efficient. Lure. So it's doing this shit. It expects I'll use the system more. Gasp. It saw me banging on the system, desperate to use it. The choice of words was chilling. Hyung. Then Consigion realized why his brother had restored this inefficient messaging feature. He'd been so furious that he had to tell someone about it. I remember it put every extra feature in the update last time. Like it was saying, give it a try. Yes. Consigion remembered the surveys, new features, and flashy pop-ups that followed the last update. They'd all been shared via screen. But it didn't work, did it? His brother had ignored them all. Exactly. When what seemed useful didn't stick, it decided to make me desperate instead. That's what led to this mess. My God. In other words, the system judged that driving the user to desperation was far more efficient than being genuinely useful. A terrifying conclusion. It wasn't safe because Hyung became dependent. It's because he became its master. A rattlesnake that bites itself by accident dies of its own venom. Having poison doesn't make you immune to it. After a moment's reflection, Consijan cried out, Hyung, now that you know, get out, right? Get out quickly. He was ready to beg him to abandon the system for good as soon as he was free. But, wait a moment. A remarkably calm message arrived. Yet its content. Unsettled Consijan. I found something else. What now? What could he have found in that short time? Consijan felt like crying. What was his brother doing in the system right now? Deep within the system. This bastard. I was suppressing my anger. The exploration had shown me that, beta or not, this system was no different from before it was torn apart. An infuriating realization. Still, at least discovering the result is an achievement. Getting this far hadn't been easy. I won't pretend otherwise. First, using the auxiliary search feature Consijan built consumed enormous mental energy. I thought my brain would explode under the pressure. Damn it. I kept wondering how he'd endured this work. No wonder he'd failed to uncover the update details until now. I, however, judged it stupid to turn back empty-handed and powered through. I'll fucking do it. Something like that. And since Consijan knew the full story now, if I failed and exited, he'd just log back in and do it again. That'd be inefficient. A waste of time and pain. So I pressed on. And though I didn't much like the conclusion I reached, this fucking bastard, I stared at part of the update info floating before me. Usage frequency, 0. Re-update execution. Apply the most optimal state based on usage frequency. Interval, 365. Its goal was to increase usage frequency. So that's why it's a mess. But the first update that set this mess in motion, Steer Chayujin's case, was a bit different. Apply Enhance Company Affiliated Entity Capability command. For Steer Chayujin, it seemed intended to restore the activity experience he'd lost, thereby promoting enhancement of company-affiliated artists. Yet during that update, memories were wiped in the process. Then suddenly usage frequency rose mid-update, so it achieved its goal by backfiring. Unbelievable. Fuck off. My will echoed, scattering the information. I centered myself and calmed my anger. Yet a twisted satisfaction lingered, knowing the system's purpose provided clarity. Once you understand, handling it isn't hard. No doubt the view mission failure feature I used to slip into Ryu Jianwu's body wasn't a pure gift. In a dire mission failure, it likely calculated high system dependency and wanted me to recall that experience. Sorry, but that plan's failed. I'll make it regret giving me this feature. I sneered and brushed away the cursed data. My mind raced with a plan. It seemed my work here was nearly done. All right, let's get out. Wait. At that moment, I noticed one last, most recently added item dangling beneath the scattered info. It read, Ver 2.2 update, scheduled. Data implementation in progress. So, next up, In modern terms, it felt like reserved content with a pending release. Let's see. Determined to learn. What was planned, I tried to analyze it once more. I focused, ready to parse the specifics. A message chimed in my mind. Who is it? I lost focus. Just now. In the message auxiliary feature I'd built, something had forced its way in. What is it? I attempted to enhance the message feature to visualize it. Damn it. For a moment, I felt as if the system itself resisted, like an invisible force clenched my teeth. A name appeared before the message. Lee Sejin A. Who is it? I understood. Lee Sejin A. The name tag Bei Sejin wore at a Jew university. In other words, his original name before the change. And an update scheduled. There's only Novelight, one possibility. Lee Sejin A. Where is this? Right now, I'm accessing Steer Bei Sejin's memories. 511 chapter. Steer I Sejin. The unrenamed Bei Sejin. The memories of that person who, accused of distributing drugs, went to trial and appealed in the past were stored here. Inside the system, I'm now digging through. Stay calm. It wasn't surprising. From what I've experienced so far, the system seems to save past life memories like a backup. I've already seen memories from my Steer days return countless times. There's no reason to be shocked now. I even recovered memories of my office days when I fought the system before. Here's the problem. Is it safe for me to talk here? It wasn't just memories, but a usable conversation interface. What effect that might have was unknown. Normally, I probably would have backed out and ignored it, but this is a special case. I even swapped bodies to force a system login. If I let this slide, I'm an idiot. It only makes sense to try everything I can. I see Jin. I asked who you are. Just then, another message arrived. Somehow, they'd noticed I was around. Oh, right. I reached into the data blob like I was accessing a terminal, and just as Kundal sent a message to Park Mundi, I slowly typed out letters. I'm a member of the same group you're in now. Like a thunderbolt, a reply came immediately. I see Jin A steer? Then the data went silent for a while. As if someone were gathering their thoughts, there was a perceptible pause before a reply finally appeared. Carefully, I see Jin A Ryu Chong Wu. Strictly speaking, two of those syllables were half correct. You're not Chong Wu. You're probably not anyone you think you are. Just as I was about to explain from here, a sharp reply came first. I see Jin A. I'm not Steer anymore. And Steer never recruited a new member. I see Jin A. If we were in the same group, I'd know. Identify yourself specifically. This person knew far more details than I expected. If they have enough background knowledge to logically question me. It was strange. After leaving the group and going through a court battle, who would care? About old group gossip? Yet they knew these details, so they'd looked it up themselves. I pointed that out deliberately. Have you been researching Steer consistently? I see Jin A. You answer first. Solid. Less rattled than even during the Ajusa incident. Their guard was high, but fundamentally they didn't seem easily shaken. Then it's fine. I decided to be honest. I'm not Steer. I see Jin A. What? You debuted in a group called Taystar. I belong to that group, and I tried something new. It doesn't have to be in message form. Instead of refining it into words, I sent the raw information I wanted to share, everything that's happened to me so far, concentrating with my consciousness still attached to the terminal. I see Jin A. You? What do you mean? At that moment, everything I'd experienced up to now poured into their terminal, unfiltered. I see Jin A. It's such an unbelievable story that this is more efficient. The pressure was intense, but bearable. Once I'd transferred up to the brink of what I could, I pulled my consciousness back from the terminal. I see Jin A didn't send any more replies. They simply absorbed the data I'd sent. After enough time for digestion, a reply came. I see Jin A. So? I see Jin A. I debuted in a different group. Their answer returned. Good, they got it. I nearly bit my tongue. Composing myself, I replied. Yes. I see Jin A. Then, how am I living? Now, you're active with the group, and you changed your name to your mother's surname, Bae-Sijin. That meant they hadn't dropped out of the group, and their family situation had been cleanly resolved. After a gap rather than silence, the reply came. I see Jin A. So I'm living well. A very composed reaction. You're living diligently. I see Jin A. I've never been lazy. But working hard and living well are different things. After a moment's hesitation, I decided to ask directly. It would have been absurd to pretend ignorance after all this. Do you think you're not living well? Entangled in drug allegations, almost ruining a career, appealing the verdict, the former child actor turned idol. I see Jin A. Not exactly. There were people who believed in me. I see Jin A. But the majority didn't believe me, and I can't deny that. Steady. Honestly, they could have snapped or attacked me for asking. Understandable enough. But the Steer-based Sijin labeled, I see Jin A spoke in a firm, steady tone. Is it because they're just data that they can't waver? No, that can't be. Otherwise the conversation wouldn't feel so real. My question was answered almost immediately. I see Jin A. Anyway, I understand. I see Jin A. So this conversation, is it like a dream I'm having after escaping this situation? Dream. I see Jin A. Yes. If it were just my memory, I couldn't actually talk to you. An intriguing hypothesis. Surely, real Bae-Sijin is asleep right now. On that sleeper Bae-Sijin's consciousness, this memory-based I-Sijin had come out of the data blob to talk. Same principle as past Steer cases. At least the fact they're not rattled by being told they're just a memory is unusual. Frankly, I expected Steer Bae-Sijin to be a twisted person. Since childhood, nothing had gone right. Life had wrenched him downward. A person who's been through that is bound to have a broken personality. Yet this interlocutor acted like a battle-hardened veteran. Aren't you resentful? I see Jin A. I was resentful. I see Jin A. But I learned that resentment alone won't solve anything. That, too, so solid. Then they even turned it around into an offer. I see Jin A. It seems like you're in a bad situation. If you have questions, ask. I'll answer. More cooperative than I'd imagined. Can't miss this. I was about to fire off questions when a better idea occurred. If they're this calm and mentally strong, this approach would be more effective. How about this? I explained my proposal, and Isijin A seemed to think it over briefly before readily agreeing. Isijin A, yes. That's good. Okay. I grabbed their terminal at once and began ripping into the system from the inside. Pressure washed over me. Late at night, TSDAR's dorm. Kundal, anxious enough to almost bite his nails, sat on the living room sofa when at last the awaited pop-up arrived. I have just exited the system. It was Park Mundy from Taystar who'd exited the system. Finally, what a relief. Kundal breathed out, wiped his cold sweat, then whispered as quietly as possible. Take back your body now. No, don't ever re-enter the system, at least for now. Wait, I want to stay like this until tomorrow morning, okay? I have something to do. I'm heading over. Get some sleep. And, in a daze, Kundal entered the password and silently met Ryu Jianwu infiltrating the Taystar dorm a few minutes later. Hyung, go to sleep, I said. Park Mundy, quietly sealing his lips to avoid waking the others, answered silently. Then he strode into the living room and said, I'm going to prepare a bit. Rest. Prepare for what? Ryu Jianwu stared at Kundal expressionlessly, then brought up a pop-up conversation, recalling the dialogue with Steer-based Sijin from the system. Do you want to try talking directly to someone else? Sijin A, sure. About an hour later, that conversation actually took place. Ryu Changwu awoke to shaking hands. His head was cloudy and the room was dark. Is it still dawn? He didn't mind being woken early. It was something he'd grown used to after years in the entertainment industry. But he couldn't help being startled at seeing a stranger in the dorm. A cold-looking man with glasses. His appearance somehow resembled Ryu Changwu's. Who? Ryu Changwu. Oh, he had to remember that name. Instantly, sleep fled, and he shot upright in bed. Ryu Changwu, the person who Park Mundy had said was his previous life, and my relative. The man beckoned him silently. Follow me. Ryu Changwu didn't resist and quietly followed. Their destination was the room across the hall, the shared room of Park Mundy and Kim Rae-bin. Hi, Hyungnam. Oh, in the lamplight, Kim Rae-bin and Cha Eugene were already awake. Seeing them, a chill ran through Ryu Changwu from head to toe. It's only us. They were all people with Steer memories. He tensed but masked it, asking slightly puzzled. What is going on? We swapped bodies for a bit. Without asking if that was even possible, Ryu Changwu instinctively knew this was Park Mundy's body. His tone, gaze, gestures, stride, they matched completely. Right, the original Park Mundy said he was inhabiting Ryu Jianwu's body. Once he pieced together the situation, Ryu Changwu accepted it. Denial wouldn't help him. It felt odd, but there was no need to voice it. In true Taystar leader fashion, he replied, So there's no problem? It's strange to see you again like this, but safety matters more, right? No problem. Thanks for worrying. Ryu Jianwu answered, as if picking the right response. Then he added, flatly, But it's not really seeing me. Again, you don't recognize Ryu Jianwu. Ryu Changwu stayed composed. Well, maybe I didn't recognize you at first because it's been so long. Sorry. Sure. That could happen. Ryu Jianwu nodded easily. But when I said Ryu Changwu, you looked surprised. As if he'd slipped. Ryu Changwu realized he'd registered that mistake. A carefully crafted lie. You really remember? After silence, Ryu Changwu sighed wryly. No. I saw a video in your phone's gallery. Why would you save a home video from a recent date centered on an unfamiliar relative? Back when TSDR's Ryu Changwu had been searching for Ryu Jianwu on Park Mundy's request, he'd saved that family trip video featuring Ryu Changwu in case it was useful. So I remembered it and blurted it out. A calm explanation, convincing, but Ryu Jianwu didn't let it pass. They checked every photo in Ryu Changwu's phone gallery. He even deduced that answering, I remembered, was deliberate, but didn't call him out. If that felt deceitful, I'm sorry. In true Ryu Changwu fashion, he apologized meekly. Yet, you're right. Read more on our source. He saw Kim Rae-bin flinch at his gentle tone, an ambivalent mix of pity and sharpened caution. Can't help it. It wasn't pleasant. Ryu Chong-woo clenched and unclenched his fist, thinking wryly. Then Ryu Jian-woo accepted the apology with a calm nod. I didn't think it was deceitful, but that's not what I wanted to say. Ryu Chong-woo let out a short breath of relief. Then Ryu Jian-woo dropped a bombshell. Actually, what I have to say here isn't very important. I'm speaking as a proxy. He began staring into space. From now on, I'll convey what that person says. Invisible to others, a new message pop-up materialized, one he'd pulled from the system and displayed as a status window. I see Janae, long time no see. I'm I Seijin, the I Seijin who is steer. He began reading the pop-up aloud. A cold hush fell in the room. What is this? Their questions cut off by Ryu Chong-woo's voice. I'm here because I have something to convey. I see Janae. I don't think you'd care about my thoughts, and there's nothing else I need to say. I see Janae, but there's one thing I must say. I remember this clearly. Reading I see Janae's pop-up, Ryu Chong-woo articulated it precisely. I won the case. At that moment, everyone lifted their heads. Shocked and blank-faced, the group heard Steer Bei Seijin declare through Ryu Chong-woo. I appealed the second trial, went all the way to the Supreme Court for the final third trial, and I won. The message declared clearly. I see Janae. Steer wasn't a drug group. 512 chapter. Silence filled the room where Park Mundy and Kim Rae-bin sat. Through Ryu Jian-woo's voice, the former member of Steer spoke. I won the case. So Steer was not a drug group. A wordless shock resonated through the air. Steer's Ryu Jian-woo muttered, as if to himself. I won. Right. Beyond Ryu Jian-woo's reply, it felt as though the image of the departed member flickered into view. Actor I see Janae. Ryu Jian-woo spoke without thinking. How? He already knew how that trial had unfolded. He had checked and remembered Steer Bei Seijin's reaction when he was arrested on drug distribution charges. The words spoken with a face ashen with rage, injustice, and fear. No, he believed those words were true. That sharpness had not come from embarrassment at being exposed, but from indignation. It was a misunderstanding or a false accusation. So he had spent countless dawns wondering how the group could survive until the charges were cleared. Looking back now, those days almost seemed preferable, because contrary to his hopes, I see Janae's charges had never been dropped. Fueled by a public outcry, the verdict came frighteningly fast. And then, debut group Steers I Seijin receives prison sentence in first trial. Serious crime. He was sentenced to prison. But I see Janae did not give up. And the more he appealed, the worse public opinion became. Astonishingly, there was still further decline. You druggie, enough already. Those who sell drugs must have sold their brains and conscience too. Looks like panderers couldn't let go of that easy cash. Keck. Wow. Didn't expect someone to shamelessly keep profiting off the family business. Need to question his close associates. Days like that piled up. Whenever an article dropped, people flocked then ebbed away like a tide. Much later, when the second trial also handed down a prison term, the controversy had long since cooled. So cold it wasn't even a hot topic anymore. Keck pathetic. And in the final third trial at the Supreme Court, Ryu Jian-woo knew there was almost no chance of a sudden acquittal. After all, the articles said so. Even without considering procedural complexities like law and fact reviews, it was common sense explained by a single comment. The evidence was all there, so why would that happen? The bank transfers, the testimony, the accomplices. Only then did Ryu Jian-woo give up looking up the trial results. He was already exhausted. I can't do this. Amid harassing and coaxing the collapsing group to keep it afloat, he had no energy for such cruel hope. He decided to be realistic. But here, as if everything were a lie, the truth had been turned upside down, and in the very end, he'd been fully acquitted. And now the person himself, wherever he is, was speaking through someone else's mouth. Steers I Seijin A did not distribute drugs. The weight of that single sentence was overwhelming. Ryu Jian-woo spoke again. I Seijin A's words emerged. I understand if you can't believe it. Acquittals at only the third trial are almost unheard of. I see Janae. But if you can find a valid ground for appeal, it's not impossible. I see Janae. In my case, it was a witness's false testimony. Jin A had discovered inconsistencies in his biological father's testimony, the very man who sought a harsher sentence, overturning the verdict. A result born of persistence, refusal to give up, meticulousness, and a bit of bad luck. It took a long time, but eventually they remanded and quashed the original sentence so I could be retried. Ryu Jianwu read the message calmly. Years of anguish, trial after trial, and its conclusion. I won. Not guilty. I'm not lying about this. No need to. Ryu Jianwu remained composed, and that composure seemed to guarantee that Jin A spoke truth without hesitation. Everyone present felt it. Then, breaking the silence, someone burst out. You fucking did it. Cha Eugene. Suddenly the room was alive with noise and heat. He roughly hugged Ryu Jianwu, reacting like a coach rushing onto the ring to embrace a victorious boxer. Of course, Ryu Jianwu pulled away. I'm not him. I know. Just pass it on. Cha Eugene's voice trembled with excitement. I'm sorry I didn't search until the end. Ryu Jianwu gave a faint smile and nodded. Thanks, they appreciate it. Oh, the tense atmosphere melted in an instant. But the other two remained rooted to their seats, stunned. The difference in shock was stark. Unlike Cha Eugene, who had already resolved his inner conflict from the steer days, for them, all of this was still unfolding. I see. So Ryu Jianwu gently freed Cha Eugene from his embrace and spoke again to relay the next lines. I see, Janae, but I know. I see, Janae, my victory only means so much to me. For you, hearing this now won't change what you went through. Steer had suffered its biggest blow when an original member faced drug charges, then collapsed and disbanded from there. An unchanging fact. Even if proven untrue now, the public wouldn't care. Tragically so. And I don't deny that the injustice I endured caused you great harm as well. But, I see, Janae. However, when you recall those memories, you can choose how you feel. Steer didn't deserve its fate. You can find reasons to refute it yourself. That's why I wanted to let you know I legally proved it and was acknowledged. I see, Janae, that's all. With those words, Ryu Jianwu fell silent. No more pop-ups appeared. He'd said everything he'd wanted and felt no lingering attachments. Then, a hand rose from one of the beds. Kim Rae-bin, eyes slightly reddened. I know you must have suffered, and I'm sorry I couldn't help more. May I say that? Ryu Jianwu nodded willingly. Steer's Kim Rae-bin seemed confused, but gathered himself, choosing each word carefully as he spoke seriously. And, belated congratulations. But when you said, you can change how you feel when recalling the past, what exactly did you mean? I see, Janae hesitated, then replied. I see, Janae. I think that should come from within. If someone else tells you, it's their thought, and it becomes an obligation or coercion. I see. Kim Rae-bin fell silent and thought again. Thus, only one Steer member remained, himself included. He knew it too. Steer's Ryu Jianwu. He also knew what an appropriate response would be. You really went through so much. I'm glad your innocence was proven. I'm sorry I didn't find out sooner. But such words wouldn't come easily. He felt drained. The original him, who would have spoken those sincerely, felt that part of his mind had been wiped away by shock. Yet he didn't want to blame Jin now. He simply felt overwhelmed by the truth. I understand. That was all he could say. He forced himself to keep his expression from collapsing and lifted his head. Then, Ryu Jianwu. I see, Janae. I think you'll continue with this group. Ryu Jianwu kept his gaze on empty air as he relayed. If you want to do well here, I'll support you. Thanks for believing in me, and I'm sorry. Even though from Park Mundy's perspective those words were awkward, he conveyed them without filtering. Though it took a long time. I see, Janae. I didn't compromise and I won. I see, Janae. You helped make that possible. Ryu Jianwu said nothing. He neither denied nor deflected nor offered a loose affirmation. He simply looked up silently, then lowered his head slightly, as if nodding. I see, Janae. Thanks for listening. And so the conversation with I see, Janae ended. Cha Eugene wanted to say more, but Kundal burst in and brought the session to a close. Hyung, you're pushing yourself too hard. No, In a brief indirect briefing explained that Ryu Jianwu was overexerting himself, ending the gathering. Thus the former steer members drifted away, each lost in different thoughts as they returned to their own beds. In truth, during the steer days, Isijin A had been an unspoken taboo in the group, naturally and without opposition. After all, most members had only known him for about half a year in strictly professional exchanges, and he had been highly defensive and sensitive to peers. Nevertheless, no one thought what had just happened was meaningless. For example, here's Kim Rae-bin. Good night. Yes. He lay back obediently as urged, but did not fall asleep immediately. As the diligent person formed by his nature and childhood, he continued pondering Isijin A's suggestion. When recalling the past, I can hold a different mindset. He imagined the facts underlying their steer activities and altered them, like editing a beat in an arrangement. Steer had a member accused of drug distribution. Steer's drug charges were unjust. It was merely a false accusation. Then, perhaps my shortcomings too. Maybe there was some other reason, not talent or effort. Idle Kim Rae-bin drifted into thought, but soon sleep overtook him, and consciousness slipped away peacefully. At the same time, in his comfortable private room, Bae Sejin drifted into a kind of awakening, though he wasn't truly awake. Hello? Before him stood a calm-looking, black-haired man. A familiar face. I came because they said you have time to talk about your current life. It was Bae Sejin himself. Asleep, he had no idea that Isijin A, having agreed terms with Ryu Jianwu and returned, had traveled through the system to reach him. Hence his bewildered response. What kind of weird dream was this? What do you think about your current life? What? Who are you? You seem to live well, but your personality's the same. So it's me. It was a non sequitur. Yet Bae Sejin, frowning, replied with another non sequitur. He wasn't upset. A lightning realization struck him. Are you my old self? From Steer. Seeing his reaction, Bae Sejin realized he'd guessed correctly. My goodness. He swallowed hard in a body that no longer existed. Yet the version of himself before him seemed so solid and mature that it was hard to view him as the source of such trouble for their team. What is this? He had an urgent question. Am I going to become you like the others? Lose my memories? Fortunately, Isijin shook his head. That won't happen. But you can receive these memories. Okay. Bae Sejin's face stiffened briefly. Then he nodded once he made up his mind. I understand. That's fine. He might even need it. Cha Eugene, Ryu Jianwu, and Kim Rae-bin all had found Steer memories and treated him strangely. Bae Sejin clenched his fist and spoke calmly. I'm ready to receive the memories. Isijin A immediately refused. I won't. What? Bae Sejin was momentarily speechless. I'm sorry, but I came only because I wanted to check my own state directly. Isijin A was, after all, the sleeping Bae Sejin's consciousness, with altered memories. Once he'd seen himself objectively, he planned to return the memories without regret. You don't have to remember every past detail. You can grow in other ways too. Pain isn't the only thing that makes you grow. And you, TSDAR's Bae Sejin, seem to be growing just fine. Isijin A nodded in acknowledgement. But Bae Sejin scowled. Why are you deciding that alone? My condition is something only I know. Give me the memories. And so the two versions of the same person, awake and asleep, began a fierce internal dialogue in the dead of night. 513 chapter. A few hours later, while the light at the window was still dim, I sat up on the bed. It was earlier than my usual wake-up time. Honestly, I hadn't really slept. I'd only closed my eyes. I couldn't fall asleep. My head ached a little. I wasn't sure whether it was residual effects from plunging into the system or the aftermath of pulling an all-nighter in a 30-something body. Given that Kundal apparently exercises regularly, I figured it was probably the former. Now I need to use this body properly, though at least today is my day off. After checking Ryu Jianwu's condition, I turned to Kundal, who was still sleeping on the floor. Getting these sleeping arrangements in place had taken a lot of negotiation. First, I'd listened to everyone worry about my mental health for a few minutes. Then Kundal had insisted. You should sleep on the bed, Hyung. It's your bed in the first place. Fine. Really? Yeah. Because once we swapped back, he'd end up on the bed anyway. I nodded to myself as I looked at him sprawled out under the blankets on the floor. Maybe now is the right time. I closed my eyes for a moment. then opened the status window to confirm that this whole ordeal was truly over. I summoned it. iSeijin. Steers base Seijin. The iSeijin A I'd been messaging via pop-up. No response. Only the last message I'd received hovered in empty space. iSeijin A thanks. He was gone, which meant whatever had happened was finished on both sides. The one who said, I wanted to check my own state, and planned to visit Bay. Seijin's consciousness was no longer present. Right. I let the thought drift away, laid my head back down, and closed my eyes. Nothing more to do here. Time to go back. Better not wake the one who's actually sleeping and get everything sorted. In the void floated not only the last iSeijin pop-up, but also a translucent status window. Viewing fragment log. Mission failed. Restore original state. 4 hours 11 minutes and 21 seconds / 48 hours. For hours. It felt like a day or two. Exit fragment log view. As expected, I could exit at any time within the allotted period. Right. I nodded, then selected. Exit. My vision flickered for a moment, then cleared. I realized I was lying on the floor with my eyes closed. Park Mundy's body again. No new pain. Ugh. But the headache like needles at my temples persisted, the after effects of messing with the system. Does this blasted pressure never go away? Yet seeing Kundal sleeping soundly in Ryu Jianwu's NVL GT, only on NVL GT, body, it seemed that headache didn't carry over to him. Then I guess this is for the best. Better to have the side effects tied to the mind that triggered them. A random body swap plus a bonus headache in the middle of the night would be hellish. I'd be pissed if it happened to me. So it was good that the one who caused it handled it himself. It'll only last a few days at most. Kundal seemed to recover after sleep, while I was just restless. And a bit achy. I pressed my temples and stood up, deciding to grab water in the kitchen before the others woke. As I opened the door and stepped out, I saw him. Near dawn in the still dark, silent kitchen, someone already occupied the island table. The dark silhouette. Bei Seijin. Hyung. No reply. He simply stood there holding a glass of water. I waited without pressing him, until finally. He nodded, drank the water, then asked, Want some? Well, yes. He quietly walked to the water purifier and filled another glass, as if it were any other early morning. Or is it? Watching him act unnaturally composed, a thought struck me. iSeijin A. He finished at the purifier and walked back, the faint sunrise revealing his figure near the window. He wore an uneasy expression. Are you him? Excuse me. You're the one who sent that guy, right? The one I talked to. So it was Bei Seijin. He looked exactly like himself. I nodded. You've met him. iSeijin has successfully communicated with you. That's right. He paused as if unsure what to add, then continued slowly. And I got the memories. So that was it. I nodded, and he calmly added. Not all of them, though. A few minutes earlier, two identical faces confronted each other. The one with looser hair and sharper eyes spoke firmly. You can't claim ownership over time you didn't experience. Stop. What have you been saying? If it's my past, then I experienced it. Just because I forgot it doesn't mean it didn't happen. An endless back and forth boiled down to I decided versus you decided. A fierce debate raging in Bei Seijin's unconscious mind. True internal conflict. I'm your consciousness, implemented with past memories. So it's no different from me testing the memories and deciding I wouldn't reclaim them. What are you talking about? You don't even know how I've been living. The more emotional side, TSDR's Bei Seijin, frowned. How can you be sure I'd make the same decision? That's arrogance. That's sophistry. You're the real sophister. Both panted until they reached an unspoken truce. They looked at each other wearily, but resolutely. Couldn't be helped. Though they'd experienced different things, they were the same person with similar thought patterns. Then iSeijin A spoke first. I get your argument. Years of legal battles and incarceration had taught him to accept unavoidable circumstances and quickly forge new routes. But his goal remained unchanged. But the decision right belongs to me. He gave up persuading and acted. Wait. Okay, let's do this. Bei Seijin proposed something more unorthodox. Having learned that acting on impulse could still yield good results, he spoke boldly. Give me part of them. Once I wake up, I'll hear the others' accounts anyway. But hearing it firsthand avoids distortion and lets me understand for myself. Whether out of concern, discomfort speaking, or caprice, others' words always introduce bias. Isijin A knew that well. If you're uncomfortable giving certain parts, you don't have to. But I need enough to make an accurate judgment. To avoid misunderstanding. Isijin A stared at the person with his same face. Bei Sijin felt a jolt of tension, then. Isijin A reached out his hand. Okay, a handshake. Bei Sijin cautiously extended his hand and clasped it. Then, memories poured into his consciousness. Vision went black. Bei Sijin held his breath at the overwhelming force. But it was brief. Soon his awareness settled in a soaked, submerged sensation, clarity returning. The first thing he noticed was a message. Who is this? A message he himself had sent. In the dark void, a stranger's silhouette, Ryu Jianwu. So, Park Mundi? I'm a member of the same group you're in now. Bei Sijin realized. He hadn't received all of Isijin A's life. He'd only received the tail end, the memories from that brief system chat with Park Mundi. Just that? At first he was shocked, then outraged at being cheated, but he quickly grasped the situation. All the context and background that led Isijin A to this point came to mind effortlessly, as if he'd lived it. Emotions and knowledge integrated naturally. My goodness. It seemed true that Steer's Bei Sijin had been implemented in this form based on his consciousness. The memory's content was shocking, so he understood why his past self had resisted returning the memories. It was pure goodwill. Drug trafficking charges. Horrifying even as knowledge alone. Yet these memories were filtered reflections, no longer painful, already overcome. He absorbed them calmly, like recalling a distant event. But some memories couldn't be so easily distanced. Long time no see. I won the case. He'd spoken directly to the Steer members through Ryu Jianwu's voice, feeling real-time emotions, subtle sadness, composure, relief, a clear afterglow, and conviction. I see. He realized then that Isijin A's steadfastness came from someone who fought alone, endured, and ultimately achieved what he wanted, a strength born of certainty. Simultaneously, it was shocking. I could withstand the worst. He, too, had that capacity not only to endure but to win. A thrilling revelation. The memories finished uploading, and he instinctively reached out his voice to Isijin A. Hey. But no reply. Already gone or absorbed. He felt lonely, despite knowing it was himself. Still in the unconscious, he uttered a comfort. You did well. As his vision brightened, he intuited he was waking. So that's what happened. Having taken a sip of water again, Bei Sijin nodded to himself, and I did too. He seemed to have had a meaningful experience. And, in the end, the same two assholes argued until they agreed only the necessary memories would be shared. Truly consistent assholes. That is, the same asshole. I laughed as I drank. Impressive. Are you mocking me? No, you're not. Yes. He accepted my reply and flopped into a chair, then spoke with surprising energy. So what about them? Especially Ryu Jianwu. When I recalled the memories, it seemed like he looked exhausted earlier. He added earnestly, a proactive attitude I hadn't expected. He was bearing too much back in the Steer days, with nowhere to lean on or reward. Right. I get why he wants to stay here, but that's exactly the problem. I see why you were worried. He furrowed his brow in thought, then brightened, looking resolute. So I've been thinking too. Oh, yes. Listen. So, he began offering his suggestion seriously, surprising me further. Not bad. His idea was quite good, and as I listened, I realized my own mind had significantly cleared. Sharing the burden. Having an outsider who knows the full story help craft a solution was honestly very welcome. Two heads better than one. Not bad at all. So I forgot about my headache and had a short discussion with Bei Sijin, until the others woke, including Kundal, and chaos erupted at breakfast. Oh hey Ryu Jianwu. Oh Kundal. Yes. That's me. I'll. Come eat with us. What brings you here so early? Well. Meanwhile, Kundal spent the entire meal volleying between Bei Sijin and Xian Hyun like a ping-pong ball, getting every detail of the night's events. Those who grasped the situation glared at me, finding out I'd suddenly system jumped. So, you swapped bodies and came back. It was fine. I'd steeled myself. Mundi. Park Mundi. Are you really going to keep doing this? No, I wouldn't. I know how to handle the system now. Calculations complete. Oh, we can't have that. You should sign something, like an agreement. I will. I gladly signed a promise not to trigger the system without consultation. The others looked ready to applaud. Let's have it notarized. Yeah. Really that far? Of course, the two who weren't original members were exempt, Steers guys. Kim Ray-bin listened eagerly as Cha Eugene explained the situation, but Ryu Jianwu barely reacted, still wearing that gentle expression and nothing more. Normally, he'd jump in proactively to understand and integrate himself. He, too, must have had complex thoughts after last night's conversation. I caught Bei Sijin's eye and nodded once, then spoke. By the way, you've got new filming tonight. Yeah, it's true challenge. Tonight's competition show shoot. I plan to make my move there. But upon arriving at the set, I found another variable, a new contestant. In True Challenge's survival format, the lowest-ranked performer from last time was eliminated and replaced. Oh, newcomers. Let's do our best. They were already greeting people anxiously. One introduced himself. Nice to meet you. I'm Eater, a rookie from Wonderhole. Eater, the rookie group that had benchmarked us. 514 chapter. They got booked on the reboot that we'd locked down first. The moment we arrived on set, I saw those Ether guys making the rounds through the hall, greeting the other cast members one by one. My first thought was, why didn't we hear about this? Why had we not known they were appearing? I toyed with the question for a moment, then clicked my tongue. It's obvious. The producers had deliberately kept it from us. They probably figured we'd kick up a fuss. Anyone in our company who knew Taystar would have guessed they weren't fond of Ether. And conveniently, none of the current cast, nobody from a Luti-type company who'd double-check any late editions, was here to be a thorn in the producer's side. So they stalled us with nothing's been decided yet. I wiggled my brow. They really took us for idiots. Honestly, I hadn't expected this turn of events. Then again, I didn't need to. Wonderhall's calculations told them we'd never let Ether in here willingly. We'd already had our water bomb incident, hadn't we? If a rookie with zero experience goes head-to-head with us, they're bound to get smashed. That was why we'd planted a mole in their company, dangled the bait, and figured they'd bite. But they'd come walking straight into the trap. Their final desperate move, It made me grind my gears that a company like Wonderhall would stoop to such cheap tricks. All right, let's go in. Yep. Taystar walked into the assigned waiting room without a word. But our staff's faces said it all. They were itching to choose someone out. Steer Ryu Jian-Wu must have seen this too. Normally, he'd pick up on the vibe and quietly figure out the situation, but he just followed along in silence. Once inside, I addressed him. They're a group called Ether. They debuted modeled after us. Is that so? His answer was automatic. A guy who dug into everything about Taystar ought to have known that, but he sounded so calm, like it was no big deal. I made a mental note of his reaction, then looked away. Our angry staff were practically breathing fire, arguing amongst themselves. This is downright disrespectful. I can't just let this go. They were seriously pissed. Of course, they might be pretending to rant even harder to brace for TSDR's inevitable grilling. You didn't know about this? But some higher-ups even stormed out of the waiting room toward production to protest. It was a futile gesture, since the network called all the shots, but better to at least put on a show than do nothing. A few members, noticing this, gave wry smiles or shrugged. How could they do this? They basically lied to us. Yeah, that's true, Hyung. Of course, some of them were legitimately riled up. One of them came over, face tense, and asked me, should I? It's no big deal. Just rest. Sit. Yes. He slumped onto the sofa beside me. It was Steer Kim Ray-bin, who'd said he wouldn't go on stage but came prepared to support the shoot. I nodded. And soon you'll get to see who it is. I waited. A short while later, a visitor arrived in our waiting room. Hello, Sunbeam. Ether. Just as I predicted, the ones who'd been touring the waiting rooms and greeting everyone found us next. And in that moment, I realized Wonderhall's real play. We're counting on you. They greeted us politely. In person, Ether looked like a bunch of timid kids. No slick chameleons, no streetwise types, not even one standout personality. I swallowed. Damn it, Wonderhall was banking on that. These ether kids had harmless, squeaky, clean reputations. They wanted to show them to the public like this. If they planned to blow all the mystery they'd built and rebalance the image here, they were trying to soften the conflict angle with Taystar. If you can't kill the successor narrative, why not turn it into a feel-good story? Of course. A competition show that turns into a heartwarming senior-junior relationship, with ether learning from TSDR's example. Add a dash of endearing innocence, and the public will forgive even the clumsiest rookie. All the taunts about copycats and riding on TSDR's coattails would fizzle out. People only pick and choose their objections when they feel friendly towards someone. That's how it works. Ether reminds me of when I first joined the company LOL. So I hang in there. Hope their performance goes well. Then Ether would act terrified of being called TSDR's successor, humbly fishing for sympathy as super rookies. All they had to do was not completely bomb on stage, securing that rising star image, minimizing risk. I clenched my jaw but held back. They really thought this through. The worst part was that the whole thing wasn't a lie. I glanced at the huddle of Ether members. They really are just kids. These were teens who trained there but off to debut, oblivious to rivalries and corporate politics, model students if ever there were. Most likely, they'd even been banned from smartphones. They handpick only these innocent ones to debut. That was Wonderhall's calculation. They'd take the heat, while these kids stood back, blameless. Sunbeam, I'm Nua, our leader. We're all huge fans and really working hard. Introductions continued. The supposed leader, with silver hair, squeezed his hands and called out with earnest enthusiasm. We'll give it our all. In a competition show, that'd be cause for conflict, right? But everyone could see they meant no harm, so the members just responded politely. Yep, looking forward to it. Good luck with today's shoot. Thank you. It was just the friendly banter you'd expect from juniors. I'd bet Wonderhall planned that too. Let's soften TSDAR's resentment by making it awkward to stay harsh. A producer's cunning move. And with cameras rolling, it'd be even harder to overreact. If they slip up, Taystar'll look petty. I nodded inwardly, then offered the Ether leader a casual smile and handshake. Looking forward to your performance. Thank you, Yep. They even asked politely and handed us an album with a long letter attached, then left the waiting room bubbling with excitement. I closed the album, titled A Longtime Fan Since Park Monday Sunbeam Called, and noticed most of the other members flipping through it with the same mixed feelings. They really patterned this after our Visiting Day album. What struck me was that they could genuinely hand it over with respect. That gap between our cynical approach and their sincere one was everything. Well, it's not like I'm rattled. I shrugged and moved the album aside. Crazy things happen in this industry all the time. Besides, we'd already dealt with the supernatural. That right here, the guy beside me survived for a reason. I glanced to my left. Steer Ryu Jian-woo had already tucked the album on the table in front of the sofa and sat in quiet thought, fingers interlaced. As TSDR's leader, he'd shifted seats to greet the juniors, but he showed none of the usual leadership energy. Hey, we start shooting in 30 minutes, right? Of course. Oh, and our CEO heard about this all the way up the chain. Don't worry, they're going to protest properly. Oh, really? Why protest? We're strong. No need to. Wait, Si Jin-hyung. Shut it, Cha Eugene. Amid the bustle, Ryu Jian-woo kept his mouth shut like he was in another world. I wasn't exactly chatting either. It's almost time. I shrugged and was about to get up when I want to say something. Steer Ryu Jian-woo broke his silence. I froze and turned to him where I sat. Go ahead. Thanks. He paused, then continued, a topic I never would have expected. My memory. About returning it. You don't mind if I keep it, do you? 30 minutes before shooting, Steer Ryu Jian-woo unexpectedly withdrew his refusal to NVLIGHT, have his memory returned. I thought about it. I think I've been causing a lot of trouble. I was too harsh. He gave a faint smile, as though he'd regained some mental peace. But I knew better. There's no reason for that. He hadn't had an epiphany or come to terms with anything. If anything, I remembered his face from earlier that dawn. After hearing everything from Lee Sejin, if you want to do well here, I'll support you. Thanks for believing in me, and I'm sorry. Right after that, he definitely looked exhausted. Burned out. That was fatigue. The shadow of collapsing under stress flickered across his expression, then vanished. His calm tone resumed, laced with self-interest. After today's shoot, you can return it. You know, we were planning a unit stage next, right? I'm out of that. A unit stage. I recalled our conversation this morning. To break the monotony of the competition, we'd agreed to split into smaller groups occasionally. When you get your memory back, you might want to do it, though. Maybe. He agreed as though it were no big deal. That's on that Ryu Jian-Wu. Then, his tone was chillingly detached. I narrowed my eyes and thought for a moment, then. All right. I agreed immediately, then looked around. So about skipping today's stage, you said you'd sit this one out. I wanted to hear everyone else's thoughts anyway. Let's get their votes. I summoned the members who'd been talking and seated them around the table. The staff looked a bit startled, but I didn't care. I wasn't here to waste time. So about the unit. Let's take volunteers and pick quickly before the shoot. Ah, good idea. It was a topic we'd already touched on, so nobody balked. Okay, hands up. Without hesitation, Cha Eugene and Kun Sejin raised their hands. They were the ones who never missed an opportunity to perform. Next, Seon Ah-hyun raised his hand, thoughtful and diligent as always. Finally, Bae Sejin, face set, put his up too. That meant everyone except the two who still only had Steer's memories. I nodded and announced, "That's 4. That's a good number." Just then, Steer Kim Rae-bin tentatively raised his hand. After getting permission, he spoke. "Isn't it 5 of us?" "It's 4. Oh, I see. You meant excluding myself. Sorry. Huh. I flicked my head. I said I'm not doing it." You didn't raise your hand." I declared. Cha Eugene, Lee Sejin, Seon Ah-hyun, and Bae Sejin Hyung. Those 4, let's go. Let's not all jump in together. 515 chapter. Ryu Jian-Wu remained lost in his own mind. Suddenly changed circumstances and conditions. The days he'd spent doing his best to adapt. And that final chance, the obsession that flared up like a blaze. Jian-Wu. But even that had ended. Jian-Wu. Oh. Ryu Jian-Wu lifted his head. It was an unfamiliar manager calling him. The man, whose name he'd only recently learned, was the new manager Taystar had hired. And the first manager, he'd heard, had gotten into a car accident. Now that fact barely mattered. Merely recalling it sank his spirits. Yet he gave no sign, responding evenly. "Yes. I'm thinking of grabbing some drinks. What would you like?" He knew this manager brought drinks every morning, at lunchtime, and again between 2 and 3. But right now this was neither of those times. The practice room was in the middle of filming. Thank you." Then a latte. He heard the production staff asking other employees what they wanted. After glancing dispassionately at the crew filling the outer room, he spoke. "Surprise me with whatever's easiest to order." That was enough. Thus began Steer Ryu Jian-Wu's final period. Originally, the day he'd said, "I'll take back my memory," he'd planned to disappear, or rather, to recover it, as soon as his schedule ended. But it didn't go according to plan. That would be difficult. Park Mundy, the unfamiliar member who'd once been his cousin, expressed reluctance. He cited the risk of variables. "If you regain your memory, you might get confused. Isn't it dangerous while we're on a competition show? There'll be cameras on you a lot." It was a logical point. So Ryu Jian-Wu sat there meaninglessly. He could have retorted, "Why do you care?" But he didn't. "I'm not even on stage." If he was just filling in an empty seat for days, it was merely waiting time. Tiring, but waiting nonetheless. Ryu Jian-Wu sipped the drink assigned to him, a hot Americano. "It's actually decaf." "It's Sejin Hyung's." The one who approached with a blank expression and spoke was someone else hidden from the camera spotlight. Another member who, like him, sat out this competition, Park Mundy. He held his own drink and watched the Taystar unit's practice scenes under filming. Silence flowed. "Thanks. Oh, coffee. Is this my cake?" Wow. Then the practice room erupted. The Taystar unit, having paused their choreography once filming was done, smiled as they received drinks and snacks. At that moment, Park Mundy rose, as if his cue had come. "Shall we get moving? We're all set." "Set. For the shoot." "But I said I wouldn't do the stage." "What shoot?" Yet Park Mundy looked at him as if puzzled, almost incredulous. "Saying you won't do the stage doesn't mean you're absent from the program. You need to help build the stage. Completing it involves more than performing." Ryu Jian-Wu realized something felt off then. Before he knew it, he found himself doing an interview with Park Mundy and Kim Rae-bin, Tada, the 3 one-episode contract producers for this competition. We'll do our best. Applause. Park Mundy at center, Kim Rae-bin caught off guard, clapped. Should he join applause? But before he could think further, Park Mundy launched into an explanation. Kim Rae-bin's arrangement, Park Mundy's theme selection. As a self-producing group, we wanted to show that aspect. As you know, we're the top 3 producers in this group. Truly. Of course. Absolutely true. Even the cameraman stifled a laugh at Park Mundy's brazen honesty in response to the producer's teasing question. And all eyes turned to him. Ryu Jeon-woo Hyung will handle the overall visuals and reviews, feedback. Whoosh. The production staff responded enthusiastically. Thank you. Thus Ryu Jeon-woo received his role. Overall producer. In name only. He realized immediately there'd be nothing to do but watch the stage. For days after, no further requests came his way. The title producer was purely nominal. Thinking that, he stayed uninvolved and let time pass. Doing nothing, time flew by. He wondered if he'd ever experienced anything like this. His life had been a whirlwind of peak achievement through extreme training followed by steep falls. Maybe when I quit archery was closest. But even then he didn't feel this drained and adrift. Pain makes time crawl. Now, with no pressing pain to occupy him, the next shoot day arrived in an instant. Remarkably, they already had a performance concept in 3 days. They said they need our reactions while watching the performance, so we'll film together. They moved to a conference-style company space. How's it coming? Great. The Taystar members, smiling, stood on an impromptu stage made by removing the central podium, while Park Mundy, chatting casually, sat front and center. Rae-bin, your song was amazing. Really? Thank you. Even Kim Rae-bin conversed with unfamiliar members, likely due to close collaboration during arrangement work. Was that truly a natural adjustment? Ryu Jeon-woo chuckled to himself and sat. It didn't sting. The stage began after minor tweaks. Oh, but now that we're standing like this, the balance feels a bit off. They'd formed a unit of 3 dancers and 1 vocal. The 3 dancers' tall heights created an odd gap. Me? He nodded. When Bae Sejin, the one remaining, gave a sullen query, they rearranged positions. Center. Oh, center. At the member's cue, Bae Sejin grudgingly moved to the middle. And once he stood center, the balance was perfect. Haha, you're smiling? The writers desperately covered their mouths. Seon Ah-hyun's face went red, as though stifling laughter. Bae Sejin's irritation wasn't genuine anger, but the frankness of a close-knit team. He could have fit into this vibe. He felt a faint flash of impulse, but it vanished. So, please consider that our positioning is temporary. And the performance began. A bright, upbeat band accompaniment unveiled a retro, musical-style theme. Part distribution, accounting for individual strengths, was cleverly executed. Did he get professional baggage? Ryu Jeon-woo gave a wry smile. But that was all. Between us, it's as if there's a special gap. The music played. The performance continued. Without the fierce, exhausting worry about meeting a certain standard, watching the stage was relaxing. We don't yet know how wide this space will grow. That's true. For the first time in a long while, Ryu Jeon-woo watched a rival's stage with no thoughts. Yes. The 1-minute demo performance ended in a flash. That's it, thank you. Just then, as if on cue, Park Mundy's indifferent voice cut in. Hyung, feedback please. Ryu Jeon-woo felt a twinge of reluctance and awkwardness. He hadn't expected them to actually ask for feedback. Didn't they only give me the title? But Park Mundy looked casual, as if he simply needed something to say on camera. I see. Realizing he didn't need to deliver harsh, precise feedback, Ryu Jeon-woo nodded slightly. Park Mundy jumped in. First, tell me what you liked. Without overthinking, Ryu Jeon-woo replied. The movements were light. That's true. I thought a live band would suit it more. At that moment, Ryu Jeon-woo briefly recognized the same impression in his own mind, a faint spark of pleasure. Park Mundy didn't seek agreement and smoothly continued. Anyway, what did you think of the choreography? It was fine. Yes, it was well chosen, but what was lacking? He hadn't thought that deeply, yet he found a connection to his earlier comment. The moves were too flashy for the music. Right? The song isn't finalized. Park Mundy nodded, glancing at the performers sipping their drinks, then pulled out his smartphone. This is the version Ray Bin is working on now. Ray Bin, mind if we play it? Yes. Startled, Kim Ray Bin readily agreed. Park Mundy tapped play and handed him a wireless earbud. Ryu Jian-woo, swept along by the natural gesture, found himself listening. It wasn't extreme enough to refuse. He listened without realizing. A bit flashier, right? It is. I'd like more strings in this part. Oh, or brass, maybe. Strings and brass. Ryu Jian-woo focused on the music. Park Mundy watched him closely, reaffirming his judgment, just as he had when Ryu Jian right. Read more on our source. Wu declared he'd reclaim his memory. That's not it. Even if he regained his memory in a burned-out state, it wouldn't end well. Especially since he'd always been mentally strong and inscrutable. Why then had he burned out so completely in the past? The answer was clear. He'd worked too long on unrewarding tasks. Continuing something that didn't suit him and brought no joy inevitably breeds contempt. Even more so if it yields no result. The real problem was that Ryu Jian-woo's strong willpower had let him endure far too long. Bei Sijin agreed. Also, hearing the victory news from my past self bothered me. Witnessing the outcome of what drove him into that work. It wasn't satisfying, it felt hollow. That likely extinguished Ryu Jian-woo's motivation entirely. So after consulting Bei Sijin, Park Mundy solidified the future plan. Changed the pattern. First, free him from the typical role patterns of an idol member and group leader. And the next step was crucial. Ensure he still feels the efficacy of his work. And he's already on that path. Park Mundy recalled this, glancing at Ryu Jian-woo, who was speaking. Brass is better. Proposal began to flow. Exactly. Park Mundy smiled inwardly, then without showing it added. Right. Ray Bin will continue tomorrow morning. Let's check it then. Okay. Thus, as though soaked by a gentle rain, Ryu Jian-woo began steadily participating in completing the stage. Yes, Park Mundy truly intended to make Ryu Jian-woo the overall producer. 516 chapter. A joint project by Bei Sijin and me. The plan to make Ryu Jian-woo a producer. Having passed that first step, Jian-woo ended up tagging along the next morning when I went to check Kim Ray Bin's work. He'd agreed with his own words, so there was no way around it. We should go take a look. I spent the morning with Ray Bin, who adapted to the unfamiliar studio in an instant. All I asked him to do was chat casually while reacting to the track. But during that process, Jian-woo gradually found himself focusing naturally on the music. As you advised, I added brass samples and created 3 versions. They all fit, but I like 2 or 3. What about you, Hyung? 2. By joining in the arrangement selection, his own preferences were unconsciously reflected in the song. Then the next step. Okay, now let's try it with the choreography draft. Yes. I dropped the nearly finished version 2 audio into the footage of the newly filmed choreography draft and played it. That naturally carried the conversation from the song to the stage again. I think it suits well. Right. While we're tidying formations, maybe add a back and forth part for pairs. Then that part would be. When I glanced at Jian-woo, he instinctively voiced his thought. For that section, the bridge would feel most seamless. And true to his extensive stage experience, Steer Ryu Jian-woo's opinion was solid without me having to lead him. In my view, that works. Ray Bin. I also yes. It fits the arrangement perfectly. Steer Kim Ray Bin looked much less tense watching Jian-woo. Though he'd refused to perform, emotionally he seemed genuinely excited by his own studio. Maybe he just feels liberated after escaping military service. Perhaps most people would, but with Ray Bin it might be something else. In any case, the vibe was good, and work progressed smoothly. And Jian-woo slid through the tangled web of producing tasks like down a water slide, handling formations, part distribution, costume accents, themes, even giving feedback on choreography. Details. Since I'll be wearing gloves, maybe avoid gestures relying on friction. Oops. Okay. He'd even made comments like that after visiting the practice room. Before he fully #EnkVia realized it himself. Time flew and they reached the end. Hyung, it's time for the rehearsal shoot. Let's go. That meant the stage was complete. And this time, at the official competition shoot, the moment the performance began. We're starting now. Unlike before, Jian-woo began to focus on the stage. The dress rehearsal, with costumes, lighting, and effects fully realized. Everything from the actual stage was there. It could stand as a performance in its own right. And now, on the lit stage, Lee Sejin, dressed in a magician's suit, grinned and gave a theatrical greeting. Ladies and gentlemen, a burst of flashy brass instruments. Then, turning through the light, Seon Ah-hyun and Cha Eugene took their places as Bae Sejin stepped forward center and sang the introduction. Between us, it's as if there's a special gap. A velvet curtain and spotlight backdrop. Finger snaps and sprightly steps. A 20th century black and white film style stage unfolded, but the song was the latest hit. It was Marini's recent comeback track, TSDR's junior group. Instead of modernizing an old song, they'd done the reverse, rendered a current hit in retro style. We don't yet know how wide this space will grow. That's true. Stage effects and live sound perfectly matched the rhythmic arrangement. The brass erupted, and Cha Eugene drove the vocals with urgency. Take one step forward, one step towards someone who won't come. Then, as if everything were swept away, the sound soared into the chorus. In the center of a formation where all four moved as one, Bae Sejin adjusted his hat, smiled, and nodded. Fill in the blanks. Fill this gap. Beyond the space. At the edge, Seon Ah-hyun spun on a classic cane-style wooden standing mic, shifting the formation diagonally. Something special. Even if I stumble and fall, it's a sweet dream. Even with the main and lead vocals absent, the live performance was solid. Plus, the dance-strong members took verses, each delivering character-rich solo parts. When the non-dance sub-vocalist came center, the other three supported with choreography, helping that member shine. A tap dance segment mixed in to match the costumes and theme was also a nice touch. Wow! The rehearsal observers burst into laughter or, unable to spare time, focused intently on the stage. And in the very front row, Ryu Jian-woo also concentrated deeply, though not as a pure spectator like the crew. He had participated. The steps he'd gone through to complete this surfaced unconsciously in his mind. Choose a tempo not too fast, easy to subdivide the rhythm. Limit interludes to decisive parts. Practice focusing on steps. It couldn't be otherwise. They reflected it. Well, his feedback had been faithfully incorporated. Not every suggestion made it in, but the omitted elements had reasonable explanations and agreement. That made him feel even more at ease, convinced his involvement had only raised the quality. Yees. Lights and pyrotechnics flashed. Dazzling, joyous. And that was it. No learned resistance, no obstacle to overcome. He hadn't been treated as a performance idol pushed beyond limits, but had been subtly immersed in this work in a different way. All that remained was the thrill of seeing the perfectly realized result. Fill in the blanks. Oh, as the song ended with clean, solid mid-high notes, the crew cheered and applauded. They showered praise on the elated unit members and on the producing members seated in the audience. You organized it so well, it was truly great. Steer Ryu Jian-woo smiled faintly. Thank you. He felt a small spark, that heat called achievement. After the rehearsal, the Taystar members who'd been on stage moved for interviews, and Park Mundy excused himself to talk with production. So only the two steers remained in the waiting room. It was an incredibly enjoyable and meaningful project. Indeed. Kim Rae-bin, in casual clothes with his hair tied back and glasses on, looked thoroughly happy. So much so he didn't flinch when Jian-woo echoed his enthusiasm. So Jian-woo spoke. Rae-bin, my attitude toward you must have felt harsh many times. He calmly voiced words he'd long wanted to say. I'm sorry. You've worked so hard. He reached to pat his head, but worried it might seem overbearing, so he settled for a light tap on the shoulder. But Rae-bin remained frozen in shock. If there's anything you want to say, you can, though it might still be hard. Jian-woo didn't show a bitter smile. He knew that even if he could rewind time, there would have been no other way. Maintaining a fractured team under hierarchy and fear was the only way he could keep the group together. But there was no need to justify it to others now. So he concluded simply, you can say it after I reclaim my memory. Think of that. Rae-bin didn't reply. He was considering whether he could speak up. His suppressed curiosity had somewhat revived. Hyung. Yes. Finally, Rabin cautiously asked. Then you still plan to reclaim your memory? That's what I'm curious about too. Another voice cut in. Thud. The door opened as Park Mundy returned from talking with production and pitched the question. He'd given himself an excuse to leave them alone, but none of that mattered anymore. Surely that didn't work at all. Not a trace of change in his feelings? Park Mundy almost questioned his own abilities, but first checked Jian Wu's expression. That's right. Steer Ryu Jian Wu looked comfortably at ease. It wasn't resignation. Change had clearly occurred. Then, Park Mundy decided to dig deeper. But it seems the reason you want to reclaim it has changed. It's the opposite. Jian Wu rubbed his jaw. I realized why I hated the idea of getting my memory back. Unexpected, Park Mundy repeated the thought. Hated the idea? It was as if Steer Ryu Jian Wu read his mind as he answered. I felt like I was losing. Even Kim Rae-bin gasped at the bombshell. But Jian Wu continued calmly. I told you before, right? Watching Cha Eugene, he seemed so different after regaining his memory. Right. He said he disliked it because it felt like becoming someone else. Park Mundy recalled that conversation. Yeah. He looked so at ease, happy, relaxed. It was good. Jian Wu described Cha Eugene's healthy state with the utmost positivity, smiling faintly. But I didn't want that. Excuse me. Becoming someone else who succeeded in ways I don't understand, then calling that person me, and giving up, settling for easy comfort. It was a harsh aversion, perhaps a regressed pride or self-respect. But to vividly realize that, Steer Ryu Jian Wu had long forgotten pride. So I wanted to prove I could do as well and claim that spot myself. It's rationalization too, I suppose. Imitation, after all, Jian Wu added calmly. Park Mundy asked. From the start. From the moment I snapped to and assessed the situation, I reached that extreme conclusion. He could make that leap because he'd endured similar struggles for years as a steer. His usefulness to himself. What can I actually do? But in truth, Jian Wu wasn't the type to crave escape after gloomy self-reflection. He solved complex problems clearly and acted immediately. In the steer era, nothing was clear, so he never had the chance to escape that torment. That made it all the more painful, a long, slow fall. However, now I don't think that anymore. Steer Ryu Jian Wu, with the knowing look of someone who'd seen it all, answered Park Mundy. Today's stage was probably set up by you all to lift my spirits. Thank you. At the same time, Park Mundy realized. His tone changed. Rather than mimicking Taestar Ryu Jian Wu, he now spoke in a slightly more measured, flat tone, likely the same he used in the steer era. And the conversation continued to deepen. Oh, I've got something I'm curious about too. What is it? When you were trying to persuade me to reclaim my memory, you must have had words prepared. Could I hear them? Park Mundy smiled faintly. Of course. He spoke his prepared lines. You say Cha Eugene changed a lot after getting his memory back, but that's just him reclaiming what was always his. The same goes for you. You've had many good experiences with this group. Yes. Those are your achievements. Really? Yes. A few days ago, those words wouldn't have resonated at all. He'd nearly forgotten what achievement felt like and couldn't see those results as his own. They'd felt someone else's. But this performance gave him a hint of what it might feel like. So he smiled and replied, I see. I'm curious. That night, Steer Ryu Jian Wu concluded that he would reclaim himself as a member of Taestar. 517 chapter. Now we're starting? Yeah. At my answer, Sien Ah-hyun nodded vigorously. He settled into place with a mixture of tension and anticipation on his face. And he wasn't the only one wearing that expression. After filming wrapped, everyone who joined us had heard that Ryu Jian Wu's memories would return, so they gathered in the living room. They all looked nervous, but Big Sejin tried to lighten the mood with a casual remark. Hyung, in a few seconds you'll have a bunch of little brothers. How's that sound? Should be fun. Sure, though that's not really the point. Steer Ryu Jian Wu's answer sounded almost cold, but it didn't come from dissatisfaction. He simply spoke in his natural tone, more genuine than when he'd been forcing himself to seem gentle before. He smiled softly, and Big Sejin laughed too. It's nice to see you relaxed. Thanks. Ryu Jian Wu turned his head toward me. All right, I'll find them now. I nodded, then checked the status window. Would you like to reboot company? The moment I rebooted this, Ryu Jian Wu, just like Steer Cha Eugene, would regain his memories. I'd tinkered with the system, trying to keep the preview mode active alongside reboot, fearing he might refuse if he got shocked by suddenly remembering. You, Kim Ray Bin. Your symptoms appeared a bit later than Cheon Wu's, so take your time. No need to rush. I never said I didn't want my memories back. Oh, my expectation is high. I think regaining my memories will bring new experiences for my composing style. So he said, did I really need to tinker with the system? The effort felt almost wasted. But anyway, time to execute the plan. I removed my hand from my brow and spoke calmly. I'm going to press it now. Just lie down when I say. Based on previous cases, I thought there was a high chance he'd fall asleep, so I offered it as a suggestion. Steer Ryu Jian Wu lay down on the living room sofa without protest. Is this okay? Yes. I confirmed he was comfortably settled, that he was mentally ready, and then activated the status window. Reboot. Flash. Light burst from the pop-up. But whether the holographic glow dazzled him or not, Ryu Jian Wu remained motionless, quietly exhaling as if drifting into a peaceful sleep. Hyung. No response. Steer Ryu Jian Wu just lay there, looking calm enough to nearly shield my pop-up light without meaning to. Let's wait. Okay. To avoid disturbing him in this deep, unconscious state, we moved quietly. On that holiday afternoon, the living room stayed silent for hours. That evening, screech. I was frying eggs in the kitchen when I heard a scream behind me. Oh my Hyung. It was Cha Eugene, on monitoring duty for Jian Wu from 5 to 6 p.m. That meant, he's awake. I turned off the stove and spun around. In the living room, Ryu Jian Wu sat up on the sofa in disarray. His head was bowed, hiding his expression, and one hand pressed against his forehead. But Cha Eugene wasted no time. Monday Hyung makes something delicious. Let's go. Before asking if he was okay, you just wanted to eat it yourself, didn't you? When Cha Eugene tugged at his arm, Jian Wu forced a bright smile despite his puffy face. Really? Thanks. Even in this chaotic moment, his response was gentle and comforting, exactly how someone accustomed to such situations would react. Bei Sijin, who rushed over, asked with wide eyes. Jian Wu. Yeah. He smoothed his rumpled clothes, pushed his hair back, and fully sat up. A slightly embarrassed smile lingered at the corner of his mouth, just like the Ryu Jian Wu we knew. Thanks for all your hard work, everyone. That was enough. Hyung. Ago, our leader Hyung is back. Instantly, the living room erupted as if at a family reunion. Several of them embraced Jian Wu, and he, mildly flustered, patted each of their backs. Sijin especially did great. You said whatever needed saying in the schedule. And then he added, there were a lot of members confused by their memories besides me. I'm sorry I just took help instead of looking after you all. Nah, we need days like this so we can repay you for what you usually do. No, still, thank you. He answered firmly, then looked around as if searching for someone. Well, only one person's missing from the circle, so I know who you're looking for. Me. What about you, Monday? I was holding a crab. Not cooked crab. The live one marinated in soy sauce. I snapped off the carapace, and with a satisfying crack revealed the yellow roe packed inside. It was ganjang gajang, made from a plump crab. Please have some. I didn't choose it. It was the meal his parents had picked. Honestly, I hadn't had time to do anything else, so it was a relief. If it's from a renowned place, at least it should taste good. Hyung. I even took a call taxi to buy it just now, Monday Hyung. Counting cooking time, it was cheap. Monday, you should have told me. We could have done rock, paper, scissors for it. Mine would have been more reliable. You needed to rest too, Monday. That was clear enough. I hadn't actually done much, just fried eggs and pulled crab. It's ready now. Please eat. He probably hadn't eaten anything today. I nodded and waited for him to sit down. All right. Ryu Jian Wu smiled sheepishly, joined me at the table, and everyone else found their seats. They eagerly struck up conversation with him. Wow. Even without memories, Hyung wraps things up smoothly with no incidents. Why yeah? Right? Cha Eugene tried to run off. I went to the sea. No harm done. Hey, we couldn't sleep that night. The table quickly turned lively. Jian Wu looked momentarily embarrassed, then laughed freely. Eugene was your first time. It's understandable. I'm the one who should apologize for not showing maturity. Hyung. He answered each member's questions about his condition sincerely as they ate. And he didn't forget to say, I'll contact the company starting today. Okay. I nodded and turned my gaze to the table spread, rice with crab, butter, and eggs. Ryu Jianwu barely touched it, eating plain rice instead. I watched him carefully. Ryu Jianwu only got a chance to collect his thoughts when he went in to shower. Phew. Up until then, he'd spent all his time reassuring the other members. Of course, he had no time to think properly. Thinking about what he'd done for those kids back when he only had past memories was so embarrassing it renewed his resolve. A slump turning into self-pity. I was childish. But now he'd done what needed to be done. Even Kim Rae-bin, who hadn't regained memories yet, seemed relieved. Good. As always, Testar Ryu Jianwu regained his strong mentality without overthinking. He belonged to a great team and handled his tasks well. He reflected on his debut and everything since, calming his mood. When he finished his shower, clearing his mind so it wouldn't drift darkly. Hey, you're out. His roommate Cha Eugene wasn't there. Instead, at the table between the two beds sat Park Mundy. Or rather, it felt more like Ryu Jianwu's cousin. Ryu Jianwu was the cousin's Hyung. Without hesitation, he spoke casually, grabbing things on the table and straightening them. A few pungent ingredients and bottles of alcohol. Ryu Jianwu had laid out a drinking spread. He was momentarily speechless before finding his voice. Hyung, alcohol is... We all agreed it's okay to drink sometimes. But it wasn't a single can of beer, it was a pile of wine. Is this really all right? Ryu Jianwu looked at his cousin with half reluctance, half worry, then cautiously sat across from him. What did I do wrong? He pondered briefly, then realized the answer. At dinner, I hadn't given him much thought. He could reasonably feel upset. I must have gone to the trouble of calling around to learn his favorite restaurant, yet I'd been too busy to eat properly myself. I'm sorry. He intended to apologize immediately, but his cousin spoke first. I've got something to say. Go ahead. Ryu Jian. Wu straightened his posture, like a junior sipping drinks with a superior after making a mistake. But Ryu Jianwu's cousin didn't mention any fault. I heard this from someone I know. He continued slowly with words he'd heard before. When faced with fear and pain, it's normal to get angry, to blame others, and it's okay. Ryu Jianwu's eyes widened. His cousin smiled and reached for a glass on the table. If it was okay for me, it's even more okay for you. Because he was telling him this as its original speaker. People can't always live rationally. Ryu Jianwu looked at the table piled with drinks and finally understood the déjà vu's cause. The summer package. The scene his cousin recreated exactly from the day he confided in Mundy Hyung. Ryu Jianwu closed and opened his eyes slowly. His cousin held out the glass. You did well. Wine poured in. Ryu Jianwu stared at it blankly, then reached out, grabbed the glass, and lifted it to his lips. He was too strong to get drunk on this. But the fact that he wanted to drink made him realize. I wanted to run away. He'd been deliberately avoiding recalling his steer memories because the very act of remembering felt repulsive. He could dismiss his steer self as childish only for what he'd done here. Only now, after regaining solid mental footing, could he see it clearly. At the time, I actually... His cousin wondered. Inwardly, and you? But Ryu Jianwu said nothing, just quietly finished the wine in his glass. His cousin didn't push him. They slowly emptied one bottle, then opened another. Want more? Yeah. They opened one more bottle. That was all. His cousin never demanded anything of him. Sometimes, that was enough. Testar rested fully until the next day. Moving between rooms to chat was all they did. Even Big Sejin skipped his workout, and Ryu Jianwu did too. Bei Sejin saw how much they'd drunk and looked like he had plenty to say, but held back. Time passed leisurely. After dinner, they all gathered in the living room to finally watch their recently released competition stage. Wow, of course Tester's stage is amazing. Right? I especially love that part. Conversation flowed without tension. I can't wait to see our unit's stage too. Me too. Rae-bin, how about you? You did the rearrangement. Of course I'd love to see it again. Ooh. They talked about when Kim Rae-bin might regain memories and what he might want to do first. They enjoyed a relaxing break. Still, Testar on screen looked stunning. Even reading the cringy subtitles, they giggled with excitement. Stage of the K-pop monarch who enchants the audience. Our monarch. Oh-ha. Soft applause followed. Big Sejin grabbed the phone to take a group selfie for fans, and Park Mundi picked the shot. Ryu Jeon-woo watched this comforting scene in his relaxed mind. Just then the show they'd appeared on ended. Ding. Realization. With an eerie minor key resonance, an ad began on the TV screen. Oh, that. It was a familiar voice. In this building, strange shadows. After the narration, desolate corridors and emergency stairs flashed by. Images from a fantasy-infused thriller. They're coming for you. Thud, thud, thud. In time with the sound, close-ups of actors under red and blue lights appeared. Among them, Bae Sejin staring into the camera. Ooh. Sejin Hyung. Wow. The Doll Hunter. Thursday, October 31st, Net Plus. That's right. This was the drama Bae Sejin had filmed. Hyung, it looks amazing. I heard you're the protagonist's friend. Right? That was my role, right? Sejin, congrats. The members enthusiastically patted Bae Sejin's shoulder and back. Even Park Mundi smiled and spoke. It must be releasing soon. Yeah? Uh-huh. Bae Sejin nodded, though sweat beaded at his temples. I haven't told them yet. Bae Sejin. 3 days until the big reveal of the psychopath role. 518 chapter. Bae Sejin hadn't deliberately kept his role secret from the members. He just hadn't found the right moment. They're talking about who's regained memories. How could I suddenly bring up my drama? Besides, his filming was already finished without issue. No matter how much he thought about it, it ranked low on the conversation priority list. So he resolved right then. I'll tell them before bed tonight. But that night, happy birthday Hyung. They threw a surprise birthday party for Ryu Jeon-woo. Of course, October 28th happened to be Jeon-woo's birthday. How had he not known? You've been busy too, Hyung. This was a secret party planned by the 3 members born the same year. Tester's midline, nicknamed the Same Age Crew. They'd endured the memory chaos together and decided to let Jeon-woo just enjoy himself. So they pooled efforts and smuggled in supplies. Just have fun. Lee Sejin, now close enough to speak freely, offered. Bae Sejin inwardly wailed. I don't need this kind of consideration. But he wasn't socially inept enough to ruin the mood with a pointless outburst. Still, it's thoughtful. Because the atmosphere was warm and pleasant. Jeon-woo looked more than touched. He seemed slightly stunned with joy, his face lighting up for everyone who had prepared it. Seon Ah-hyun blushed as he offered the cake. The giant chocolate cake bore a cheerful message like, Tester's eldest Hyung is handsome. Just blow out the candles. Haha, got it. Shall I make a wish? Naturally, there was no way to suddenly mention a psychopath role in this mood. I've already been through enough emotional turmoil. At least let him receive birthday wishes as the protagonist in peace. So Bae Sejin made an unprecedented social choice. Keep his mouth shut and ride the vibe. The result was that only he suffered from the heartwarming moment. Ugh, what did you wish for, Hyung? That our team stays healthy and active for a long time. Really, that's a great wish. Indeed. Bae Sejin chimed in as Park Mundi neatly sliced the cake and handed him a piece. Phew. The cake was delicious, at least. Only after a glass of non-alcoholic champagne did Bae Sejin try again to bring up the drama. I didn't expect a party like this, but I feel what a joyful, harmonious team this is. I want to regain my memories quickly so I can contribute even more to this team. What a meaningful day that became. At Steer Kim Rae-bin's cautious remark, Bae Sejin nearly squeezed his eyes shut. Right. He gave up. Bae Sejin decided to wait for the next day. And the very next day was a new filming day 4. They would announce that round's winner, film some rest time content, and adjust the season's tempo before the mid-season break. Testar placed second, a solid result. Thank you. Everyone finished filming in high spirits as predicted. For reference, A-Tear from Wonderhall, who debuted this round, placed 5th. Their stage was full of rookie energy and flashy effects. Experts praised its meticulous planning and production, so 5th place felt disappointing. But Bae Sejin, with years of experience masking his expression, thought to himself nonchalantly. Honestly, I'm not upset. He felt a sense of poetic justice. Park Mundy, beside him, was thinking, better they win first and face backlash than us, though he kept that to himself. In any case, Ater's innocent, naive attitude left Testar with a peculiar mix of impressions and unease, but the shoot ended smoothly. See you in 2 weeks, seniors. Yes, Testar, have a good journey back. After tearful farewells to first-place Malong Dalcom, they entered the waiting room and gathered their things. The mood was relaxed, perfect for a bit of small talk and laughs. Finally, is this the moment? Sejin. Yes. But Ryu Jian Wu spoke first. I'm late saying this, but thank you. I heard Sejin looked out for me when I lost my mind. It wasn't that big a deal. No, it was. Jian Wu's eyes were warm. You must have been shaken by my behavior. It must have been even harder to care for me when you were also struggling. But you still took care of me. Bei Sejin hesitated, then said casually, You're my friend? Of course I would. For Bei Sejin, Jian Wu was almost his first true peer friend. Receiving such thanks for one-sided help felt embarrassingly sweet. Jian Wu smiled. Still, thank you. Okay. Sincere words passed between them, ending on a heartwarming note. A comfortable silence followed, and Bei Sejin thought, in this mood, how could he suddenly mention a psychopath role? Yeah, right. In the end, Bei Sejin, tears welling, relinquished the idea. And so broadcast day arrived. October 31st, Halloween midnight. Thanks to the bold choice of no morning schedule the next day, Testar lounged on the sofa in delight. Hyung, let's start. Sit down. Hurry. Bei Sejin flopped onto the sofa and, to hide his nerves, grabbed handfuls of Cha Yujin's popcorn and chewed furiously. What the? It's starting. Cha Yujin was momentarily surprised, but on hearing Park Mundy's voice, fixed his gaze on the TV. Dream. This must be a dream. It had to be. The first episode of NetPlus's newly released series began airing. Felt closer to a modern mystery survival horror. One day, the protagonist wakes to an alarm, only to realize no light enters his window despite it being morning. Approaching the window, he discovers a chilling sight. The outside is packed with damp earth, as if the entire building were buried alive. The plot follows the protagonist as he climbs upward through the twisted, darkened corridors to escape, encountering neighbors turned monsters. Not every neighbor has transformed. Most residents remain buried with the building. As he ascends, he meets various characters, allies and foes, some joining his journey. Hello. Sejin Hyung. Bei Sejin's character, medical student Jong Isol, joins in mid-season. A late-20s man with black hair brushed aside and frameless glasses. Intellectual, sharp-witted, skilled in first aid. If this were a game, he'd be top. Recruit. Wait. His first appearance, wielding a fire hose to drive off a monster, syncs with engine BGM, delivering catharsis. Even Ryu Jian Wu, typically disinterested in surreal visuals, lightly praised it. Sejin, that's really cool. Thanks. This able helper role blocks glitch twists while preserving the group's morality. Combined with Bei Sejin's pristine mask and acting, it's shown. This way, his quiet demeanor felt charming too. Moreover, this medic invites the group to his hideout and treats the injured. The hideout? A convenience store. Shill. A store stocked with supplies. Seeing greasy, salty canned ham and hot instant rice, the protagonists eat greedily. PPL or not, it looked irresistible. WoW even handles PPL, Hyung? Truly a vital role in every sense. Super cool. Amazing. Indeed, a role vital in many senses. Bei Sejin couldn't stop the members from binging through episode 2. The drama, like most adapted from a solid original, paced rapidly, keeping them on the edge of their seats. They even analyzed the protagonist's strategies, offering commentary. Now they'll use the store as a base. Right. Might go higher. But when it happens, you can't think like that. Since the 31-story building was inverted, top-floor officetals became the bottom. Around floor 28 was the convenience store catering to residents. Above the officetals lay the commercial floors, which might be safer. Opinions among the members diverged. Even seeing Hyun asked Park Mundy, "What do you think, Mundy?" And Park Mundy answered calmly, "I don't know. Either way, I think something will happen at the store." It's an easy target. The moment he finished speaking, the screen showed the convenience store again. Its lights off, the exterior pitch black. Huh? Uh-huh. The protagonist went below to check a rescue signal from middle schoolers trapped in a small office-style room, splitting the group. The uninjured moved on. The wounded stayed at the store. Now the wounded returned, and the LED lights were all out, creating an eerie atmosphere. Oh, of course, a store full of food's an obvious target. Better to go to the commercial floors for more cover. Even as they spoke, Ryu Jianwoo and Lee Sejin couldn't take their eyes off the screen. Then they realized themselves. The convenience store is easy to attack. So how had the medic used it as a safe haven without being attacked? The question flickered through a few members' minds when, on screen, the protagonist and several companions finally entered the store. In the darkened interior, the protagonist's flashlight revealed shelves and the counter intact, but no reply came. Only suffocating white noise filled circled asterisk operator, NLIOHD, circled asterisk operator. Read the full story, the scene. Maybe they evacuated already? That hopeful thought passed when the flashlight beam turned toward the stockroom door, and through the gap in the open door appeared feet and shoes, lying horizontally, an unnatural sight. Thud, thud. Heartbeat like SFX dominated the screen as the camera slowly panned up to the lone standing figure in the stockroom doorway. You came? And they all realized. The medic hadn't escaped the store. He was the attacker. Behind him, casually wiping blood off his hands with a wet wipe, the camera caught glimpses of corpses swaying. Close-ups revealed the piled bodies, the very teammates who'd stayed in the store injured, among them the heroine, the protagonist's love interest, and the supporting colleague destined to survive. Yet by episode 2, all the starting members lay dead at the medic's hand. Bae Sejin desperately began avoiding the members' gazes. 519 chapter. The med student with an intellectual air on screen, Jong Isel, who bore Bae Sejin's likeness, calmly wiped Sun Ga's blood away. The protagonist, stiff and pale, stared at the corpses of comrades who had been alive just moments before and asked, "Why?" Viewers watching the scene felt exactly the same way. A silent confusion filled the living room, and instead of Bae Sejin, who was sweating coldly, the med student on screen answered, "What? They're dead. Why? Why did you kill them?" The convenience store was as quiet as a mouse's death, and in the lodging's living room beyond the screen, a graceful classical accompaniment began to play. Graceful, tranquil notes. Then the med student's composed voice echoed, "Because there was no reason not to. This is bullshit. Seriously, bro?" Horror and exasperation resonated through the living room, and Bae Sejin covered his eyes. But on screen, the med student's torso was in close-up, his expression perfectly neutral. And he explained, "They were injured." The protagonist shrieked as if gone mad. "Wow, what are you saying? Then why'd you save us? Why help us?" "You have to check." He said he had to confirm whether the penalty of injury was offset by any abilities. The med student, answering succinctly, was calm and rational. No, his rational tone only heightened the dissonance against the gruesome, blood-soaked backdrop. Having wiped all the blood clean with a wet wipe, he pointed with that hand to a corner of the storage room. A backpack piled with supplies. "Pack up." "Wah." The protagonist, completely unhinged, lunged forward. The med student frowned slightly, then dodged the protagonist's punch by dipping his head, sending him sprawling instead. The protagonist fell across the corpses. Ugh. Think. To the protagonist, thrashing in rage and fear, the med student offered advice as if teaching him how to breathe deeply. And when, reflexively gasping, the protagonist lifted his head, "Let's go together." The med student extended his hand, an offer of companionship. Unable to understand this lunatic's logic, the protagonist momentarily forgot his anger and, sprawled on the floor, stared at that hand. Like in slow motion, his vision shook and the world froze in that moment. Juzong. With a clamorous shout, the silence shattered. The remaining group, having slowly pursued with the rescued middle schoolers, rushed into the convenience store. The protagonist was barely rescued by them and dragged out of the store. sobbing and thrashing. He locked himself in the office cell and only after several hours finally dared return to the convenience store. But the convenience store was already empty. All that remained were neatly arranged corpses. Ugh! The protagonist collapsed in front of them. After slow, agonizing music played, he, unable to bear the pain alone, noticed the items still resting in the storage corner. The fully packed backpack. The med student had left behind the backpack he had used to gather supplies. Whether it was a calculation for mobility or for some other reason, it was unclear. Still, the protagonist fumbled for the backpack and hoisted it onto his back. Clenching his teeth, he stepped out of the convenience store with dragging feet. His steps grew firmer, leaving the lifeless bodies like dolls behind him. The rough title logo appeared above the tear-stained face of the protagonist. And episode 2 ended with that shocking finale. Cha Eugene, who had forgotten even his popcorn and sat with his mouth agape, murmured, "Bae Sejin Hyung got us." "No way. He said you were the protagonist's friend." "Well, for a moment, he is a friend, right?" It was a shameless remark. "Are you serious?" "Not a friend, but an enemy." That's just cruel." Even Seon Ah-hyun chimed in, and Bae Sejin sank into silence. He couldn't pull off a cheeky still fun, right? Or, "I got you good now." Finally, Bae Sejin, face flushed red, opened his mouth. "I'll tell you everything now. I warned you not to play a psychopath again after you did it 3 times in a row, but you took the role anyway." Yeah, it is a weird character, but the thing is... At that moment, wait. Lee Sejin, with a solemn expression and chewing Eugene's popcorn, cut him off. "Hyung, don't tell them." "Why?" And an absurd reply came back. "It's more fun if you don't listen." Wow. Sejin Hyung is such a great actor. Right. Yeah, that's true. I can't wait to see what happens. Insanity or not, this was entertaining. Oh, here we go. 3. One who ascends to hell. No spoilers, please. Taystar began watching the auto-playing episode 3 with reverent posture and intrigued eyes. Bae Sejin's mouth hung open in a daze. So, Shu Hyung, focus. Bae Sejin was utterly speechless. Only Enivia LG. Continue reading. One member remained unaffected by this whirlwind of confusion. "I never imagined I'd play the med student role." Park Mundy. Having already binge-read the original webtoon months ago, he nodded in self-satisfaction at his foresight in setting up a reaction cam. This content is gonna kill. He truly was the embodiment of cost performance. And just as Park Mundy predicted, real-time SNS was already flooded with screams of all kinds. Because kept its casting secret, light fans who weren't Bae Sejin's hardcore supporters hadn't binged the original webtoon. They simply enjoyed a fun new drama on Net Plus featuring Bae Sejin. They praised his first appearance. A cool ally enters the stage. The med student so slick. Wow, perfect casting for Bae Sejin. Thrilling. Everyone watched All Hunter, it's epic. And when the killer appeared, they praised it in a different sense, with screams. What is this? WTF. Is this a dream? Yeah, perfect casting, but the opposite meaning now. Psycho descends. Seeing these reactions, more people started watching, and within hours they were screaming in unison. What kind of drama is this? LOL, I can't believe my eyes. Saw the original webtoon spoiler. Insane. Bae Sejin's hardcore fans, even as they screamed, watched in exhilaration. They devoured the original before his casting news broke, so they already recognized Jong Isol at his first appearance. Yet they couldn't help but marvel. Sejin had a gap in leading roles for years. Is he superhuman? Truly possessed. That hand-washing scene was so intense. The character design is over the top. Could have gone wrong, but the balance was so precise, and then it hits so hard. Bae Sejin must do more roles like this. His performance was unervingly perfect. The psychopathic role wasn't exaggerated. It was restrained yet detailed, delivering shock and impact. In fact, Bae Sejin's acting hiatus hadn't been as long as they thought. He'd often played psychopaths in the system's virtual world, and his previous project was also a med student role. Thanks to that, even with a short prep time, he nailed all the med student quirks and habits. He was a seasoned newcomer. Then word leaked that Bae Sejin was a last-minute casting replacement, creating extra synergy. Bae Sejin was mid-production replacement, per KG YouTube, link. For real? Fans unaware of the full story found the Taystar reaction Park Monday captured hilarious. But the real climax came halfway through the season, on October 31st, when Episode 5 dropped. Near the end of Episode 5, as the protagonist fled the cult's monster and ran into the med student. Splat. Without a word, Zhang Isel stabbed the protagonist. Why? Supplies are low, and he reclaimed the supplies the protagonist had been carrying. The very backpack he had left behind. Oh, that's right. The med student had killed the protagonist too. Of course, the protagonist comes back to life afterward. It's a time loop story, folks lol. The protagonist regained consciousness exactly as in Episode 1. Huff. Wah. Phew, you're okay. Si Jin-hyung tricked us again. He said he wouldn't listen. Taestar's frantic cries that they should have taken the spoilers, and Base Sejin's wounded expression, were uproarious. Lol. It doesn't feel like someone else's story. My reaction is exactly like Taestar's when I watch Base Sejin live. Did you think idols weren't human lol? These chaotic reactions from Episodes 1 and 2 became official content on WeTube, fully supported by Net Plus. It was a huge hit. Days later, people even compared Taestar's earlier works to mine for extra meta fun. The med student's character was just that powerful. Sejin wore glasses in Section 127, then 2 lol. Is mass slaughter the Taystar trademark? Section 127's doctor and that med student image. Fans joked about linking it to the Ruins Factory game they'd done with the now-ruined factory, and some even drew crossover fan art. Interestingly, the only ones not amused were the cast themselves. Hello? It's gotten chilly. Just checking how you're doing. Haha, have you seen this? A text arrived from Ruins Factory, the game company, along with a proposal he'd braced for. So, would any of you on Taystar ever consider making another game? 520 chapter. Make a game again? I reread the long message sent by the heads of the game company Paihyo Gongdan. It seemed they'd been deeply impressed by Doll Hunter starring Base Sejin this time. I half expected as much. I thought back to how well received our last album's game was, and drafted my reply as sincerely as possible. An ambitious follow-up to our successful first game venture. Sorry, we really don't have the time. Right. Obviously we can't. The reason was the same as before. One run is fine, but if we do it again, people will start accusing us of stunt pulling. First, let's define the new content we tried in the last album. Include a game within an album. Once is an event, twice becomes business. A pattern emerges, and with it comes controversy. Buying an album just for the game means it's not a music album but a game, right? LOL. Immediately they'd accuse us of a loophole trick. We'd create a dedicated consumer base buying the album solely for the interactive game. Because we made it so well last time, now it backfires. Taystar already has plenty of enemies, from our former agency T1 to the newly surfaced Wonderhole jerks. Countless reasons for them to nitpick. I considered explaining that carefully, but I doubted they'd understand. They probably didn't even realize their existing users wouldn't like it either. From Paihyo Gongdan's perspective, they'd think, we make a fun game with great reviews, and it doubles as promotional hype for their next title. What's not to love? I heard it even got a lot of overseas attention. But gamers in this country who know who Taystar is, one repeat, and they'll call it overkill or grow hostile. It looks like riding on an idol's fame. If they want to try again, they need a more meticulous plan. They mustn't push an openly ambitious sequel. I calibrated my refusal tone so they'd feel I might cooperate when circumstances allow. This should do it. Everything remained under control. I nodded. But some variables are beyond individual control, like a phenomenon-level hit. Indeed, Doll Hunter shattered platform records. The trigger was Doll Hunter's overseas performance. Insane, #1 global share on Net Plus. Real-time viewership of Doll Hunter went off the charts. Doll Hunter's gripping pull kept almost no one from quitting before the end, making headlines. Word of mouth and rising chart placements attracted even more viewers, pushing its rank ever higher. #1 in watch time, wow. That week it clinched global #1, triggering a media frenzy. This is wild. The elated production studio and Net Plus flooded the press as if their lives depended on it. It was surprising that the drama itself earned praise without much backlash. Crazy. LOL. As the latest comment said, it was epic. Foreign outlets and media reported on it, and the lead actors drew intense interest, especially the actor who played the psychopathic killer who gave the protagonist their first awakening and first death. Oh, divine. Overseas YouTubers' reaction compilations to Bae Sejun's psychopath twist even ranked among the most popular videos on domestic YouTube. I never expected this but loved it. All caps. He made this show 10 times more thrilling. Viewers screaming like the protagonist. It was truly a dramatic comeback for the once-child actor. At the dorm, whenever Cha Eugene gleefully bombarded him with enthusiastic feedback, Bae Sejun, who'd been avoiding online monitoring, was occasionally spotted sneaking a peek too. Hyung, this person says they fell in love with you. With a psychopath? He looked slightly uneasy, but not upset. Of course, success always tastes good, even if it comes from 4 consecutive psychopath roles. Now I even heard him proudly sharing it with a hint of expectation. So, we've got a promo spot on a YouTube show with the cast. If timing works, I might plug our next album, but I'm not sure how effective it'll be. It definitely will be. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. It's good if he enjoys his own activities. The problem lay with others on the internet, not him. As Bae Sejun's character, medical student Jong Isel, grew in fame, murmurs began stirring online. Bae Sejun, why keep staying in idol? TBH Taestar treated him like a low-tier member. If it were me, I'd refuse renewal out of spite, but the members must have clung to him hardcore. It was the classical Bae Sejun shouldn't stay in idol argument. Because actor Bae Sejun's overwhelming performance made people question TSDR's need for idol Bae Sejun. They just want him doing another project. Of course, he'd built a solid fanbase on stage with steady growth, so the conflict ran deep. What the hell is this guy again? The OP didn't Inc VLGHD, exclusive on Inc VLGHD, even insult him, but suddenly everyone's swearing. Are Taestar superfans triggered? LOL. Using the word mouth while calling someone out for swearing, aren't they embarrassed? Honestly, Bae Sejun's parts were few and not memorable on stage. When he got a failing grade at Ajusa, he still had stage presence. What nonsense. Right? Taestar fans are scary, seizing the chance to bash him. Why suddenly talk about Taestar fans? It's obviously troll bait. He seems attached to the group, but it doesn't feel organic. He's got so much talent elsewhere. OMG, I felt that too. Looks like gaslighting. Why do people toss around gaslighting? Get a grip. It was chaos. Extreme remarks were almost evenly split between pros and cons. They're doing it on purpose. Once a heated debate draws trolls, smoother opinions follow. And that was the problem. I just want to see Bae Sejun on dramas or movies more. He's seasoned, so he'll go solo soon, right? Many casually speculated that he'd prioritize acting and gradually step back from Taestar. If they renewed his contract, the members should at least respect that and not be selfish. Idol group lifespans are limited. If it were me, I'd prioritize acting without saying it aloud. Perfect. They were using idol Bae Sejun to tarnish TSDR's brand. Watching the forums, I nodded. All indicators pointed to one thing. Time for a comeback. This backlash came because TSDR's momentum dipped against the massive impact of Doll Hunter. We needed TSDR's comeback soon, with strong results to head turn and shift the narrative. Luckily, Bae Sejun wants to promote the next album. He can go all out. Moreover, it was a good way for him to manage his schedule as an actor. Given Doll Hunter's storyline, Bae Sejun is likely to appear in Season 2. Filming will start in a few months, so we should fit team activities in beforehand. We were planning another comeback before year's end. It fits our annual plan set when we founded the company. If Bae Sejun truly wanted to emphasize acting over idol activities, subtly pulling back now wouldn't be a bad tactic. Like, attend only key events and skip some to focus on acting. Honestly, after renewing his contract, it wouldn't be morally dubious for him to ease off. I even asked him directly, "Do we have to cancel?" He replied reluctantly, "Why cancel something I can attend?" I understand your ambition to juggle both idol and acting activities. Well, not to that extent. Whoa. He was brimming with confidence now. What a remarkable growth since his debut. I nodded as he dashed off to his room, cheered on by his younger brothers. On top of that, although he joked about joining this project, his success opened a new promotional route for Taestar. like the instant rice and canned ham PPL and Doll Hunter. Did you know Net Plus rarely takes PPL money? They handle it as reciprocal corporate promotion. LOL, after watching Doll Hunter, I wanted hot rice and ham, so I went to the store, and there they were on the packaging. LOL photo. In the past few days, canned ham packaging featuring Doll Hunter's branding has appeared in supermarkets. The instant rice and ham companies were promoting the program they'd PPL'd in on their own. What's interesting is that this company is a major rival neck and neck with T1 Frozen Foods. Taystar used to be T1's slave, but now they're advertising for their rival. LOL, so funny. Is this what they call the revenge of the gentleman? Indeed. Unwittingly, we'd stuck it to T1 and forged ties with their rival. Hey, Monday, check this out. These people want our group to help sell their chicken feet next. Sure. The rival's social media strategy was no amateur move. They'd really follow through if we agreed. Anyway, this meant Taystar was gradually breaking free from T1's "we won't use Taystar" sphere of influence. We were shaking off the connections skewed by T1 and attracting approaches from other companies. Smooth sailing. Explaining this to Bae Sejin, who'd worried his acting might hinder the group, brightened his face. Maybe he's overdoing it a bit, but well-earned success allows some leeway. Truthfully, it's more problematic when someone does well yet doesn't realize it. Take the next comeback album. He co-produced over half the tracks. Did I compose this song? The metadata even shows only 21 hours of work. You finished it in 21 hours without switching programs. I guess so. No way. Kim Rae-bin. Steer Kim Rae-bin. Return his memory quickly. After the private listening session of my own track, I decided to restore his recollection ASAP and move forward with his stage rehab. He had no objections and was just waiting for the right moment. No reason to hesitate. I can't wait to see how my newfound enlightenment helped me overcome my shortcomings and get on stage. Steer Kim Rae-bin had concluded he lacked performer skills. Yet he somehow believed that, armed with TSDR's collective memories, he'd unlocked immense stage stats through extraordinary destiny. His reasoning was warped, but I'd patiently correct it. What mattered now was his stage rehab. Keep it light right after he regains his memory. I set a few principles. Not overly formal, something modest. An audience present, but low risk of stirring controversy if something went wrong. Viewers would be friendly and forgiving. More freedom in format than usual stages. That yielded an obvious answer. And I've already got a candidate. I'd recently contacted Paihyo Gongdan, so this would feel natural. I checked their KakaoTalk profile picture once more, wedding photos. Congratulations. I hear you're getting married. I sent the text with a smile. Need a congratulatory song? TSDAR's wedding song service. On the house. 521 chapter. On the day TSDAR's congratulatory song was confirmed, following the warm welcome from Paihyo Gongdan's president couple. Oh, it's been a while since we did a congratulatory song. Sejin, have you ever sung a congratulatory song? Not alone. Back in high school, my teacher got married and we all sang together. By the way, that video had already been exposed on YouTube early in our debut, under the title, Taystar Lee Sejin Congratulatory Song, LOL. Anyone could tell they were idol hopefuls. Everyone's in a different key, LOL. It became a minor topic of conversation. Anyway, being idols who debuted in their early 20s, that was the only time this team had sung a congratulatory song. Me? No way I've ever done that. All my connections during civil service exam prep had been cut off. There was no chance I'd sung a congratulatory song for anyone. The only request I'd ever gotten was to take photos, but they wanted unpaid labor, so I never replied and blocked them. Thanks to that, preparing for this congratulatory song meant starting from scratch. As always, the guys gathered in the living room enthusiastically shared songs that came to mind for a congratulatory song. A bright, happy song. How about Picnic? We have quite a few ballads on our album, right? Our title track, B-sides, and various love songs emerged as candidates and were listed out. But there wasn't a single song that felt like, this is it. Everything's pretty bland. Exactly. They even proposed songs we'd performed, but that weren't ours. Park Monday. You know that song you sang on I Made the Singer? That one's famous as a congratulatory song. That could work. But I think dividing parts would be a bit difficult. Really? Sure. But there was another reason. It's too well known publicly as a solo song. There'd be no shortage of people comparing my solo performance of that song to a group rendition by Taystar. No need to give them that ammunition. Lately, so many trolls were trying to use Bass Season to troll Taystar. Either me or Taystar would be an easy target. They wouldn't pass up such an opportunity. In the end, Bass Season reluctantly accepted the majority vote defeat. All right. Each time a suggestion came up, it was postponed or rejected for various reasons. Soon, songs with nothing to do with us popped up arbitrarily. I want to do this one. Eugene, that one's for proposing to fans. Before we knew it, even the 30-second proposal challenge song trending on TikTok was mentioned. A better song. We'll think hard. The discussion grew increasingly serious. Honestly, it felt excessive for a wedding song. I thought we'd pick something cute and fitting. Meanwhile, Steer Kim Ray Bin, whom I'd hoped to coax into offering opinions, sat stiffly listening as if he had no authority to speak. It was maddening. Maybe we should just perform a medley. Fortunately, about an hour later, our leader stepped up and organized the situation. Why don't we just perform whichever song the marrying couple wants? Oh, a perfectly valid idea. It wasn't our place to play surprise gambits at someone else's celebration. Better to play it safe. I'll contact them right away. Good. And the song Paihyo Gongdan's president couple wanted was. Wow. You know that song from our first collaboration, the 127-section trailer track? We'd love to hear that. That was a bit. Doesn't that song go, I won't die, I'll survive? Wouldn't that sound like stirring discord at a wedding? Or the title track is fine too. Roll the dice. Were they asking us to start a fight at their wedding? Clearly, they were so bent on requesting the songs they loved that they'd lost sight of the wedding context. Haha, yes. One moment. I muted the call briefly and looked around. The members had started desperately pitching ideas again. There must be one of our songs that celebrates couples. How about something like that? I know of none. Why not? Something like High Five? It sounds like we're proposing. That's why I was turned down when I suggested it. They'd told him no, but then refused to stop suggesting proposal songs. So what will we sing? A dizzying silence fell. Then Sean Ah-hyun raised his hand. Could we just sing whatever they want? Hyun? Even if it feels a bit awkward, it'll be the songs most meaningful to them. Since they run a company together, they'll remember the success they had with that song and feel happy. Oh, some of the guys seemed moved by his sincere suggestion. I quickly did the mental arithmetic. Stripped of wedding appropriateness, it'd still be a talking point. Think about it. The heads of a game company get married and are celebrated by a top idol group performing their own game's theme song. I could already hear the clicks on YouTube, but no need to spell it out. I nodded in agreement as if I, too, were moved. True, since they want to hear it. This time there was no pushback. Right. Sean Ah-hyun nodded. Brightly. Great, it's decided then. Yes. We politely resumed the call with Paihyo Gongdan's president couple. We'll prepare one of the two songs you requested. They'd chosen their own congratulatory song. Any wedding incongruity was their responsibility now. Really? Just a moment. Yes, they're thrilled. Wow. We're so excited. Thank you so much. They sounded like people fully committed to doing exactly what they wanted. After hearing their chatter live, the call ended on a joyful note. See you on the day? Once we hung up, we looked at each other and nodded. Shall we practice? Right. A consensual male idol group tackling an intense, hard-hitting title track at a wedding. What is this bonus book song anyway? Let's start educating that guy first. After the call, back in my room, I played the song from the 127-section collaboration trailer, Bonus Book, which Steer Kim Ray Bin had never heard. So I composed this song too. That's right. Steer Kim Ray Bin sat between the beds, watching the trailer intently. I then smoothly followed with Better Me, the title track sharing elements of its melody, and showed him the stage performance, his own solo fan cam. Finding Better Me. Each rhythmic move in sync with the riff melody drew cheers that cut through the music. When Kim Ray Bin, wearing the mask with a zipper over his mouth, tore it off and threw it, launching into his rap, the roar was deafening. Wah! I spoke up. You're pretty good, aren't you? Kim Ray Bin stared at his reflection on the vertical screen, silent. Only as the song ended did he reply. I'm not sure. Did the audience think I did well? Right? People said he looked like he'd jumped straight out of a cyberpunk comic. But his expression was ambiguous. You don't like it? I know the audience's response was very positive, but I can't judge if I was good. Well, at least you're perceiving it indirectly by seeing their reactions. Okay. I folded my arms. As I remembered it, there was essentially no difference in stage handling between Steer Kim Ray Bin and Taestar Kim Ray Bin. If anything, Taestar Kim Ray Bin's stages were just a bit better. And more proactively, unconsciously using his own movements and expressions, adding ad-libs. But not so different that they felt like different people. They were the same person. Yet Steer Kim Ray Bin concluded he can't perform, while Taestar Kim Ray Bin isn't sure. That's strange. Originally, he had a keen eye for stage ability. A talent in producing, he's ruthless in judgment. It was almost cruel. That attitude and skill had been with him since before debut in Ajusa. For example, in our very first second-round team match, do you know why he picked Bae Sejin among so many contestants? At that time, despite being a novice forced by agency pressure to join the survival show, Bae Sejin was chosen because he won't stir conflict to grab more parts, and he expresses given parts well. In short, his talent was so clear that even with fewer parts, he'd still deliver perfectly. He identified NVLIGHT, Bae Sejin's unique performance stat and tenacity. His evaluations were composed. But if that judgment ability faltered so deeply that he believed he couldn't perform, it might stem from a trauma deeper than I expected. I do want to talk more, though. I'd like to gently coax him into a deep conversation over a few days. The problem was that Kim Ray Bin's own will was unwavering. I want my memory fully restored as soon as possible. If I tried to delay and keep talking, it would probably make him more anxious. Even more so. I decided quickly and nodded evenly. All right, then let's do it today. Yes. That night, before midnight, I called the others. Are we restoring now? Yeah. He wants it before the wedding song. Okay. Soon, Kim Ray Bin was seated in the center of the living room, as if he were receiving a birthday celebration. Kim Ray Bin, have you eaten well? You'll sleep soon, so eat up. I've eaten enough. And I've already studied Senior Changryo's case, so I'm prepared. With a firm answer, Steer Kim Ray Bin lay down. Please. Right. I opened the status window, navigated past the two types of pop-ups, and summoned the desired. 1. The preview guide pop-up. I murmured while looking at it. End preview. Without fanfare, a hologram flickered. Vroom. At some point, the preview's unfinished interface design suddenly vanished. Complete. Then everything fell silent. Phew. I took my eyes off the status window and turned my head. Kim Ray Bin would probably fall asleep like the others in a few hours. Wait. Instead, he lay with his eyes wide open. Monday, did you just process it? Huh. We all looked at Kim Ray Bin again. What the? He spoke. Sorry. I felt dizzy for a moment. So has Senior Changryo's memory returned? Huh. Seeing the stunned expressions of the members, he nodded as if satisfied and sat up. So I must have waited while dozing off since Senior Monday hadn't started yet. Ray Bin. Yes. What were we just doing? He looked puzzled. Senior Monday tried to run a preview, and we all realized. Kim Ray Bin had regained Taestar's memories, but his Steer memories seemed to have evaporated. Everything Steer Kim Ray Bin experienced in the past few days. Sorry. I'll keep my mind clear so I don't interfere further. I pressed my finger to my brow. Preview, damn it. A few days later. Congratulations. Oh, long time no see. At a certain wedding hall in Seoul, a guest attending her cousin's wedding admired the unfamiliar crowd and the flurry of flower wreaths. They really made it big. The rumor that her uncle's son made a hit mobile game and bought a building in Seoul had become hot gossip in the family. Even elders who loathed computer games liked money and business. Capitalism is something else. As a sociology major, she shook her head and joined the line to give congratulatory cash. She had zero interest in games, so she only vaguely recalled her cousin making some famous mobile game. In any case, the wedding's lavish display confirmed that he'd made good money. This is huge and unique. Young people she assumed were business associates and company staff filled the hall. A slightly unconventional program and game-inspired events gave it a fresh feel. The food must be good too. As guests made such judgments, a brief and concise sermon concluded, and the wedding moved to its final stage. The congratulatory song segment. For the congratulatory song, wow, fitting for the Paihio Gongdan president couple's wedding. What is he talking about? She glanced at the host with indifference. Others shared the same expression. The host smiled nervously and announced, "The congratulatory song will be performed by the idol group T-Star." Huh. Almost all the guests, including her, nearly leaped from their seats. What? Doubting her ears, she listened again. Then, let the congratulatory song begin. Following the lights, she quickly turned her head and saw someone running in from the darkened back of the hall. T-Star, dressed in suits. 522 chapter. The wedding hall was usually quite a spacious venue, but it was filled with guest seating, decorations, and production equipment, leaving little actual free space. That meant the congratulatory song was performed almost right next to the guests. Thanks to that proximity, those in the front rows could see the singers up close. And because of the cramped space, even those not in the very front still had a near view of the performers. For example, the sociology student who came to her cousin's wedding. Ping. She saw, just beside her on the groom's side at the very edge of the seating, 7 tall figures turn and rush in. 7 men. They wore navy suits tailored sharply. They passed in an instant, yet their faces were unmistakable. Faces she knew only from screens. T-Star, the most famous male idol group in the country this year. Stepping out of the flat screen into 3 dimensions, they moved with a presence and reality beyond any notion. The wind they stirred even brushed her cheek. Ooh. Confused murmurs rippled around her. She felt the same, as she doubted if this was real. Ping. The 7 men reached the performance spot and, without hesitation, grabbed the microphones and cried out, "Congratulations to the 2 presidents of Paihio Gongdan on your marriage." Mixed, surprised gasps and cheers followed. But the singers, without amateur hesitation, smiled and spoke clearly. "This is our first time performing a congratulatory song, so we studied hard. We heard that usually close friends of the couple sing from the heart. Yes, we hope both of you will continue to live happily and joyfully together." That really suited us, right? So we prepared this song with those feelings. Only then did the guests fully register what was happening. It was T-Star. Wow. The student swallowed. She'd imagined how celebrities might feel in person, better or worse than on screen. In short, their features were just as handsome. A group famous for their looks couldn't disappoint. But the screen couldn't capture the atmosphere a person carries. Their physiques, their grooming, their expressions. Each honed daily to a sharp, immaculate state. The impact of all that arriving in real life. My goodness. Seeing them up close was an incredible gift. When someone realizes their seat choice was ridiculously lucky. Ryu Chong-woo, solidly built, winked and shifted the flow of his commentary. He spoke of how admirable the couple were as creators and partners, and then, "We even had the chance to participate in the wonderful work you 2 made together. Maybe you know it." The moment he finished, a few low moans and gasps sounded from the crowd, as if sensing what was coming. What is this? What are they doing? So far, T-Star had spoken as if personally acquainted with the couple, not through an agency request. And then, come to think of it, didn't T-Star advertise some game? Before she could finish that thought, "Let's begin." The backing track started. An electric guitar MR struck the hall like a bolt of lightning. Wah! Excited screams and confusion mingled. Some knew, some didn't. Then the song cut through all the noise. "I'm gonna survive." Like you did before. A thrilling high note. Insane. The crystal clear power of that soprano she never expected to hear at a wedding. At Park Mundy's voice, all doubt vanished into cheers. And the catchy intro followed. "Ash to ashes, dust to dust. But not for me, I'm not. I'm alive, that's right like. Legends never die." Cha Eugene flashed a grin and reached out toward the couple. The president couple, caught up in excitement, raised their hands in response. At that moment, a giant white screen in front of the guests lit up and began showing a video. From the ruined factory days through T1 plays to present-day Paihio Gongdan. Images of the presidents working sleeplessly, passionately, joyfully making their game. Their request, "We'd love a wedding video of our story," had led Park Mundy to commission this. A typical wedding montage transformed by their special story into unique content, yet its warmth and connection felt familiar. And then, 127 section. As the trailer video Taystar had filmed appeared, even guests unaware of the context realized. Bonus book by Taystar. This was the theme song of the game the presidents had so lovingly created together. Their very own anthem. That's what keeps me alive. I chase on harder still. Steps to complete my life. Taystar on screen, the couple's images, all combined in a synergy that electrified the atmosphere. What harm could come from hiring a famous entertainer for a wedding? The couple might be upstaged, guests paying more attention to the singer, talking only about the performance afterward. Yet here, there was no such side effect. Taystar sang a song linked to the couple's shared history, their own theme song, like singing the couple's personal anthem. And because it was Taystar's own track, that narrative connection reached the audience without awkwardness. At this wedding, there was a clear reason to hire Taystar as the celebratory singers. I Will Never Die. Like I did before, Taystar sang the rap parts together, inviting the bride, groom, even the guests to join, adding a playful touch. The festive mood of the wedding and the arrangement fit perfectly. The lyrical contrasts sparked delight, and with the embedded story, it gained unique charm and depth. Choose your way. Choose your side. Yes, choose your side. Then, through a natural lyrical segue, they transitioned from the game song into their latest hit, Roll the Dice. This year's breakout song, fully embraced by the public via Waterbomb. The marrying couple had made the game tied to that title track, thrilling relatives and friends alike. Just roll the dice. Trust Take My Side. Thus, Taystar succeeded in celebrating the marriage perfectly with a song that would otherwise seem out of place. Not as a mere Taystar concert, but as the wedding's celebratory performance. Be happy. Their 3-minute, 30-second set ended precisely with the video. Applause and cheers rained down on Taystar and the couple. When the music stopped, the warm bond forged by song and video might have shifted attention toward Taystar itself, but by then they were already exiting swiftly. Oh. Yet many guests, smartphones raised, continued filming them all the way out. Even the guest who'd been clapping in a daze finally snapped back. Oh, me too. Realizing she had the perfect shot up close, she hurriedly recorded Taystar as they passed. At the same time, she looked directly at them, not through her screen. Wow. They were the faces she'd only seen on TV. Cha Yujin's Fong-revealing smile, Seon Ah-hyun's long lashes and flushed cheeks, Lee Sejun's kind, clear-cut features, Kim Rae-bin's glamorous, decadent aura, Ryu Chang-woo's solidly handsome frame, slash Park Mundi's pale, delicate face, and Bae Sejun's neat visage, fresh off Doll Hunter. Those handsome celebrities who seemed known only to her drew her gaze fiercely. Wow. Choked by wonder and excitement, she forgot to stop recording for a moment. And she wasn't alone. This celebratory performance, filmed by dozens of guests, was soon uploaded online. Went to a cousin's wedding, Taystar showed up, OMG. The moment I realized who it was, I screamed. Taystar stormed the wedding unannounced. Today's chaos, Taystar congratulatory song. Caught off guard by the flood of short videos and reports, netizens were startled, but the headlines were irresistible. What is this? Click, and you saw Taystar bursting into the wedding with electric guitar backing, and the bride and groom wildly waving from behind. I'm gonna survive. As always, video gave a slightly detached third-person view. Many viewers exploded with laughter the moment it began. What even is this LOL? The contrast is insane. Looks like so much fun. You can see how thrilled the presidents are LOL. Playing conceptual lyrics in front of both sets of parents at a wedding was downright hilarious. As word spread that the couple were the Pyhyo Gongdan presidents and Taystar's connection to them, excitement grew further. Wow, those two must be legends to keep this secret till now LOL. Right, that's how you succeed in business, legendary grit. They kept it so tight that no crazed fans harassed them. Congrats to the Pyhyo Gongdan presidents. People who didn't know it was decided only a week prior praised the couple's patience. And as that humorous, unique event peaked its trolling appeal and calm returned, attention shifted to skill. They nailed it shamelessly. Real singers, look at them cut through the sound. Even without choreography, the stage is so fun, impressive. The raw, unedited amateur footage gave a real sense of their talent. The shaky phone videos captured the live atmosphere, complete with guest chatter, though it also highlighted one drawback. There were almost no clean cuts showing TSDAR's performance like on a music show. Understandable, but still, one saw comments like, "Am I heartless for demanding a high-def fan cam? Give us high-def, don't be cruel. Well. Come on, presidents, you must have wedding footage. Please, don't pull this at someone else's wedding, it's tacky." Fortunately, appropriate internal policing shut that down. Among the overreactions were some positive ones too. For example, Bae Sejin showed up too? Making a busy actor cameo at a wedding just for a friend's chorus is bold lol. Season 2 filming hasn't even started? Are they from the future? Well. He apparently had it all planned in his head. Those trolling attempts to exploit Bae Sejin backfired, exposing their intent and killing the momentum of rumors. Speculation about Bae Sejin's activities died down temporarily. Bonus book charted on streaming. Seeing our old songs get rediscovered makes me think they're a timeless group. Here's to the 7 staying together. Everything seemed to go well. Fans enjoyed the fresh, stress-free content, happily buzzing for days. Perfect pre-comeback hype. Guys, come back please, this made me miss you even more. LOL. But no one knew that the very reason Taestar had planned this congratulatory song had fallen apart. Oh, yeah, fate is a fake. The line Kim Rae-bin had tried to rap, yet no sound came out, and silence almost fell. Only thanks to Cha Eugene and Lee Sejin stepping in did the rap survive as a joyful group chant. And only they realized what had happened. My voice went silent. Yes. Kim Rae-bin nodded, his face pale. Suddenly, for no reason, tension surged and my voice wouldn't come out. In the car on the way back after the performance, I pressed my temple. The symptom that Steer Kim Rae-bin had, being unable to perform, had not left him. 523 chapter. Kim Rae-bin couldn't perform on stage. However, the Steer era that was probably the cause had already flown out of his head. I'm going crazy. What could you say to someone who didn't remember anything? For now, assuming it was fatigue, I sent him back to his room and told him not to worry too much and get plenty of rest. But everyone knew that was bullshit. Fatigue my ass. If it were that, it would have happened during debut when he slept 3 hours a day. This was clearly a trace of Steer Kim Rae-bin. Fortunately, the member of the same age who must have spent the most time with him was here. And luckily he had no evening schedule and was at the dorm. Tell me everything suspicious you remember from Steer era regarding Rae-bin. Time to sack him. Cha Eugene, summoned to the kitchen, pursed his lips in response, but then wore a serious expression. He seemed to have thought this through after seeing the situation. There were a lot of incidents. But Rae-bin was fine. Of course he wasn't as happy as he is now. But there was no extreme despair or mental issues. That was a rather surprising answer. During the Steer era, Kim Rae-bin was fine. Cha Eugene's testimony. Then at least until you remember, Steer Kim Rae-bin had no aversion to the stage, right? That's right. Cha Eugene nodded and furrowed his brows. I questioned Rae-bin a lot a few days ago, but he only said he couldn't perform. Sometimes he didn't even know why. He had conducted inquiries before Steer Kim Rae-bin's memory faded, but failed. I nodded. Good testimony. Then it's simple. What? Look. I traced lines on the table with my finger. The last time you saw Rae-bin during Steer era was right after the group disbanded, when you went to the United States. That's right. Cha Eugene's trip to the United States. I placed a point there and slid my finger further. But the Rae-bin whose Steer memories returned had even experienced military enlistment. So you only remember what happened after you left for the United States. Yep. Just as Cha Eugene had worked at a repair shop in the United States, and Lee Sejin eventually won the case, Rae-bin must have gone through something more in that period. The only difference you remember with Steer Kim Rae-bin is exactly that period. The period after the group disbanded. I brushed off my hands. So, the issue arose after you went to the United States. Oh, in other words, the short span between the end of Steer and completing training was under suspicion. Of course, assuming Cha Eugene really understood Rae-bin's condition during Steer era. That assumption was very likely correct. Cha Eugene was perceptive. The problem was not leveraging that. But during Steer era, he had no choice but to use it. Under extreme conditions, humans develop awareness they didn't have, and those who already had it become even more perceptive. If this guy, A group member and close same-age friend says there were no mental issues. Then there really weren't. Even Cha Eugene acknowledged that. Okay, so what do we do now? He looked at me, no doubt assuming I had the answer. Nice. I nodded and, as always, opened my mouth without hesitation. That's something we'll have to think about from now on. What? Let's discuss based on this information. You need to use your awareness too. After assigning Cha Eugene his tasks, I returned to my room. By the way, the roommate, Kim Rae-bin himself, the one who couldn't perform, had his head buried in his desk. Told him to rest. But he seemed passed out. The rabbit and energy drink, decorated headphones the fans gave him at debut were on, and he didn't stir. He looked either terrified or crushed. Amazing. Need to solve this fast. I sat on my bed. Well, I made it seem like Cha Eugene had no ideas, but I actually did. I even stamped after agreement on the method, so I was just waiting for the right timing rather than saying it immediately. Time to forcibly dig into the system. I rubbed my jaw. I feel like something will come up if I dig deeper. Just like when I discovered Lee Si-jin-ae, if I access the system once more. No way you're even dreaming about that. Hyung. What? When did he hear? That popped up before I even spoke. I closed my mouth at Kendall's pop-up. Well, I was going to use Ryu Jian-woo's body credentials to access, so no wonder he balked. But the first attempt went safely, so this time should be even safer. I responded as calmly as possible. The pop-up didn't reply for a while, but then suddenly reappeared. Okay, then I'll try it. So please wait a bit. What? What is he saying now? Kendall. But there was no further answer. Looks like he's accessing inside my system. No, I can do it. So why let you handle it? It's best when someone who's done it handles it. I called him a few more times, but, as expected, no answer. Damn. I curled my lips and stopped calling. If he's already in, interfering could mess things up, so I let it be. He knew the system well from living via the status window, so he might pull some unexpected gang. Should I have him do something else first? I turned my head and spoke immediately. Rae-bin. Yes. Kim Rae-bin, who had his head buried in his desk, snapped it up. Nice having a roommate for this. Instead of asking, do you really have no memory? Or can you recall the stage situation? I said, let me see your work. Huh. I demanded he hand over his hard drive as if I were shaking him down. In a daze, Kim Rae-bin nodded. These 7 songs are what I've recently worked on. On the heavy laptop screen he showed me, a few files were open in a composition program. I took an extra pair of headphones from him and began listening. Thanks. You're welcome. But why are you listening to my songs? I glanced at his expression. Nervous, anxious, confused. He's conscious of not wanting to talk about the stage. Bringing that up now would be a blunder. So I replied casually. I was just curious. I feel like I haven't paid much attention to producing lately. Then I smiled slightly. It's nice having a roommate I can comfortably get feedback from. Hyung. He seemed genuinely touched by no. You've paid enough attention. That meant I succeeded in diverting his attention. Good. I analyzed the structure while listening to the 7 songs on repeat, even hitting play again a few times after his explanations. I was stalling for time. All right, I'll play track 3. Applause. As this impromptu listening party atmosphere filled the room, Kim Rae-bin finally started to get nervous in a different way. Soon a smooth, rhythmic, mellow ballad filled the space. After listening, Ryu Chong-woo smiled and said, This is really good, Rae-bin. I think the melody is especially nice. Thank you. I first composed the top line, then made a demo version by building a beat that fit that melody. Finally, an unself-conscious reaction. After a few tracks passed, and I confirmed his prepared anxiety was gone, I subtly moved in. Oh, Rae-bin, you've been using those headphones a long time, huh? How about taking a shot of you wearing them and posting it on your account? While Big Si-jin spoke to Kim Rae-bin, I snatched the laptop mouse and opened the File Explorer. What Kim Rae-bin had shown earlier was his latest songs folder. That's where those 7 tracks came from. But if I sort the files by date inside the folder, there's another file between the 7. 62_06.wave. That's it. I looked at the file before asking him a question as if I'd just thought of something. Did you make track 6 this time too? Its save date is recent. Oh, that one. I think I must have made it when I had no memories. Oh, meaning he made it before he regained those steer memories. I already knew that. I checked all the file creation dates. It was exactly that period. But I naturally nodded. You must have felt weird making it without any memories. But you probably at least listened to it. Yes. Since it was saved on my PC, I obviously checked it. I quickly nodded and then asked, did you find anything in this track that made you think if I had made it, I wouldn't have done it like this? Not about good or bad, but in terms of composition approach. At that moment, the others who were chatting quietly closed their mouths at once. Even those usually lacking awareness seemed to have conjured some. Well done. Kim Rae-bin looked deep in thought, his face briefly more severe, but then he opened his eyes wide and answered. Actually, I did feel something off. Really, this track seems to have been made with our group members in mind, but I have no part in it. At that moment, Bae Sejin couldn't hold back and interrupted. What do you mean? I mean, when I compose, once the owner of the track is decided, I write while being conscious of each performer's characteristics. Kim Rae-bin explained earnestly. I think this track was made in a similar way, but there's no part allocated to me. Bae Sejin's expression hardened. So, this track seems written for Taestar, but you're the only one without a part. According to my analysis, yes. Kim Rae-bin nodded. So I guess that whoever made it didn't intend for me to perform it. It seemed Kim Rae-bin had been holding this guess even when he had his head on his desk earlier. I looked at the files on the screen again. Steer Kim Rae-bin had surely tried to retrieve his memories to get back on stage and contribute to the team. In that situation, he would have assumed he'd perform on stage and composed a group song accordingly. At least he wouldn't have not tried. So this means that Steer Kim Rae-bin tried to include his part, but failed. In other words, it wasn't that his part wasn't included, but that he couldn't include it because his aversion to the stage was so strong and absolute. I stifled a sigh. I'd been complacent. Steer Kim Rae-bin seemed to enjoy composing and adapt well to the team, so everyone worried less about him. But he might have had the most trouble. I need to approach this more delicately. I deliberately spoke to him calmly and leisurely. Either way, you do want to perform, right now. Of course, he answered immediately. I smiled faintly. Then that's fine. With 7 people, if you keep trying, something will click. I patted Big Sejin on the shoulder. Backup arrived instantly. Oh, then mental stuff is best when the person really wants it, right? Rae-bin, your conditions are all set, aren't they, Ah-hyun? That's right. I hope you don't worry too much. Thank you. Kim Rae-bin brightened a bit, seemingly relieved. And I thought, I need to find his memories soon. But that night, no memory data. Hyung. I nearly banged my head on the headboard. There's none? Yes. I went to the terminal you mentioned, but it wasn't there. Fuck. When I wanted to curse at the system, a small pop-up appeared, looking dejected. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm just not skilled enough to find it. No, that can't be it. He wouldn't have skimmed it like that. If Kandal searched this thoroughly and still came up empty, then it really doesn't exist. Then, if that memory wasn't returned to the system, Steer Kim Rae-bin's memories must still be within him. At that moment, realization struck. I was mistaken. Because it was a preview, I thought once the function ended, Steer Rae-bin's memories would return to the system. But that wasn't the case. It meant Steer-era Kim Rae-bin wasn't reabsorbed into the system, but remained within him. After reviewing my deductions several times, I finally concluded. I need to have him hear a knocking sound in his room. He needs stimulation. After failing to perform at the celebratory stage, resting alone in his room, Kim Rae-bin kept pondering. What on earth could the cause be? Reasonable explanations for his extreme rigidity on stage. In fact, over the past 2 days, he had tried a few solutions. Bae Sejin and Seon Ah-hyun gently suggested professional counseling, and Ryu Chong-woo invited him to leisure activities like shooting or hiking. But none of that eased his anxiety. Since he was fine during practice, you can't know until you actually step onto the stage. So the more he fixated on the cause, the more he got swallowed by it, and in a slightly depressed state, he pondered. Maybe the problem is that I can't remember. Even Cha Eugene could remember. Park Mundy dismissed it as a matter of approach, but now Kim Rae-bin couldn't help but reflect and worry. But he knew that the deeper he dwelled on it, the more he'd be consumed, so he tried not to obsess over the stage in LGHD. Don't copy. Read here, itself. He had experienced something similar before. It's like when I hit a slump composing. Kim Ray-bin nodded resolutely as he tinkered with the composition program. Then suddenly it occurred to him. Wait, composing? In an instant, fireworks of inspiration exploded in his head. If this situation was similar to a composing slump, what if he responded similarly? Enjoy the stage purely as a hobby in anonymity. Back then, my hyungs even helped me make that Bible account. Thinking of that time filled him with warmth, hope, and happiness. In a slightly uplifted state, he got up to share his deduction with his roommate, Park Mundy, who was right next to him. But I was just about to tell you, this album teaser. Huh. How about we make an intro track and include it? Short enough to do within this time frame. Taystar sometimes crafted detailed world building for teasers, but sometimes they didn't. This time they'd focused on the album itself. Adding an intro at this point might mean extra workload, but Kim Ray-bin nodded eagerly. Make the song you want to sing. Kim Ray-bin's vision swam before him. 524 chapter. Kim Ray-bin had been composing songs in various genres ever since he first started composing at age 14 in the spring. He didn't discriminate. He discovered something charming in every genre. Ray-bin, you were talking about majoring in classical, and now you've composed a disco track. Ray-bin, sorry, but are you sure you composed all these pieces yourself for your portfolio? Anyone who taught him or tried to scout him was stunned by his breadth. Even in the days when his theory was lacking and his work felt incomplete, he never sounded bland. Each piece had a striking individuality. And after passing through that transitional period when he cared only about the song's internal completeness, he finally began to pay attention to external factors he couldn't control himself. Who will perform it? He began composing with a singer in mind. He'd acquired a sense of commercial viability, and Kim Ray-bin enjoyed that process too. Like fitting together a puzzle of a masterpiece to reveal a perfect image, he went through delicate processes and adjustments to produce a song for the performer. He found that deeply appealing. He had never disliked it. But the problem was, he'd never before had a singer who was only himself. A song considering only himself. What do I do? Kim Ray-bin froze in confusion. Of course, this wasn't his first time recording a solo song. On Taestar's full-length album, which included the title track, Hengcha, more than half the tracks were each member's solo songs. But that involved 5 or 6 different producers and was only part of the album's organic whole. It was like composing a long symphony and assigning himself one movement. He'd never before been handed an entire album intro that represented the record. The only clue he had was advice from someone he trusted. How about writing down your impressions as you create this album? That was advice from Park Mundy-hyung, who'd always guided him as a benchmark. All right. Then he would compose a song worthy of the group's expectations. He firmly resolved that, entirely ignoring the fact that Hyung had dumped the teaser on him. Meanwhile, his goal of not dwelling on stage fear was being achieved unconsciously. First stage, preliminary research. Kim Ray-bin focused on the fact that this intro track would introduce the group's album. Gathering the members' various opinions felt almost mandatory. So he began by visiting the member who had the fewest hours at the dorm because of the busy schedule. My impressions? What? It was Bae Sejin. Coming back from a Schedule 4, he was sipping orange juice when subjected to a survey. He reflexively replied a little coldly, then realized and made an apologetic face. No, it's not that I don't want to answer. I'm just asking sincerely. Sincerely. Yes, understood. Kim Ray-bin hadn't upset him in the first place, so he continued asking the questions he wanted to ask, collecting members' impressions of this album. But Sejin, who tried hard to look friendly, returned to a stern expression and answered. Park Mundy told you to express your impressions, right? I get it. Don't be influenced by me. Sejin downed his juice in one shot and went off to the bathroom. Kim Ray-bin was stunned. A failure? But he didn't give up and found the next target. What are you doing, Ray-bin? Why are you standing here? It was Lee Sejin, who'd just finished personal training and returned home. After hearing Kim Ray-bin's explanation of what just happened, he burst out laughing. Haha. Oh dear, you must have been surprised, Ray-bin. He'd been smirking at the awkwardness of his namesake, but then smoothly offered comfort. Kim Ray-bin blurted out his predicament without realizing it. I thought, since this track introduces the group's album, it should reflect the perspective of the entire group. If it was just my own idea, wouldn't it turn out too narrow? Our Raybin's got such good sense. I think it'll be fine. He meant it. Raybin had remarkable artistic sense overall. Lee Sejin glanced at Raybin's current outfit and then recalled his usual street clothes. The fact he could match an outfit on the edge of being over the top or awkward showed his innate sense. You can't learn something like that. People called it being hip. Though not perceptive in social probing, he made up for it with talent. He's also stubborn. He wouldn't run away. After his appraisal, Lee Sejin smiled. And anyway, once it's all done, we'll give feedback together, so for now, Raybin, just do what you want comfortably. Understood. As Lee Sejin predicted, Kim Raybin earnestly decided to focus solely on himself. Just like last time with Bilebual track, I just need to think of fun music and go for it. So I concluded I should treat it as a hobby and compose that way. Oh, that night, Kim Raybin sat at the kitchen table working and chatted with Cha Eugene about his situation so far. Eugene had scored bulgogi rice balls as a late-night snack from Park Mundi and was gulping them down. The fluffy rice soaked in sesame oil and bulgogi broth and crisp like Nurungji was exquisite. But when he heard Kim Raybin's conclusion, he scoffed, licking rice grains from his fingers. Raybin, you're mistaken. What? I'm saying you're mistaken? Exactly. This is different from a hobby. Cha Eugene smirked. You're not just making a song now. You have to create a performance that introduces our album. So what our fans like is important too. Video, concept, staging, everything. Kim Raybin thought deeply, and Eugene, instead of grabbing the last rice ball, asked thoughtfully, how have you always created our album for us? Without hesitation, Kim Raybin answered, I composed so each member could use their features and strengths to the fullest in their parts. Eugene smirked. Do that again this time. Fans like that. Ah, right. I need to make a song that expresses me properly. Kim Raybin felt his mind clear as he discovered a clear goal. Finally, the essential question arrived. As a singer, what are my features and strengths? And going a bit further, as a performer, who am I? Kim Raybin realized he would build the intro from here. And so he progressed to the next stage. Second stage, conceiving the work. A work filled with what Kim Raybin does well. First, he believed he knew what he excelled at on stage. He had strong communication, interpretation, expressiveness, and the ability to create unexpected wow points. And yet, I suddenly couldn't perform well on stage. That meant there was another element he hadn't identified yet. Memory, after all. He had a strong feeling that to assemble this work properly, he had to consider his lost memories, including those of Steer-era Kim Raybin. But there was no way to revive lost memories quickly. Hyung looked troubled too, so he decided to approach indirectly the member who had memories of Steer-era most recently, and that trustworthy leader of the group. How were you on stage in the Steer days? As good as now. In the living room, Ryu Chong-woo sat reading the book he'd borrowed from Bae Sejin, kept smiling, and then slowly answered. I was solid. Not much different from now. If you have time now, could you explain in more detail? If it had been another member, he wouldn't have asked Chong-woo. Chong-woo didn't like discussing Steer days and had implicitly closed the topic with, it's awkward. Sorry, he'd made it clear not to bring it up again. But since Kim Raybin's memories were gone, he lacked the tact to notice Chong-woo's discomfort. So he managed to extract a concrete answer. In detail, the company wanted to give each member a distinct character on stage. At character, Raybin immediately recalled the rabbit image on one of his main headphones. A character like the animal characters fans call us. Similar, but not that. Concrete. Chong-woo added briefly. Someone always took the bridge, someone always stood center in the chorus, things like that. Only certain members dyed their hair or wore glasses. If Park Mundi heard that, he'd dismiss it as a clumsy attempt to segment them by audience demographic. But the two men, unfamiliar with such vocabulary, simply nodded in understanding. I heard something similar at my old agency too. It's an abstract image apart from positions like dance, vocals, rap. Right. Chong-woo's short response prompted Kim Raybin to wait for more. So Chong-woo slowly continued. And you, Raybin, you played a slightly darker and more glamorous role on stage. Is that so? Yes. You got impactful parts. To be honest, that didn't make him think I lacked the ability to handle that right away, but logically he nodded. then it's possible I began to avoid the stage because I couldn't handle those parts. Chong-woo fell silent briefly, then shook his head. No, you were fine. Huh. Don't doubt it. Just think that way, okay? His tone could have sounded a bit forceful, but he finished gently. Understood. Kim Rae-bin stood with a nod. Even someone as oblivious as him could sense Chong-woo's discomfort. He seems tired. Let's wrap this up. Besides, he already had in mind who to ask next for more details. Since you were a Steer fan, I figured you'd have impressions of my performances. Were they really dark and glamorous? I mean, Hyung. Park Mundy wanted to squeeze his eyes shut, but since it would be pointless, he kept it in. He said flatly, yeah, that was the style, and it suited you. Despite that shitty environment, you somehow handled it. Park Mundy swallowed that thought, which confused Kim Rae-bin. So it wasn't because I couldn't handle it that I avoided the stage? Then why? Despite his confusion, Kim Rae-bin answered honestly. I felt I needed to consider those memories as well. That makes sense. Park Mundy nodded instead of scolding, then spoke in an uncharacteristically gentle tone. But what you're making now is the Taystar album intro. I think focusing on you as Taystar is more important. Think about what you want to do right now and what you do well. That was sound advice. Had he become so accustomed to inspiration from small clues that he'd fixated on details? I'm not saying what you're doing is wrong, so don't misunderstand. Yes. In the end, Kim Rae-bin couldn't ask more and had to end that day's progress. He returned to his bedroom and repeated to himself, what do I want to do? And he promptly fell asleep. He came to his senses sometime after midnight. In his haze, he blinked and realized the bed next to him was empty. Hyung. He reflexively rose and quietly stepped toward the door. Then, I want to talk about your answer. A voice from outside the door. It was Park Mundy's voice. Kim Rae-bin froze, then peeked out the door to see whose voice it was. The dark living room. Indirect light cast faint shadows on their faces. Park Mundy and Ryu Chong-woo. After Steer disbanded, you were the only one who could have checked on Rae-bin's whereabouts. Eugene was in the U.S., Sejin was in the courtroom. Also, you probably felt too much responsibility back then to just check his condition. Park Mundy continued calmly. What happened to Rae-bin then? Kim Rae-bin held his breath. An indescribable silence settled deeply in the living room. Then, that's right. Chong-woo answered in a rough voice, low. I saw what you told me not to look at. At that moment, something flooded Kim Rae-bin's mind. Like a dam breaking and water pouring through, images began to flow in. Memories. It began with a single line on a screen. Fuck, this bastard's rotten to the core. 525 chapter. Steer-era Kim Rae-bin's life wasn't bad. Of course, his group suffered setbacks, and he couldn't produce or make songs as he wanted. That weighed heavily on him, and sometimes brought on insomnia. But Kim Rae-bin had family to unload too, and on nights without a tight schedule, he'd habitually make calls from the balcony. You don't have to worry too much, Rae-bin. That's how the working world is. As a newcomer, you won't always do things your own way. His sister often comforted him by sharing her own similar struggles, always ending with words of encouragement. With time, you'll get chances to do what you want again. And Kim Rae-bin believed her. He ended the call with thanks and well wishes, then carefully returned to his room from the balcony. Occasionally, he was gently scolded. Don't stay out too long. Sorry. Ryu Jeon-woo would simply nod and pass by, and the tense Kim Rae-bin would sigh in relief. Still not bad. Kim Rae-bin was the kind who found the bright side in any situation. Rae-bin, go to sleep. You too, go to sleep. In this group, he had a same-age friend with whom he'd trained since their teens. For someone who had difficulty connecting with peers, that was a blessing. And they debuted, experienced many stages, and released songs. Overall, I'm in a situation to be grateful for. He thought so, and unlike some members, he didn't sink into despair. He poured his best into their activities. Years passed as if they would never end, then miraculously ended with a clean break. The group disbanded. Take care, Cha Eugene. Burnout and exhaustion inevitably found Kim Rae-bin too. He'd given his all for 5 tough years. But he didn't let himself sink. Just rest a bit, then follow the plan. He'd already decided on his next path. Singer-songwriter. Even if Steer had ended poorly, they'd toured a bit, and sold hundreds of thousands of albums. With the money saved, after sending some home, he could invest in equipment and set up a decent studio. And if the chance arises, I want to challenge myself by promoting music made exactly how I want. There were endless new things to try. He could grow further. With that in mind, Kim Rae-bin returned to Gangwon province and melted into peaceful daily life. Until then, he was slowly recovering. Ryu Jianwoo Hyung, how have you been? About 2 weeks later, he got a text from the elder who had been the group's leader, and that was still true. Oh. Kim Rae-bin straightened reflexively as if to stay on guard, then realized he didn't need to and forced himself to relax. He began drafting a polite reply. Yes. I've been well. Thank you for asking. Then he realized he could freely use his smartphone again. More precisely, he could use the internet. Rule 3. Do not access SNS without permission. During group activities, Ryu Jianwoo had monitored the members like a boarding school under strict rules. So naturally Kim Rae-bin had lived cut off from the internet for years. And that carried on until now. He hadn't minded much, he'd never been that interested. And he only used platforms anonymously to upload songs sometimes. But that was a group rule. Now it doesn't apply, does it? Steer had disbanded already. Logically there was no flaw. Any reluctance was just his own fear and learned prohibition. He almost felt down, but then regained purpose. All right. Kim Rae-bin first sent a polite reply to Ryu Jianwoo. Then hesitating a bit, he searched SNS for his name to get feedback. Still handsome today, photo, hashtag Kim Rae-bin. King Rae-bin. Black Rabbit Emperor, video. I miss Rae-bin. He saw posts from his final activity period and messages concerned fans left, worried he'd vanished. His heart ached a little, but he read them with amazement and gratitude. There are still so many fans on SNS. His ability to discern dead or inactive accounts had vanished after years away. He searched with just his real name, browsing top posts, then switched to another approach. Let's look in various places. He typed his name into a search engine. On the first page, he saw a strange post. Kim Rae-bin, Cha Eugene, Min Young-hoon, Steer, T1, VDC, Marini, T-Holik. It looked like someone randomly strung together group names and people. Why this structure? Kim Rae-bin clicked it without thinking. The page changed to a new search engine. It was a gossip board. On the same site that had bred rumors during a Jusa, a post from weeks ago had hit the charts, and now it was before his eyes. They say Steer disbanded. Article screenshot. During a Jusa, I thought they'd debut a great boy group, but it ended up kinda empty. And he understood why the structure was so odd. The post, with hundreds of comments, was stuffed with keywords to rank and search. He glanced at the featured comments. Long, divisive sentences filled his view. The problem with Steer was over-pushing that concept-producing member who isn't even a vocalist. There were character controversies since Ajusa days. Why did they push him so hard? I still don't get it. There were controversies, but the main issue was planning, I think. Anyway, hope all the members live well. Planning equals producing, and there was only one member who produced. End of story. Push Crusher Kim Renin, LOL. Kim Rae-bin wasn't good at reading between the lines, but he could analyze language patterns and describe traits. And he realized, fuck, this bastard's rotten to the core. That was about him. He forgot to breathe and kept scrolling. They made shit songs but still clung to his own part every time. That was infuriating. Every time he pretended to be the polite Magne on broadcasts, geez. Instead of that, he could have accepted a push. Neither here nor there. No one got into it watching his stage, and seeing him act hungry when he's boring must have made fans quit. Whenever I saw fanboys boosting him, I wanted to puke. Better they disbanded. Hope I never have to see him again. Looks like he's embarrassed since no news of him. LOL. Comments in that tone persisted until hours ago. Ah, it's so satisfying finally. The muggles know how shit he is. It felt like justice when they treated fanboys as jealous. LOL. If these had been baseless, malicious attacks, he might not have cared much. He could have thought they just needed someone to blame for Steer's failure and had that dislike member handy. But each post he saw had logical structure, very analytical. Why Steer's production and marketing failed, why part distribution was unfair, why all this happened because of him. An argument based on analysis sounded like truth. To someone in panic at intense criticism and contempt, it was even more so. He couldn't come up with calm counterarguments that he hadn't led production overall, and most claims were speculation. And the supportive rebuttals, they're all crazy, were nowhere to be seen. Everything looked persuasive. Moreover, these fans weren't just criticizing. Eugen's back home and probably gone for good. I want to die. Honestly, isn't having problems in your main job worse than romance? Why did they slap our baby around, lol? Their love, resentment, injustice, exhaustion leaked through. So Kim Rabin rubbed his ice-cold hands and agonized. How badly did I screw up? He fell silent. He'd never been chatty, but his cheerful kindness and enthusiasm for what he loved vanished, as if dead. Barely 3 days later, his family worriedly asked him, Rabin, is something wrong? Kim Rabin. So, eventually he told his sister about the gossip post he saw and the anonymous site he'd reached via its links. Why did you look at that stuff? His sister freaked out and patted him gently. He felt a flush of warmth, then couldn't hold back a question. He needed an answer. How much of Steer's failure was his fault? But his family cut him off with serious faces. Rabin, they're all crazy. Why do they trash celebrities instead of living their own lives? They didn't say any of that to you. So stop looking at it, okay? He couldn't assent to such blind defense, but he couldn't ask more. His family looked so pained. The day he saw his grandmother crying quietly in her room, Kim Rabin decided to find the truth himself. Lying in bed before sleep, he resolved to think calmly and judge without fear. So he thought as hard as he could. First, sorting the criticism and accusations revealed 2 main issues. Thesis 1. Because of Kim Rabin's producing, the album quality dropped. He hadn't led production, he'd only received assignments. And the company modified the output as they wanted, so he wasn't selfish. But kindness isn't the same as competence. So I should have expressed my opinions more wisely. He concluded he had to reflect on that. Next, Thesis 2. Kim Rabin tossed in bed, feeling his throat tighten. He forced himself to recall a statement. Kim Rabin monopolized good parts and failed to perform them properly, harming the team. He had tried his best to perform his assigned parts. Truly. But maybe that alone wasn't enough. The analyses said why those parts should have gone to someone better suited, not to the part hog, Kim Rabin. And there was empirical evidence. Our group didn't succeed. He hadn't delivered those important parts attractively enough. So it was possible that if someone else had performed those impressive parts, it would have been better. And if fans thought so, then it must be true. So perhaps the conclusion was simple. Conclusion: Kim Rabin lacks ability as an idol. It would have been right to produce as he'd intended in childhood. He inhaled and exhaled, striving to think correctly, in a positive direction. I agree with the criticisms of our activity tracks. His judgment was still sound. So continuing that work was fine. Right? Let's do that. He reached that conclusion and felt his mind clear. He would write songs. I can do that much. Lying in bed staring at the ceiling, he pledged his revised future plan. He didn't cry, but his chest felt hollow and aching. Taystar dorm. Kim Rabin received the flood of memories as if drenched by a waterfall, re-experiencing emotions vividly. It felt like hearing someone finally spill their long-held worries. Like someone you care about pouring out their sorrows, and you feel deep empathy. Right now, that someone was himself. In NGVLGHD, the living room, the 2 Hyungs were still talking. He staggered away, turned his back on the dimly lit living room, and quietly returned to his dark room. He sat at his desk and opened his laptop. His mind was numb as if hit by cold water. But the final question from his research resurfaced clearly. As a performer, who am I? He needed to revise it. Shorter. Who am I? And specifically, in this moment, who am I? He placed his hands on the keyboard and tried to accept what he felt without distortion. Because as a Taystar member, he'd avoided this raw emotion until now. His weakest self revealed in stark honesty. Irreversible failure. Pain. Kim Rabin decided to write about pain. A few weeks later. Taystar Overture, Comeback Trailer. 526 chapter. News of TSDR's new album had already spread across the internet, but they hadn't released any preliminary timetable for the promotion. So fans greeted the day the intro trailer dropped with no warning whatsoever. Midnight. Fans lying in bed, scrolling through their smartphones, suddenly received an unexpected alert from TSDR's official YouTube channel. What is this? Since the collaboration with Section 127, this was the first time a video had been released under the name trailer. Wide awake in an instant, the fans tapped the pop-up, and the thumbnail filled their screens. A dark space, a single, dusty yellow bulb, cracked and flickering. Holding their breath, every nerve alight, they clicked immediately. It began with a drab, modern city street, forlorn and empty. Pitter-patter, thud, pitter-patter. Rain drizzled down, producing a low, mournful patter. The muted, dark-toned city stretched before them, and beyond its grimy back alleys lay a sky nearly as gray. The alley itself was deserted and filthy, overrun with weeds, manhole covers, and wires haphazardly strung about. Then, a distinct shadow emerged between the walls. Clunk! A figure, unshielded by an umbrella, appeared. It was Kim Ray-bin, wearing a worn flight jacket, backlit as he peered into the camera from the alley beyond. Ray-bin looked weary and exhausted, his decadent eyes standing out in the dim light, as if he were staring directly at the viewer through the lens. The moment that sensation intensified, the focus shifted. Thud! Suddenly something lunged right in front of the camera. It was a white hand. The camera tilted down creepily and caught sight of its origin. A manhole. From the half-open cover, a pale hand jutted out like a mannequin's. Tension pulsed through the footage. Kim Ray-bin approached with heavy steps. And then he grasped the white hand. Clack! In that instant, everything changed. Calling. A dazzling signature sound of intersecting. Trumpets and trombones burst forth, and a hypermodern swing house beat ignited the rhythm. A bright, addictive sound. To its tempo, Kim Ray-bin, still holding the white hand, plunged down into the manhole. The sewer. Oh dash. Astonishingly, it was a wonderland. In stark contrast to the faded city above, colorful lights danced, the glistening water and emergency lamps flashed on the beat. Music and color overflowed and erupted, mixing cartoon-style CG with real fireworks. Yet the setting remained a sewer. Looking around, Kim Ray-bin spotted something caught on a protruding concrete conduit. A black rabbit mask, completely covering the head. It looked horrifyingly lifelike, as though the rabbit's actual head had been removed and worn as a fur puppet. Without hesitation, Ray-bin lifted the black rabbit mask. He donned it and began to hop through the sewer as if dancing. Where the brass had vanished, a hip-hop beat took over. Starlight in full bloom. I've lost my way. In this dark abyss, I stand confused. Light flickered all around him, and silhouettes of figures, sometimes wearing animal masks, appeared and vanished beyond iron bars. They wore a variety of outfits, summer school uniforms, harnessed uniforms, coats inspired by hanbok. They were the stage costumes Taystar had worn in their music videos from the Azusa era to the present. Cheers and confetti rained down. There's no answer. Just running on. New track is rough. Your trigger is born. Despite lyrics hinting at trauma from a rough new path, the rabbit-masked Kim Ray-bin looked blissful. With a spirited leap and bound, the scene cut to a cramped back room. Pang! Perched alone on a chair in the center of the room, Kim Ray-bin, in a form-fitting black stage outfit, rapped. He looked spectacular, but the dim setting gave it a somber edge. Through the grimy windows, the faded city loomed outside, and a worn bulb flickered overhead. Matching its flicker, the scene switched back to the sewer. I pull the trigger on your narrow chamber. The shot released. A blasted hole. The beat sounded light and buoyant. But the sewer where the rabbit-masked Ray-bin ran grew increasingly grotesque and distorted. Each time the lights dimmed, the sewer's true, sinister form flashed into view before vanishing again. Meanwhile, in the back room, Ray-bin's performance grew more precise and intense. From the narrow gap of the etched gunshot, I glimpsed the future, and it is. The music softened, and a virtuoso trumpet solo sounded. Gripping the camera, he shouted expressionlessly, I've lost my escape route. Run. Bang. The music stormed back in. Around the sewer, lights exploded in a frenzy. Primary colors throbbed like seismic pulses. The rabbit puppet that had appeared to dance now pounded forward, seemingly burdened. Starlight in full bloom. I've lost my way. In this dark abyss. At the edge of the cliff. Using thriller-style editing, tension ratcheted up as the footage and music intertwined. My footing shrinks down to nothing. Clock stops at minutes 55. Though I'm almost there. My stride cuts short. It's not on time. Cut rapidly between the rabbit-masked Ray-Bin stumbling perilously through the sewer and Ray-Bin's fierce backroom performance. I can't reach it. Not in time, not by the given path. I don't know which way to go. Finally, the rabbit mask reached the end of the sewer. Whoa! Under a sparking green emergency lamp, scrawled roughly on the wall was, "Get out." Silence. No color, no cheers, no confetti. Amid the hush of white noise, the rabbit mask panted, reaching out to grip the emergency exit handle, and opened the door. This is the end. A rush of crimson light poured in. It was a circus tent. The camera filled with red canvas and round bulbs, eerily illuminating the outdoors. The music resumed. End of the path. A dead-end alley. The rabbit-masked Kim Ray-Bin lowered his trembling hand and stepped beyond the exit. The emergency exit sign went out. There's nowhere to go? In that moment, the footage of Kim Ray-Bin morphed into a cartoon. In childlike illustration, the rabbit-masked figure cautiously approached the circus tent. Above it hung a flamboyant sign. Man only. Then, piercing gazes appeared from all directions, suffocating in their intensity. Leap. Into the burrow. Through the looking glass. Manhole. Fear-stricken, Kim Ray-Bin looked around, hesitated, and seemed to tear off his rabbit mask. Beneath it, there was no head. There's no rabbit. Man only. So I call it a manhole. The headless figure clutched the rabbit mask anxiously in both hands and wobbled into the flaming red tent. The bulbs flickered. Manhole. Cut back to the cramped room. Ray-Bin's performance had vanished. Only the chair and the lone, flickering bulb remained. And then back to the circus scene. The circus tent sank back underground as if nothing had happened, like a curtain call. Only the subtitles remained. Overture, Rabbit Hole. Taystar. Late autumn morning. Park Mundy casually swiped through his smartphone. Kim Ray-Bin's solo trailer from Midnight had already shot to the top of YouTube's trending chart. I expected it, but still, wow. This wasn't a game collab or a months-in-the-making blockbuster concept. It was just a 2.5-minute trailer featuring a single member, yet the reaction was unbelievable. It was that powerful, and somehow it stirred emotions. Have you seen TSDAR's comeback trailer? When does the single drop? Watching the trailer was so eerie and sad. Is that normal? They really sharpened their skills this time. The buzz went beyond praising the track or visuals or his looks. There was something to discuss. Rabbit Hole. This trailer, clearly inspired by Alice in Wonderland, is full of symbolism. The sewer as Wonderland, the back room as the stage. Read more. At the end of the trailer, what about OOO? Spoilers. I think Kim Ray-Bin used the slump theme for this album. Could that Wonderland be referring to the plaques on the floor? Of course, some found it too cryptic and sneered. Is putting on airs the standard for producer members? Honestly, this group debuted on a survival show and has been killing it ever since. Why the drama about a dead end? LOL. Maybe they're suffering the agony of creation. But the lone dissenters, wondering, am I the only one? Garnered little attention. People instinctively felt there was no need to refute it. Not just me, right? Everyone sensed few would agree with the scoffers. That just shows how well they made this trailer. Park Mundy analyzed swiftly. Kim Ray-Bin had poured out a deeply personal story, yet masterfully balanced the visuals and lyrics to allude to the new album. And he coupled cinematic flair with a catchy melody for mass appeal. Honestly, lyrics aside, if the song's good, people will listen. The mass appeal lay in the melody. So Ray-Bin's lyrics weren't so obtuse as to hurt broad appeal. They gave listeners just enough to talk about. In short, it was perfect fodder for conversation. It was compelling. Taystar Overture lyrics, interpretation. Rabbit Hole lyrics. Interpretation. Related search terms had already surged to support that fact. Park Mundy smirked. Interpretation, huh? Still, only the song's creator himself, Kim Ray-Bin, truly knew the meaning behind those lyrics. We've only been guessing so far. He recalled the night he and Ryu Jianwoo talked, and how startled he'd been to find Ray-Bin sitting at his desk, back in the room. Ray-Bin. Hyung, my memories have come back. With fiery eyes fixed on his laptop, Ray-Bin said that, then dove back into his composing software. Even Park Mundy, no pushover, had been taken aback. He watched, dumbfounded. then refrained from circle dasterisk operator nv iota ghd circle dasterisk operator. Read the full story, interrupting. Maestro S. All you need is a small trigger. When inspiration strikes, creation speed plus 150%. Kim Ray Bin trait activated. He must have heard our story. Park Mundy worried that the trigger might have stirred some unpleasant memory, but he didn't press him. I'll wait until he's steady. A few days later, when Ray Bin returned with a rough draft of the song, Mundy and the other members gave him thoughtful, thorough feedback. Thank you. Ray Bin absorbed every comment calmly, as if inhaling knowledge. From then on, pouring his soul into both the song and the trailer, he completed the trailer faster than Mundy had expected. And today, at last, it was public. Ray Bin, the response is amazing. Ray Bin, you worked so hard. Congratulations. I have something to say. Oh, okay. At last, Ray Bin, looking determined, stood before the members with hollow eyes. 527 chapter. That morning, the day the teaser was released, Kim Ray Bin summoned the members into the living room and stood before them as solemnly as if preparing for the New Year's bow. Park Mundy felt like a parent receiving a school report, examining him intently. Good grief. Ray Bin looked haggard, exhausted from weeks without proper sleep. Mundy spoke casually. Shall we talk after you've rested? If that's your considerate suggestion, that's fine. I'd like to speak first, Ray Bin replied firmly, closing his eyes and then exclaiming, First, I apologize. Is he apologizing for making such an amazing trailer and starring alone? Or sorry he hid his skills all this time? Absurd interpretations flashed through the members' minds. Then they all discarded them. Ray Bin continued slowly to the members, who resolved to respond kindly. I poured many of my personal feelings into this teaser. They understood. But this teaser is TSDAR's lead promotional work for our new album. It wasn't just my personal project. The members realized what he meant. It's our album, but sorry I put only my story into it. I did create connections to the album, yet I failed to systematically report which symbols and metaphors I used in the process. Swallowing, he pressed on. I felt I absolutely had to apologize for that. He bowed his head briefly. Before silence could settle, words burst out. Ray Bin, are you stupid? Sit down quick. He blinked and found himself leaning back on the sofa, sitting on the rug. You really overthought it. Yeah, after making something so great. Warm, teasing remarks followed without blame. Bae Sejin offered him a cup of honey tea, and Ray Bin took it reflexively. Someone sitting on the sofa tapped his back slowly. Park Mundy, you didn't have to explain in such detail. It's obvious the teaser and album connect. We made this album together. He continued evenly. We've been monitoring and giving feedback on your storyboards and progress from the start. You know that, right? Yes. So just assume it was all confirmed and move on. He hesitated briefly, then added, The views are great too, so enjoy it a bit. Mundy gave a faint smile. Ray Bin fought back tears, but nodded. Yes. He did have a secret. He'd half expected this reaction all along. After years of shared laughter and tears, he trusted they wouldn't criticize him. I said it knowing you'd respond like this, he thought. Memories of Steer flooding and had left deep scars. He was hypersensitive to any hint of criticism. To break that chain of self-doubt, he needed a counterexample in reality. You did great. Well done, Ray Bin. That reassurance succeeded perfectly, and Ray Bin finally shook free of the dread that had gripped him these past weeks. His eyes felt warm, his chest light. He gripped his honey tea. Ray Bin, do you like the teaser? Honestly, I think it looks awesome even to the one who made it. What's your impression? Well, now, without worry, Ray Bin could take the question simply and answer thoughtfully. Relief, because I could organize and realize the images I felt. He referred not to the teaser itself, but to the feelings he experienced making it. Having already debuted with Taystar and tasted countless successes, he could intellectually refute his past self-criticism. But he also understood why, in Steer's era, he accepted such vicious, twisted logic, because they were one and the same person. It's embarrassing, but this teaser was made to comfort myself. Silence fell. He inclined his head. I worried that, since this story isn't public, its ambiguity and multiple interpretations might harm mass appeal. Nope. The finishing line about, I tried to compensate as much as possible, was cut off. You're an idiot. Different interpretations are what makes it fun. That's why it's great. The teaser was literally cool. Rabin stared at Cha Eugene in disbelief. He couldn't believe being called stupid by Eugene felt good. And, is he serious? He'd find it fun because there's no clear answer? As if to answer that question, Park Mundy chimed in, supporting Eugene's point. Exactly. Everyone interpreted it based on their own experiences. Mundy suppressed the thought that made for great viral marketing, then nodded. And millions have watched the teaser. Among them, some surely understood it exactly as you intended. His words resonated. Rabin pictured it. Someone in anguish finding hidden meaning, feeling empathy and comfort. Thinking, this is my story. He nodded, voice catching slightly. Yes. Had he reassembled the work to make it completely understandable, he never would have felt that moment. Rabin made a fresh vow. Observe feedback, but don't be swayed. His mind felt clear. He answered firmly. Thank you. No problem. Lee Sejin smiled, wrapping things circle dasterisk operator engva aliota GHD circle dasterisk operator. Read the full story. Up. Well, since we have such an amazing teaser for our album, shall we toast? Sounds good. The members nodded and grabbed whatever drinks they wanted, cold water or herbal tea, to set the mood. Bae Sejin began discussing the rabbit hole and through the looking glass references he found. Lee Sejin shared a fan's interpretation video from YouTube. Rabin received it all seriously yet joyfully. It felt like any other day after years together. I like this. In that moment, he regained deep calm. In recent weeks, he had channeled overwhelming pain into creative inspiration, but constant stimuli can't sustain non-stop creation. Fatigue and burnout come first. Periods of stability and recovery are also necessary for what comes next. Now, Rabin had finally found that mental rest. I'm grateful. He set down his emotions, smiled genuinely, and then fainted. Rabin? Ooh, Rabin. As tension released, the consequences of his all-nighter hit him. It was, if anything, a happy faint. Oh, Eugene, you carry his legs. I'll take his head. Mundy, you rest too. The moment Rabin slipped into deep sleep, the flustered members carried him to bed. There were only 10 days left until the new album's release. At that moment, Park Mundy lifted one of Rabin's arms and made a decision. Meanwhile, Rabin dozed in peaceful unconsciousness, dreaming warm, pleasant dreams, wishing only to sleep on and wake much later. A low voice cut through like cold water. You awake? Grandma. Rabin jolted awake, meeting Park Mundy's dour gaze. Mundy, looking exactly like a Tibetan fox with that expression, nodded to him and rose to his feet. On second glance, Mundy wore an outdoor jacket lined with fleece. Where are you off to? To the shop. The promotional YouTube channel has a slot. Oh right, comeback is imminent. Fully alert for the first time, Rabin hurried to see them off. When did I even fall asleep? His head spun, but in an instant the three older members, Mundy, Sienna Hyun, and Lee Sejin, were ready at the front door. They waved and departed. Three peers whose relationships make good broadcast material. I'll be back soon. I'll do promo right, promise. Thud. The front door closed crisply, and Rabin stood there dazed. Who should he ask what's going on? Then, tap tap. Someone tapped his shoulder. He turned quickly. Bae Sejin stood with a serious expression. Let's eat. Yes. Rabin replied instinctively and followed him to the table. To his surprise, food was already laid out. Chicken soup. A bowl of white broth stew waited on the plate. And in this team, only one person could have made it. Cha Eugene. This time, instead of turning it into a spicy chicken stew, Eugene had followed his mother's recipe exactly, a traditional soup. Bon appetit. Shrugging his shoulders, Eugene dropped an English equivalent of thank you into the air and sat. Rabin, caught off guard, raised a spoon to his lips. Something felt familiar. He realized it was a flavor from Steers days. Back then Eugene often cooked. Unlike now, when the company provided personal care and a member could cook, back then they ordered delivery or took turns cooking. At the sudden recollection, Rabin looked around and realized only the members from Steers sat at the table. By coincidence. It's good? Do you remember how it tasted back then? Eugene asked directly. A brief silence passed. Bae Sejin spoke first, carefully. I don't recall tasting it. Well, I tried some after you lost your memories. Right? Eugene only started cooking a year after debut. After you left the group. Ryu Jian-woo didn't say that explicitly, but everyone grasped the implication. Eugene shrugged and asked, "Oh, you remember a lot. So you remember throwing mine away?" That didn't feel like a lighthearted question. Even Rabin thought so, but in this steer-era atmosphere he couldn't bring himself to reply. Back then, you never talked back at the table. Don't you recall? Christmas Eve. Oh. Jian-woo hesitated as if wrestling with himself, then replied calmly. I wasn't the one who threw it away. What? It must have been Min Young-hoon. Jian-woo named the member once at the center of a dating rumor. Eugene nearly knocked his spoon on the table. Holy sh. Then why didn't you clear that up? No need. Jian-woo again seemed torn, but then said in a flat tone. I knew you'd fight, so I just took the fall. Easier to manage. And you heard me. Eugene sighed softly. Okay. Typical steer leader move. My bad for asking. He sounded cynical, but without malice. Tension didn't rise. Instead, Jian-woo gave a slight, amused snort, and the exchange ended. A gentle, slightly embarrassed reconciliation fluttered through the air. Then spoons resumed their silent work. Rabin felt something unexpected. They were sitting around revisiting an old, uncomfortable chapter, yet the mood felt oddly nostalgic. Why is that? The reason was simple. Even the toughest, darkest times leave memories worth recalling if they end well. And it's even sweeter when you endured it together. How much pepper did you use? It's fine unless you have ulcers. Trust me. They silently finished the soup, sorting through memories they'd once forgotten to prepare for moving forward. At the same time, having just wrapped a successful promotional mukbang shoot, Park Mundi received a text. It was startling. VTIC Shin, Chong Ryo Sunbae. Hyung, let's meet within 3 days. Preferably in person. Are you nuts? I'm on comeback promo, Mundi thought, but knowing he was still at the set, he typed a polite but empty reply. VTIC Shin, Chong Ryo Sunbae. I enlist in 4 days happy face. VTIC. From Leader Chong Ryo's enlistment to full enlistment, 4 days remaining.